Meet Raon Ziggart, a kid with a body so weak they call him talentless, completely unfit to hold a sword. Born into greatness, he is branded a total failure, living as walking proof to absolutely everyone around him that his own mother is a major disgrace to their noble family name. But when the insults pile onto her, he snaps. He stands tall, ready to face every single one of them, even the patriarch. He makes it dead clear no one on this earth has the right to make his mother cry, and if they do, they pay with their lives. No turning back. Raon is going to prove his worth. He will shut every arrogant mouth in that castle and claim this kingdom. Watching him, his grandfather's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Maybe this kid is no failure. Just maybe, he is the exact heir this powerful house has been waiting for. But they have no idea about his past. Raon was not always a child, he was a deadly assassin, raised under the brutal doctrine of House Robert, trained to feel nothing, think nothing, and simply obey without question. A loyal hound serving a master who treated him like a mere tool. But Raon somehow shattered those unbreakable chains. He slipped away into the shadows, completely unnoticed. That is, until his former master, the legendary sword saint Darius Robert, stepped in. The strongest, a total monster on the continent, showed his hand. A cursed worm, planted deep inside Raon's chest, started eating his heart away. But even while collapsing in pure agony, Raon refused to die on his knees. He lunged forward, striking at his creator one last time, only to be effortlessly decapitated. A discarded tool, put down by the very master he served since childhood. As the darkness dragged him under, only one thought remained in his mind: revenge. But death is not the end. Raon wakes up, no battlefield in sight. Instead, a strange woman cradles him. He has been reborn inside a tiny, completely helpless baby body. With his past memories intact, he is now the newborn heir of the Ziggart clan, one of the 6 strongest families on the continent. Right then, a heavy question weighs on his mind. Does this new life mean true freedom, or is it just another bloody path back to his revenge? Meanwhile, his beautiful mother, her past is soaked in absolute darkness. The entire continent fears the Ziggart name, but internally, his own mother Sylvia is treated like an absolute disgrace. Despite being a direct heir of the elite Ziggart bloodline, she threw everything away. She shattered her own mana core with her own hands, giving up her immense power to live as a commoner with an ordinary knight. Together, they even had a beautiful daughter. Their peaceful life shattered when an enemy squad tracked them down, slaughtering her husband and young daughter right before her eyes. Left alone, pregnant with Raon, she was forced to crawl back to the noble clan she abandoned, begging for shelter just to keep her unborn son safe. Pure shame. To those arrogant Ziggart nobles, her tragedy means absolutely nothing. Now, mother and son live cast aside on the absolute margins of the estate, despised by their own blood. Everyone hates them except for one man. Glenn Ziggart, the clan patriarch feared as the absolute king of destruction, treats Sylvia with brutal, freezing indifference in front of the court. He refuses to treat the baby. He only grants them their name, calling it enough. But off camera, when nobody is watching, this terrifying patriarch secretly slips into his grandson's room late at night. He is even the one who personally chose the name Raon, a legendary title with a hidden meaning that absolutely nobody else understands. Behind the freezing mask of the continent's most terrifying warrior, there lies a deep, hidden affection. An affection for a grandchild everyone else writes off as useless. And surrounded by that silent contempt, Raon quietly resolves to grow stronger. He waits, wondering if the whole mansion is finally asleep. Frustrated baby life. But now, his chance arrives. He kept drifting off to sleep, and every single time he woke, Sylvia was right there. He could barely control his own mana. So, getting left alone in his crib is an absolute relief for him. This is where the real journey starts. Sitting up, he begins condensing his fire ring. Standard cultivation across the continent relies on breathing to draw in natural mana and pool it deep within the energy center. But the fire ring? Completely different. Much like a mage's mana circles, this unique technique creates a burning ring around his heart, boosting his growth and mana capacity simultaneously. In reality, it is the ultimate cultivation method. Even better, not even a monstrous genius like Darius Robert could ever detect its hidden presence. If he strengthens his mind and body with this ring while mastering Ziggart swordsmanship, his ultimate revenge against Darius Robert will easily become reality. Maybe it is due to this weak baby body, but his mana pathways are jammed with a freezing chill, keeping his skin ice cold even after hours of sleep. This freezing blockage is locked in 9 key areas. At this rate, he is going to lose his life the moment the freezing cold completely blocks all his mana circuits. To survive, he has to break through using his ring of fire. But simply throwing away that intense cold energy feels like a total waste, so he decides to combine it directly with his flow of fire instead. The night flies by. Raon expects this process to be slow, but it stays steady, and before he knows it, he opens his eyes. Cultivating even a little bit leaves Raon absolutely exhausted, and he suddenly realizes he cannot even get up. He ends up sleeping inside his crib, and that is when Glenn quietly approaches, sliding his hand right beneath his grandson's head. The dark night rolls on, and finally, morning arrives. As Raon crawls across the room floor, Sylvia gushes over how incredibly cute he looks, pleading with him to do it just a little more. Our main character thinks about how hard it is to keep acting like this. His soul is fully adult, yet he has to behave like a helpless infant. Sylvia proudly coos that there is nothing her little Raon cannot do, but then, a voice suddenly asks if she is inside. Sylvia gasps happily, calling out to the old saint entering the room. The old man smiles, replying that she really does not need to call him a saint. Raon immediately recognizes him as the legendary Ragged Saint. His divine powers and arts are at their absolute peak, making him the most famous healer on the continent, though he travels so much he is almost impossible to find. The saint says he was traveling when he heard she had a baby. He gently cradles Raon in his arms, smiling as he points out that the baby looks exactly like his beautiful mother. Calling the baby adorable completely, unlike Glenn, the healer asks what his name is. Sylvia proudly says his name is Raon, making the saint frown. He asks if that name was chosen to mean shadow, wondering what on earth Glenn was thinking. Raon notes that the saint did not use any formal titles, realizing they must be close. He remembers hearing rumors that the legendary King of Destruction and the saint were actually old friends. The old man says he will take a look at little Raon, immediately channeling warm divine power into his body. And here is where things get heavy. Sylvia watches as the saint realizes the baby's condition is terrible. The worried mother asks if something is wrong, and the saint heavily reveals that Raon is suffering from the curse of the frost. His mana circuits are completely blocked by shards of freezing cold. Even putting aside the fact that he can never become a swordsman, he simply will not survive for very long. Sylvia cries out in despair, claiming he is lying. The saint gently explains he will prepare medicine to delay the curse, but suddenly a maid rushes in and interrupts them. She reports that the Lord is demanding to see him immediately. The saint grumbles about the master's terrible timing, but nods and says he will head over right away. Raon silently reflects that he already knew about this ice curse, and simply knowing its name changes absolutely nothing. Besides, it really is not a big issue anymore, especially now that he is actively cultivating his ring of fire. This next moment is heartbreaking. Tears splash onto his face while a trembling Sylvia cries that the saint is lying. Losing her child like this is just too cruel, and she vows to do whatever it takes to heal him, refusing to let her sweet Raon stay sick. Our main character wonders what this strange sensation is, as his chest aches painfully and he feels a deep sting throughout his entire body. He cannot stand seeing her suffer, begging Sylvia not to cry. The heartbroken mother slowly calms down as she feels her baby's tiny hand gently touching her cheek. Raon looks straight into Sylvia's eyes, babbling a few soft baby sounds, and sweetly calls her mommy. Inside the grand meeting room, a maid tries to block Sylvia from bursting in, while Glenn wonders what all this loud commotion is about. The maid trembles, explaining she cannot let her in because the patriarch is busy, while Glenn coldly demands to know who dares to bring such shameless disrespect to his doors. Sylvia falls to her knees, begging her father to save Raon's life. She knows he must already be aware of his grandson's dire condition, but that helpless boy is absolutely everything she has. Glenn coldly replies that Raon can clearly never live as a warrior, questioning why he should waste resources to help a child who cannot contribute to the family. Sylvia asks if Raon is not his own grandson, but Glenn snaps back that he is just a child she brought back after throwing away her family. He declares that the only mercy he will grant Raon is the family name of Ziggart, and she should consider even that a massive blessing. As Sylvia tries to beg once again, Glenn barks that he has absolutely nothing left to say, immediately ordering his guards to drag her out. Sylvia keeps begging him to save Raon until she is completely forced out of the room. Back inside, Glenn quietly drinks his tea with the saint. The old healer sighs, commenting that Glenn is still as stubborn as ever, making it impossible to have a normal chat, especially when Glenn was the very one who reached out to him, secretly asking him to look after his newborn grandson. He explains that 9 of Raon's critical mana circuits are blocked by the frost, and the danger will only get worse as the kid grows older. While things might seem fine for a short while because Glenn pushed back the chill with his powerful aura, the threat remains. The saint repeats his grim warning it is truly impossible for his grandson to ever become a warrior. Glenn replies that it does not matter, as long as Raon survives. The saint commented that Glenn was acting completely different from before, looking just like a doting grandfather. He wondered why, if Glenn cared so much, he named his grandson Raon when there were so many pretty names available, especially since it meant shadow. Glenn smiled, explaining that the name didn't just mean shadow because 1,000 years ago, that word had a completely different meaning. Another quiet day passed at the mansion. Sylvia handed a spoon to her son, explaining it was the elixir from that shabby saint, and he had to drink it even if it tasted bitter. Both Sylvia and Helen watched anxiously, fearing he would spit it out, but Raon surprisingly loved it, and held out his hands for more. Sylvia commented that her brave little boy had swallowed the bitter drink down, and Helen added that he must have understood his mother's feelings before Sylvia pulled her son into a warm hug. Raon realized a fire attribute elixir was the perfect cure, as the warmth slowly drew the freezing frost out of his mana circuits. He hesitated for a second but asked for even more of the elixir. 2 years passed as Raon trained and drank it, finally pushing his ring of fire to 1 star. 2 more years went by as he kept training persistently. His daily routine was simple, playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning, then using early mornings and nap times to cultivate. Check this out, at just 5 years old, he actually forms his second ring of fire. Raon successfully pulled it off. With this second ring, the flame now spun in a cross shape, making him incredibly sensitive to the surrounding mana. Helen called out to her young master, noticing he was up early, and asked to take his laundry, which Raon quickly permitted. The maid then quietly started gathering the clothes. Just as Raon expected, Helen couldn't see the glowing system window. He had been seeing these strange messages ever since reaching his first ring of fire. At first, he had no idea what they meant, but soon realized it was a helpful system showing his current status attributes. Judging by Helen's clueless reaction, it was clear that only he could see them. Even so, his weak vitality and that freezing ice curse still remained. Even though he had reached 2 star, he wondered how brutal things would have been without those elixirs. Raon knew that Sylvia, Helen, and everyone else in the annex played a massive role over these past 5 years. They constantly checked to see if he was sick or uncomfortable, and their dedicated care played a huge part. Raon gently scratched the back of his neck, but then he remembered that he was only 5 years old, with plenty of time ahead of him and absolutely no reason to rush. That frost curse was a serious drag, pairing up with his weak body to make him tire out incredibly fast, even after barely moving. Still, he was the greatest assassin in his past life. Armed with the ultimate cultivation method, now those debuffs would eventually vanish. But again, there was zero reason to rush, since Darus was a literal monster, contending for the title of the continent's absolute strongest. Raon knew he would lose his mind if he let revenge consume him too early, especially when the masters capable of killing him right now were extremely rare. So, he decided to cultivate just a little more, until his mother approached with a warm smile, noting he was finally awake. She asked if he remembered the special place they had to visit together today, telling him to get dressed and prepare to head over to the main building. Raon wondered if this was finally the day. The 6 kings and 5 demons held the entire continent's power in a delicate balance. The Ziggart house he was born into was one of those 6 kings, guardians who spread order, while the 5 demons constantly threatened peace. Each major faction held a judgment ceremony to determine their path. And today, it was finally Ziggart's turn. Here is where things get tense. The crowd whispers that it has been ages since a main family member joined the judgment ceremony. Rumors spread that Karun's son was attending alongside Sylvia, though many still sneered at her, calling her a complete failure. The entire room suddenly turned hostile, staring at the mother and son, whispering about how tiny and sickly the rumors claimed Sylvia's boy actually was. Many openly grumbled about not wanting to see their pathetic faces ever again. Raon realized the direct bloodline was crumbling, sensing some deep family drama he never knew about, though he honestly did not care about the insults. But hearing them call his mother a shameless failure made him absolutely boil inside. Sylvia gently stopped him, whispering that it was okay, and he should just watch her. Raon nodded, keeping his mouth shut. Suddenly, the butler loudly announced the grand entrance of the family's patriarch. Glenn swept into the hall, majestic as ever, and Raon realized it had been quite some time since he last saw the old man. Glenn sat heavily on his massive throne, scanning the crowd with sharp eyes before declaring that everyone seemed to have arrived. Suddenly, a massive sword slammed heavily into the stone ground. Raon stared at the giant blade, wondering if it was the legendary Sword of Judgment. He knew that simply touching it would lay bare your true talent for mana. The butler stepped forward, calling up Raon Ziggart to go first. Smiling, the boy walked down from the upper floor. Raon recalled that a child's skull is not fully developed at first, only truly taking shape around 4 years of age. Since their mana potential gets locked in for life after that, this ceremony was meant to measure each child's true power. Whispers filled the room as Buren showed a wind attribute with top-tier mana quality, exactly what you would expect from Karun's son. Glenn nodded, calling it a fine attribute and advising him to focus on sensing the wind. Next came Runan Solon from the vassal house of Solon. By now, Raon pretty much got how this whole trial worked. The height of the light on the blade showed their mana purity, while the weapon's tip lit up with their element. That simple test decided your entire future. As the crowd cheered for another genius from Solon, Raon realized these people were totally obsessed with talent. He did not expect much for himself. Even after pushing his ring of fire to 2 stars, heavy ice still clogged his circuits. Finally, the servant called out Raon of Ziggart to go last. Instantly, they turned hostile, glaring. Glenn commanded him to step forward, and Sylvia walked right beside her son. Raon did not have many expectations. only needing to see which element suited this body best so he could cultivate it in the future. Sylvia gently told him to just do what the others did, and Raon nodded. Taking a deep breath, he touched the cold metal. Now check this out. A blinding wave of light suddenly erupts from the blade, completely swallowing him whole. Suddenly, his mind flashed to a vision of a warrior, fighting off dozens of demonic beasts. As the monsters closed in, Raon wondered who this warrior was. But the man calmly raised his weapon. With a single massive sweep, he sliced through every single monster, triggering a colossal explosion. Raon snapped back to reality, highly confused by that stone sword. But then things went south. The sword's light barely crawled up from the very bottom, not even reaching halfway up the blade. No one had ever seen such a pathetic showing, and they sneered that even the god of combat had abandoned the son of a runaway. Sylvia gently whispered that he did great, but the crowd openly questioned if this weakling was even a real descendant of the Ziggarts, whispering that he probably only inherited the old patriarch's good looks. But Glenn suddenly boomed for everyone to shut up, shocking the entire room. He growled that they were making too much noise, declaring the ceremony over and ordering everyone to leave right now. The crowd filtered out with smug grins, while the butler led young Buren away as the massive doors slammed shut. Glenn stared quietly at the giant sword, muttering that it could not be helped, until his butler called out to him. He figured this was Raon's absolute limit and expected nothing more, but suddenly, the blade began to glow again. Hold on, look at that. A brilliant, searing heat suddenly bursts from the sword, completely blowing away everything they had seen before. He breathed that the sword was literally burning with a golden, sun-like light, the legendary aura of the very first Ziggart patriarch, an absolute, godlike power capable of snuffing out even devil fire, pure golden mana and golden flame, a legendary force that had only appeared once in the entire history of the Empire. This blinding brilliance was known as the Golden Flame of Ziggart, leaving Glenn to wonder what Raon truly was. Standing out in a green field, Raon quietly checked his stats, confident that his third ring was almost within reach. 7 years flew by, bringing him to 12 years old. Thanks to constant, brutal training, his 2 fire rings were about to become 3. His water resistance jumped to 2 stars, completely melting the spreading ice. Next, he needed to kick off some heavy physical training, but Sylvia suddenly called him over, telling him he must get ready so they would not be late. Raon agreed. Raon accepted, knowing it was time to join his second judgment ceremony and deal with those annoying pests once again. Meanwhile, in another room, the ceremony finished. Raon figured it was only because side branch descendants were present this time around, but everything wrapped up much faster than he expected. Right until Glenn suddenly called out his name. Glenn noted that Raon should have joined the family's basic training a month ago, yet he had not shown up once. Raon stood there, utterly confused by his words. Sylvia quickly cut in, pleading that Raon was quite different from the other kids, and still had ice clogging his body, making such brutal training completely impossible for him. Glenn coldly fires back that this is Ziggart territory, and anyone bearing their name cannot refuse. If he cannot walk, he will just have to crawl to training. Sylvia protests, refusing to accept this cruel treatment, but Glenn snaps back that if she does not like it, she can always run away again with her boy. Hearing this, Raon finally understands why his mother has been treated so horribly. To the family, it is hilarious and pathetic that a direct descendant like Sylvia has absolutely no energy center or mana circuit to her name. But the real truth is, she ran away from home after mastering their martial arts and shattered her own energy center in the process. She later married Raon's father, but when he tragically died during her pregnancy, she had no choice but to crawl back to her family. But by giving up her birthright as a direct descendant, returning meant she would be treated no better than a low-ranking collateral member, especially under these harsh circumstances. Now watch how her son, Raon, steps up. He absolutely refuses to let his mother be humiliated like this. Sylvia frantically asks what he is doing, insisting she can handle this, but Raon calmly assures her it is fine. He is going to join the training next month, exactly as ordered. Dear Ziggart, the legendary sage of the martial palace, steps in, warning Raon that this brutal training is not something a frail patient like him can survive. He coldly advises the boy to just give up now, but Raon fires back that since he carries the proud Ziggart name, he will absolutely live up to it. Hearing this, Glenn asks if the boy truly understands the weight of that name, questioning how he dares speak it with such a weak mouth. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure slams into Raon's fragile body, forcing him to spit blood onto the floor. He feels his body tearing apart, his chest tightening as if his heart might explode. This crushing force is way worse than Robert's aura. This is the true, terrifying power of the warrior king of destruction from the north. Sylvia desperately begs the Lord to stop, crying out that Raon is just a boy who has no idea what he is saying. Deer agrees, asking Glenn to lift the pressure. Glenn notes the boy is still speaking, prompting Sylvia and Deer to apologize. Sylvia keeps insisting that Raon is far too weak for training, desperately begging her father to release the crushing pressure. This intense confrontation catches Raon off guard. He remembers that a true assassin survives by hiding in the dark, never showing their hand, especially when their very life is on the line. But Raon is done with that life. He is not going to hide anymore. And he refuses to let his past cowardice dictate his path. Instead, he fights back against the massive aura. He is a Ziggart now, and he will restore Sylvia to her rightful place. Honestly, you can tell Raon doesn't fully understand the weight of the Ziggart name yet, since he grew up isolated in the Annex building, oblivious to their grand reputation. But to find out, he must endure this brutal training. As Raon, he is determined to protect Sylvia, alongside the happiness and smiles of everyone he holds dear. He will take back everything with his own hands. Glenn looks down, asking if Raon truly intends to judge the Ziggart name by basic training alone. The boy replies that this is the only way he can truly learn. His grandfather smiles grimly, promising to prepare an instructor who will make sure Raon is not disappointed by what is coming. Raon reflects that in his previous life, he was the top assassin on the continent. Now, he has also mastered the legendary Ring of Fire cultivation. With all that power combined, proving his worth to this family is highly possible. He is determined to show everyone his true grit, proving that the tiny pebble they all look down on is actually made of iron. Meanwhile, over at the Central Palace, the Master Karun gets word of the situation. He scoffs that Raon is just a weak patient who can barely move. His servant nods, explaining that maids overheard the saint talking with the Lord, confirming the young boy is indeed suffering from a terminal illness. Karun remembers Raon's strange physical state and wonders how on earth a weakling like him managed to survive his father's immense pressure. Remembering Sylvia's incredible genetic talent, Karun commands his maid to plant a spy in the Annex building to closely monitor Raon's training progress. They need a detailed report on every single thing that happens inside that annex. At the 5th training ground, everyone bows to greet the family lord. A lazy elf is seen napping on a sofa until Glenn snaps at Reimer to cut the act and get up. Reimer chuckles, praising the radiant blade, because only the great lord could ever catch him slacking off like this. Glenn notes that the instructors are pushing themselves hard, and Reimer proudly takes credit, saying they are just following his brilliant lead. They are using their brains while others use brute force. Glenn sighs that after 50 years, Reimer is still a child, and the elf just laughs. Reimer then asks if the Grand Lord is here because of his youngest grandson. Reimer notes that Sylvia came by to watch, but he never expected the Lord himself to show up, especially since Sylvia begged him to keep Raon safe. He adds that even if Glenn makes the same plea, it is a waste of breath. The training ground permits no outside interference, even from the clan leader himself, grandson or not. Glenn replies that Reimer absolutely must not ease up, and should actually push the kids even harder if he thinks they can take it, separating the trash from the treasure. Reimer points out that Glenn is including his own grandson in that brutal test, realizing the old leader cares far more than he lets on, trying to make up for neglecting Sylvia. Glenn snaps back that if Reimer were not his friend, his head would be rolling. He demands that Reimer show Raon absolutely no mercy, forcing him to learn the hard line between right and wrong. Reimer promises to go all out before bidding his lord farewell. Left alone, Reimer whispers Raon's name, deeply curious to see how the boy will survive what is coming. Look at this, the system alerts Raon that he has reached 3 stars, wiping out another piece of his deadly curse. Raon feels the incredible shift in power, his physical senses and mental focus instantly sharpening to a razor edge. With Sylvia's help, his fragile body is finally building muscle, while the system status window continues to accelerate his growth. But Raon knows this is just the warm-up, since the Ziggart clan's training is notorious for being pure torture. Reaching 3 stars is just the bare minimum for an apprentice, and his foundation must be rock solid to support the sheer power he will build. He is determined to outshine them all and permanently silence the doubters. Once that is done, he will not stop until he slays the heavenly sword saint, Darus Robert. Sylvia calls out to her son, asking if he is still awake. Raon is surprised to see her visiting so late, and Sylvia reminds him that his brutal training begins tomorrow morning, urging him one last time to reconsider. Deep down, she still wants to stop him from going through this. She knows Raon always hides his pain, and she is terrified of what this brutal training will do to him. She just wants him to wait a bit longer. But Raon calmly replies, "I cannot wait any longer." He explains that seeing the direct and collateral family members look down on her with such pure disgust is unbearable. It makes his blood boil. He knows that if he becomes strong, no one will ever dare mock his mother again. Sylvia looks down with a sad smile, telling him he is smart enough to know why they are exiled and despised by everyone. She explains that she met his father while he was on guard duty, and they fell deeply in love. But loving a common knight was forbidden, so she chose to destroy her own mana circuits and energy center to be with him. But then she drops a massive bombshell. Raon actually had an older sister named Shia, and they lived peacefully. But an Eden squad recognized her and ambushed them. Raon's father was not strong enough, and she was pregnant with Raon, rendering them helpless. Thankfully, his father had secretly stationed guards to watch over their home. But by the time reinforcement arrived, it was already too late. His father and his sister, Shia, were already dead. Broken and with nowhere else to turn, she was forced to return to the clan, forever branded as their ultimate sinner. Sylvia admits she has no excuse to offer Raon's grandfather. Raon realizes her actions were incredibly selfish, throwing away her family duties for love, only to crawl back begging for shelter. He understands why the clan treats her like trash, but she is still the one who gave him a second chance at life and true warmth. Even if the whole world calls her selfish, to him, she is his mother. He quietly asks if she ever regrets abandoning her old life, and Sylvia immediately shakes her head. She tells him she used to live like a ghost in this mansion, and leaving was the first time she ever felt truly alive. She was happy back then, and she is happy now because she has him. Tears falling, she apologizes for being such a terrible mother. Raon gently reassures her that everything is fine, telling her to stop carrying all that guilt. To him, no matter what the others say, she is the most precious, irreplaceable person in his life. He vows to exact vengeance once he restores her rightful place as an heir of the Ziggart clan. As Sylvia breaks down sobbing, Raon wonders what triggered her tears. Sometime later, Raon steps outside, thinking about how long it took his mother to finally calm down. He needs to inspect his fire rings one last time before bed, with the official training starting in just a few hours. As he meditates, he notes that his rings are spinning significantly faster now that he is at 3 stars, wondering how fast he can break through to the intermediate stage. Suddenly, a bright light condenses right in front of him. A cold voice echoes through the dark, declaring that the exact moment has finally come. His raw anger has reached the King of Essence. Speaking as the demonic monarch known as Wrath, she vows to help him exact his revenge, leaving Raon completely puzzled about who this is. Suddenly, Raon awakens a bizarre trait linked to Wrath, ordering him to surrender his soul, but then he quickly spots something off. The voice grows confused, demanding to know why a mere child is standing there, since a little brat shouldn't possess such a terrifying rage. But the moment she senses Raon's core, the demonic entity realizes he is the one, feeling a massive, suffocating hatred buried deep inside the kid's heart. She orders Raon to hand over his soul, swearing to grant him the absolute vengeance he so desperately craves. Raon wonders if this thing appeared because of his anger toward Darius right before he died, but honestly, the timing seems pretty late. He flatly refuses, declaring he has zero use for her help because he will execute Darius with his own 2 hands. Raon knows this is his only shot and can't let a ghost steal his payback, but Wrath quickly snaps that he is dead wrong. The prideful demon states she didn't come here to make deals, as the high and mighty monarch has already made up her mind. Raon shivers, realizing these dark flames are freezing cold, as Wrath steps closer and demands he yield his physical body. Look at this. Before Raon can even move, a monstrous pressure slams straight into his body, instantly shattering a glass window nearby. Raon gasps as his entire body goes numb, realizing her elemental attribute must actually be ice instead of fire since his mind is literally freezing. Wrath commands him to focus all his hatred directly on his enemies, promising that even if they are gods, she will end them. Thanks to his water resistance, Raon barely holds on. But this strike is way more than cold, it's constantly feeding and provoking his inner rage. She threatens to crush his head and dance on his corpse, telling him to stop fighting and just surrender his body already. But Raon knows if he yields, there is no telling what this demon would do to Sylvia and the maids, which is exactly why he refuses to yield. Wrath tells him he will find instant peace if he just lets go of his rage and finally accepts her. She asks why he keeps pushing through this useless struggle, wanting to keep his body in one piece as her new vessel. Warning him that she won't go easy, she prepares to consume him entirely while Raon feels like his body is about to explode. He is pushed right to his limit, and at this rate, he won't survive another second before his life is snuffed out. Desperate to survive, a wild idea hits him. If water resistance handles the ice aura, maybe his fire ring can block the physical and mental agony. Literally his only shot at making it out of this alive. Wrath is genuinely shocked by his insane resistance, wondering what on earth is happening. Having only just awakened, she can't comprehend how a pathetic, fragile human child could possibly have the guts to stand up to her. Raon tells her he will get revenge alone, refusing to let some random ghost steal his body, which sends the demonic monarch into a screaming rage. Raon smirks, mocking her by asking how she can call herself a monarch when she can't even win. He tells Wrath to get lost, while the furious ghost screeches, asking if he actually has the nerve to mock her. Raon realizes she mentioned just waking up, which explains why the demon can't bring out even a fraction of her full potential right now. Guess what? His system alerts him that brand new abilities are finally unlocked. Wrath claims this as her absolute authority, but Raon is shocked to see his stats showing up as literal numbers. He demands to know what this screen is and how she is linked to it, while Wrath admits she built the system herself but can't understand how Raon is using it. The stubborn demon snaps that she has absolutely no reason to explain the mechanics to him, So Raon guesses it is meant to speed up his growth, causing the flustered demon to wonder how he figured it out, proving she has zero emotional control. Raon notices that the effects of his fire ring are somehow way stronger than they were in his past life. He realizes this buff is entirely thanks to the system, while the screeching ghost demands he return her body and her stolen authority. In response, Raon throws a heavy punch directly at the spirit's face. Wrath is completely stunned, but Raon simply tells her it was worth a shot since he channeled his mana right into his fist. She seems to be an immaterial spirit, and since no guards have rushed in despite all the chaotic power exploding earlier, Raon figures out he is the only one who can actually see her, but as Wrath screams at him to stop, she suddenly gets sucked straight into his arm. Staring down at his wrist, Raon wonders what this strange marking actually means. Wrath grumbles that her seal has only recently shattered, meaning her immense power will slowly start flowing back. And once her full strength returns, he won't be able to do a single thing to stop her from staying bound to his soul forever. Raon felt Wrath was like a complete plague, wanting nothing more than to be rid of him. But forcibly ripping Wrath out of his body could destroy the system, and who knows what that demon might do to Sylvia and Helen just to possess him. So keeping the entity close was his best bet, allowing him to watch him while believing in his own steady growth. He hoped to eventually restrain the beast. Raon said it was fine, but still demanded to know why Wrath chose a flower bracelet. Meanwhile, Helen comforted Sylvia by promising the young master would be all right, and the mother softly replied that she already knew. Raon declared he was fully ready and would now head to the training grounds. Outside, Helen asked him to be careful, and Raon assured her he would return. The maid asked if Sylvia would send him off with that worried face, since it might make him sad. Sylvia told Raon to go safely, and he promised to quit if things got too hard before heading on his way. Sylvia whispered that everything would be fine, and Helen agreed, knowing the young master was strong enough to survive this training. The mother thought he was so much better than before. Helen had previously mentioned the instructor was Ziggart's absolute best, and that Raon would succeed after working so incredibly hard. Raon reminded his mother of his promise to train without getting hurt, telling her not to worry because he always kept his word. Sylvia pleaded with her son to please return home safely. Let's look at this at the 5th Ziggart training ground. Kids are boasting about how easy this novice test is. Raon noticed the massive crowd, seeing not just direct and collateral descendants, but also kids with recommendations and those from allied families. Just like Helen said, with 6 active training grounds due to the huge crowd, some boys sneered, mocking Raon's weak body and predicting total failure. They even mocked his flower bracelet as tacky, which instantly enraged Wrath. Wrath commanded that those trash die, swearing that the King of Essence would crush their skulls and turn their eyes inside out. But Raon told them to stop whispering behind his back and say it to his face. Raon asked if they lacked basic manners, but the 2 bullies sneered that he wasn't even a direct descendant. Raon immediately asked what right they had to look down on him when they were also just collateral descendants. One boy sneered that such words only apply when your opponent is weaker. He then grabbed Raon's collar, claiming the kid didn't know his place, but Byrne suddenly stepped in to stop them. Byrne reminded them that training was starting, and they were stupidly tarnishing the prestigious Ziggart family name in front of outsiders. The 2 boys quickly apologized, and Byrne slowly turned to face Raon. He told Raon that he still didn't know his place and was just a fragile nobody who could be crushed instantly. He warned Raon to live like a rat, and honestly get a load of this. He claims Raon has no real skill. He accused him of merely stealing the spotlight by luck, calling him a pathetic little brat. He sneered that someone who hadn't even trained shouldn't act so smug, demanding he leave if he couldn't keep up. There was no way he'd pass. Raon snapped back that he had heard enough nonsense, asking who Byrne thought he was to make demands without any actual rank. Raon mockingly asked if Byrne expected to gain authority by crying to his daddy. Byrne snapped back, shocked that a collateral descendant dared to act so proud. Suddenly, Rimmer kicked the door open, laughing and asking if they were fighting already, which was typical for reckless youths. Raon recognized him as the famous Radiant Blade, who retired after his internal energy center was destroyed. Rimmer told them to save their squabble for after the ceremony, and Byrne turned away annoyed. Rimmer then introduced himself as their head instructor, smiling as he said he looked forward to training them all. He explained that 160 kids were participating, and no matter how he looked at it, that was too crowded. So, he would immediately run a test to cut that number down to just 40 total participants. As the crowd grumbled, Rimmer explained he was simply separating the trash from the treasure. Furious, Wrath screamed that Rimmer dared mock the King of Essence, promising to cut his elven ears off, but Raon told him to quiet down. Rimmer stated that his word was absolute law here, and anyone with a complaint was free to go home. He suddenly asked what they were waiting for because they should be running. Everyone froze in shock. Rimmer yells out that stamina and willpower are the core of martial arts, ordering everyone to run flat out until he says stop. Ira yells at Raon Ziggart to get to the front if he is going to run, demanding why he is lagging behind. Raon Ziggart calmly replies that this is not a competition, so he does not care about overtaking others. Meanwhile, Rimmer quietly observes everyone, focusing on their character and potential, instead of just superficial traits. Rimmer explains that those who endure will pass, promising to get them to the end, while the evaluators call Burin and Runan absolutely incredible. They think everyone is doing well, but those two are on another level, easily running for hours without even hitting top gear. Seeing that kind of skill in kids so young actually terrifies them, leaving them wondering what monsters they will become, right before they spot the rumored child, Raon Ziggart. To the judges, it is no surprise the sickly Raon Ziggart is falling behind, but they are still shocked he can run this much. They assume he is already exhausted and about to collapse, but watching the whole scene, Rimmer just smiles. Rimmer finds Raon Ziggart fascinating because he has never met anyone like him, believing the truly strong are those whose limits cannot be measured. And that is because he cannot see the bottom of Raon Ziggart's depth. Even though he can see the color of every other kid's future, Rimmer wonders why Raon Ziggart has no color in his aura, which basically means Raon Ziggart's potential is so high it breaks the scale. Pretty wild, right? Meanwhile, two other boys gossip that Raon Ziggart was acting pretty arrogant, but now that he is dead last, his failure is only a matter of time. But Raon Ziggart knows that is not even close to true. He wonders why they are only running if this is supposed to be intense training. Back in his past life, they threw hungry beasts to chase them, making simple running like this feel way too easy as the course continues. As they keep going, Rimmer keeps watching Raon Ziggart, completely baffled by how the boy is still moving. Raon Ziggart's energy should have run out ages ago, and this is way beyond simple grit. He shouldn't even be able to breathe. Rimmer realizes this insane willpower is only possible for veteran warriors who have stared death in the face over and over again. The instructor mutters that Raon Ziggart is truly interesting. Burin glances back, totally shocked to see Raon Ziggart still on his feet, after being told the boy was completely unfit to train. A rumor from the Ragged Saint warned that Sylvia's son would likely die young, so he should abandon any dream of becoming a warrior. Burin wonders how Raon Ziggart is doing this. Feeling thoroughly annoyed, Burin decides to show them a crushing gap in their power until they want to quit, suddenly accelerating past everyone to take the lead. Those two gossiping boys are completely caught off guard by Burin's sudden burst of speed. Raon Ziggart silently notes that Burin acts like a spoiled kid despite his polite speech, finding Runan far more mentally mature than him. Raon Ziggart knows they are not supposed to compete, because this test is purely a battle against their own limits, so there is zero reason to let Burin ruin his steady pace. As more time passes and exhausted trainees collapse to catch their breath, the others wonder how Raon Ziggart is still moving, convinced he is a sick cripple who somehow does not show a single sign of fatigue. But Raon Ziggart wishes they would stop talking like this is a breeze, because the freezing curse in his body is literally killing him, making him feel as though his heart and lungs are being slowly crushed to pieces. But somehow, he manages to keep drawing energy by rotating his ring of fire. Fortunately, the ring is growing incredibly fast, and he knows he must push through to squeeze every drop of training efficiency out of this run. Watching him struggle, Ira mockingly calls Raon Ziggart pathetic, pointing out how pitiful he looks while his body is slowly being consumed by the King of Essence. Ira tempts him to surrender his body to the King of Essence so he can easily crush that blue-haired boy. Honestly, we all know this is the worst possible timing for Raon Ziggart. Ira tries to hijack Raon Ziggart's body, vowing to freeze everything, as a wave of violent energy slams directly into him. He tells himself to hold on, but his senses are already beginning to fail under the raw fury. Even so, he has to keep acting as though nothing is wrong, while Ira commands him to stop this useless struggle and shut up because it will never work. Ira mockingly tells him not to make him laugh, claiming no human in the world is capable of resisting him. Then Ira declares they will see just how long he can hold out. Raon Ziggart knows he must endure, because showing any weakness means Ira will devour him instantly, leaving the furious demon cursing his insane persistence and wondering why. Ira questions why the icy fury of the King of Essence is failing to break Raon Ziggart. Raon felt this agonizing, soul-crushing pain, almost like he was dying as he completely lost control of his own body. His vision blurred, and his breath completely cut off, making him wonder if this was his limit. But suddenly, Rimmer yelled that they could stop. Burin muttered that Raon was incredibly stubborn. He had almost died right there, proving this life of his was going to be anything but easy. Runan quietly stared at Raon. Meanwhile, Ira called him a complete monster, demanding to know how he had actually pulled that off. Even though his plan failed, Raon realized this intense training was actually helping his ring grow while his body upgraded through the system. He knew that with this training, he would surely make it. Suddenly, another window popped up. The required conditions had finally been met. Ira screamed in confusion, calling it totally absurd that the system was giving bonus stats just for surviving the King of Essence's brutal attack. Rimmer congratulated them all for surviving, but then casually announced he was ending the test right here. He brought up his warning from before they started running, confessing that his threat to cut 75% of them was a total lie. The crowd erupted in anger, complaining they only ran their hearts out because of his cheap lie. Smirking, the instructor warned that if they kept training with that weak attitude, most of them would get kicked out. He had ordered them to sprint at full power, yet out of the 160 recruits present, only one person pushed through until the very end. Plus, get this, someone actually cheated using aura. Truth was, their actual methods did not matter since every single one of them would still take the upcoming exam. But as long as they followed his training to the letter, passing was guaranteed, so they had absolutely nothing to worry about. For now, they were just temporary apprentices. He would make it official once they passed the exam in 6 months. While he planned to select the absolute best recruit, he wouldn't be ranking them just yet. Finally, he dismissed them to the luxury dorms the family prepared, pointing out that a massive indoor training hall was hidden just to their left, deep in the forest corner. Walking away from the crowd, Rimmer headed off, knowing a special guest was already waiting by his resting stone. Facing his patriarch, Glenn coldly demanded to know how the training had gone. Laughing, Rimmer told Glenn he did not need to ask since he clearly watched the whole thing on his way. He praised Glenn's sharp eye for talent, noting that as expected, Baran and Runan showed incredible promise, while the other kids also had great potential. But Rimmer admitted he was completely baffled by Raon. He could not understand how the boy kept sprinting when his stamina should have been totally empty. To be honest, he had not witnessed that kind of sheer drive since the patriarch's own golden days. A small smile played on his face, realizing life was finally getting interesting after years of boredom since his core shattered. Glenn sternly reminded him that he was the one who begged to train these kids, so he had better focus without any distractions. Nodding, the instructor added that he genuinely felt he could trust one of these recruits with his own future. The patriarch, however, dismissed it as a fluke, stating it would be nearly impossible for Raon to become a warrior. As Glenn walked away, Rimmer quietly muttered to himself that he knew his lord was dead wrong about the boy. Raon decided to head back to the training grounds now that class was over, while Ira grumbled that the boy was absolutely toxic. And of course, the other recruits are completely pissed off, whispering that his success makes zero sense. They insisted he must have used some dirty trick to survive, especially since everyone knew the rumors about his supposedly frail, diseased body. Cryan sneered, claiming it was definitely the power of some magical elixir, since he heard rumors that the tattered saint had gifted one directly to Raon. Soon, the crowd whispered that Raon was just using cheat drugs to fake his actual talent to look strong. The bully smirked, suggesting they should teach the boy a lesson. Suddenly, they violently slammed Raon against a tree, with Cryan sneering that the kid already knew why. The other boys jeered that an outcast abandoned by the main family had no right to act so smug over an elixir he only got by pure luck. They spat, calling him a coward for using cheap tricks, while Raon just found their jealousy completely pathetic. But the bullies smirked, telling him not to look so scared since they only wanted a friendly chat to teach him some respect. He told Raon not to worry, sneering that this friendly talk happened all the time. He mocked Rimmer's words about them getting along, and then suddenly lunged straight at Raon's face with his fist. Ira urged Raon to stop holding back after being treated like complete garbage. Agreeing, Raon suddenly retaliated, smashing a powerful punch squarely into Cryan's face. The crowd gasped in total shock as Cryan instantly crumpled to the dirt, leaving even Ira wide-eyed at the sudden violence. He smirked. This was his kind of dialogue, and he dared them to step up. One guy tries to rush him with a punch, but Raon easily blocks it before driving his knee deep into another bully's stomach. These bullies are completely losing their minds over how they're being crushed by Raon. He lands another hard strike right on Cran, while Ira cheers him on, absolutely loving the brutal show. Raon then drives a brutal fist straight into another boy's chin, leaving him gasping for air. Cran begs him to stop and admits they were wrong, but Raon just stomps heavily on his hand. Raon looks down and says, before they wrap up their little talk, he has a question. Who exactly ordered this attack, and was Burn involved? Cran quickly denies it, screaming that Burn had absolutely no idea and has nothing to do with this. It's a surprising answer, especially since Raon knows Burn despises him, but he figures this situation is actually working out pretty well. Raon warns Cran that he won't tell the other trainees about this brutal beating, and Cran quickly nods along. Then, Raon grabs Cran by the hair, warning him that if they don't want another lesson tomorrow, they better stay out of his way. A terrified Cran promises they'll never show their faces again, admitting they were completely in the wrong. Raon tells them to get lost, and they scramble away. Meanwhile, Reimer is hiding behind a tree, watching everything unfold. Reimer smiles, thinking it's a fantastic show. He compares Raon to the young lord, realizing that blood doesn't lie and the kid's talent is real. An undiscovered genius hidden among the elite. That's exactly what Reimer sees inside Raon Ziggart. Back at the dorms, the system alerts him that the hidden conditions are met, boosting Raon's agility by 1 point. This completely irritates Ira, who complains that Raon is farming points just by feeding his pride, calling the whole system utterly ridiculous. Raon asks how Ira didn't even know this. The ghost snaps back that he never got to test it because he actually stole the system from the Essence King himself. Get this, Raon sits up and asks if he's actually being serious, which only ticks Ira off more. Still, the ghost follows him, suggesting they make a little wager. If Raon wins, Ira will reward him with stat points, but if he loses, he'll face the demon's terrifying wrath. Right on cue, the system window pops up, offering 2 points to all stats and a random characteristic if he wins. Raon asks if Ira is talking about taking first place in the official cadet test that Reimer mentioned. Ira just smirks, saying that if he does, the results will speak for themselves. Raon asks what this characteristic is, and Ira explains it's a special trait from the Essence King, though scaled down to fit his current low level. But Raon is cautious, asking what it means to gain 10 points of fury if he fails. Ira explains that he'll be plagued by pure, raw anger. At first, it's pretty minor. But if he keeps absorbing the king's wrath, he'll completely lose control of his emotions, no matter how strong his willpower is. Raon quietly considers what Ira is after. Judging by the ghost's actions so far, Raon doesn't think he's lying. Plus, Ira's been answering all his questions pretty honestly. Compared to those massive rewards, the actual risk is pretty small. This might be the exact breakthrough he needs. For a sickly kid, taking first place would be impossible. But Raon has the soul of a master assassin. He accepts the challenge, and Ira grins, calling it a wise choice. With the deal struck, Raon is confident that relying on his past life's survival skills will guarantee his victory. The next day, trainees are already whining on the field, exhausted from running and furious about facing yet another exercise. Reimer orders them into a horse stance, a basic position, but incredibly agonizing to maintain. It's the foundation of all swordplay, and they're expected to hold it until he tells them they can finally stop. But honestly, it's not strictly mandatory. They're just being pushed to their limits on Reimer's whim. The kids whine that they can't take it, begging to learn actual swordsmanship instead. Buren snaps at them to stop crying. He tells them to follow him to practice swordplay, warning that lazy drills will make their skills rust. Ira watches them run off and asks Raon if he's going to join them for sword training. Raon dismisses the idea, explaining that practicing basic sword swings with his level of skill is just a massive waste of time. He knows he doesn't need a sword right now, he needs stamina to fight off the freezing cold aura that keeps draining his physical strength. That's why mastering the absolute basics is everything right now. There's zero reason for him to rush. So, Raon drops down into a perfect plank, focusing entirely on building up his core strength. From across the field, Runan quietly watches his training, keeping her eyes glued to Raon Ziggart. She realizes he is growing ridiculously fast, lifting much heavier weights than yesterday, even though she was absolutely certain she heard he was terminally ill. Sure, it is pretty obvious that anyone would get stronger if they trained super hard, but adding 10 kilograms in just 1 week while lifting heavier weights every single day makes absolutely zero sense. Runan wonders if Raon Ziggart is just built totally different. How can a former patient stay this consistent? Believing there is something pretty special about him, she slowly approaches. Raon Ziggart notices her and asks why she is suddenly standing right there. She just stares, making Raon Ziggart wonder about her unusual height. Suddenly, Runan senses a powerful vibe that leaves her totally amazed. Something clicks. She walks over, sits next to him on the bench press, and starts lifting weights. Everywhere Raon Ziggart goes, Runan follows like a shadow, copying every single exercise. She knows her gut feeling was not wrong. It is that exact same refreshing scent from earlier, radiating from Raon Ziggart. Breathing it in somehow makes her entire body feel lighter. Thanks to that scent, she can now lift way heavier weights than before. Raon Ziggart finally calls her out, asking if she actually has something she wants to say. Runan denies it but keeps staring as he walks away, deciding she must follow Raon Ziggart a bit longer. So, she keeps mimicking his routine. Suddenly, Burns' group struts inside, confronting the two trainees face to face. His followers whisper, wondering why a noble lady like Runan is hanging out with an outcast from the direct line. Burn grabs a wooden training sword, claiming it is totally pointless to waste time repeating such basic strength exercises. Sure, he admits Raon Ziggart lacks real foundation and needs the basics, but mocks that no matter how hard he tries, they are just on completely different levels. Burn admits he does not know what is on the exam, but suggests that to prepare for the big day, keep practicing. Focus entirely on actual swordsmanship. They leave, scoffing that they do not need to watch a low-born collateral brat because the exam results will speak for themselves. Nearby, a lone leaf hits the lake. But check this out, a green-haired boy named Dorian approaches Raon Ziggart, asking to train together so he can finally learn the right way. No problem. Raon Ziggart says he does not mind. Dorian thanks him happily, handing over a homemade cookie and insisting that Raon Ziggart must eat it because it is super delicious. Raon Ziggart says he is fine, but notices Runan intensely staring at the treat. Dorian is totally shocked to see her eyes literally sparkling at the food. So Raon Ziggart gives in and hands it over, sighing to himself that he now has another absolute weirdo following his every move. Just like that, our three training buddies keep pushing each other as 6 long months quickly fly by in a blur. Autumn arrives. It marks 6 months since their daily grind began. Every hour of the day, Raon Ziggart trains like his actual life is on the line. The bullies who blocked him on day 1 are now far behind, completely out of sight. Exhaling deeply, he focuses entirely on those who still stand ahead of him. Only 2 remain. At last, the morning of the official exam finally arrives. The announcer thanks everyone for attending, instructing that since the guardians are present today, all students must follow directions and walk in an orderly line. Ira smugly reminds Raon Ziggart to remember their bet, since he failed to surpass those top 2 trainees. Be ready. He better prepare for his absolute fury. Raon Ziggart simply replies that this exam is totally different, anything could easily happen. Raon Ziggart asks why Dorian is on the ground, he is just incredibly nervous. Runan Cillian approaches next, offering a cookie she brought for him to eat, but Raon Ziggart politely declines. Nearby, Byrne glares at him from afar. Raon Ziggart wonders why he only attracts weirdos. Up in the spectator stands, Sylvia excitedly tells Helen that her son looks incredibly confident. Helen notes that after 6 months of harsh training, he finally seems to have friends. Sylvia smiles, saying it is completely natural because he is always so understanding and never complains, making them incredibly proud of him. A proud smile. Then comes the announcement that the great family head is entering. Glenn walks slowly toward his throne, keeping a faint smile on his face. Everyone is utterly shocked to see the family head show up in person, since he never watches these trials. Rimmer asks why he came. Glenn coldly replies that this event will shape the family's entire future, mockingly asking why they act as if he does not belong here. Rimmer quickly welcomes him as the announcer proclaims the apprentice test is officially beginning. Glenn suddenly unleashes a massive wave of pressure, instantly slamming into the students. Everyone is shocked by the power of the radiant blade. Rimmer tells the trainees they must withstand and move through this intense pressure, explaining that this is their true trial. Rimmer added that pressure is something inseparable from a warrior's life, explaining that this test would judge the true extent of everyone's ability. One parent immediately tries to argue, pointing out that the kids barely learned how to use aura, while some have not even unlocked it yet, making the test incredibly unfair. Rimmer sighs deeply before explaining that pressure is not just a simple manifestation of aura. Instead, it is the weight of a soul a warrior builds from achievements, a testimony that can be easily expressed, even without any aura. The parents still try to argue, but Glenn Ziggart cuts in and agrees with Rimmer, noting that someone can exert heavy pressure simply by how they live. Rimmer smiles at that. Glenn Ziggart continues, explaining that even someone completely lacking aura can project massive pressure based on how brutal their training was. The instructor then reinforces that this is the final word, warning that nobody should complain now since the official test is about to begin. Rimmer calls Runan to step forward, ordering the other trainees to step back. He tells her the pressure he is about to unleash is at a level she should easily overcome, assuming she gave her absolute best during training. Smiling, he tells her to begin as he releases his overwhelming pressure. The force quickly envelops the girl, and Runan holds her arms to endure the crushing weight. Rimmer warns that she will fail immediately if she dares to use any aura, wanting her to overcome this using only the sheer willpower built from her training. Without pausing, the girl walks straight forward, reaching out her hand until she successfully grabs the instructor's arm. Rimmer gently pats Runan's head, announcing she has passed the test. He adds that he can clearly see the results of her hard work and wants her to keep it up. Next, he announces it is Dorian's turn, calling the boy to come forward immediately. The timid boy slowly walks in that direction. Rimmer tells Dorian that he just witnessed what Runan did, so he expects him to use that same training-built willpower to overcome the crushing pressure barrier. If he fails, it is all over. As the pressure hits, you can actually sense the sheer weight as Dorian drops. Raon Ziggart notices that the level of pressure applied to each student is actually different. He realizes Rimmer is adjusting the weight based on each child's training progress, showing he truly observes everyone. Rimmer then declares that Dorian has passed the test. He advises Dorian to hold his head high, saying the boy is far stronger than he thinks, and has definitely heard enough. The day goes on and the long line of trainees moves forward. Next up for the trial is Burr Ziggart. Rimmer says they are starting right now, setting up the exact same trial once again. As it hits Burr Ziggart, the kid wonders how he is supposed to touch the instructor under this heavy pressure, realizing the scale is totally different from the outside. He desperately wonders how Runan could have possibly pushed through this force. He drops to his knees, completely paralyzed. Rimmer points out that Burr Ziggart definitely has more talent than the rest, noting that out of 160 students, very few can actually compare to him. However, his followers wasted their precious time, training an empty swordsmanship that has zero purpose, instead of building their inner willpower like they should have. Rimmer warns that Ziggart always relies on aura whenever things get tough, and if he uses it now, he will fail immediately. Clenching his fists, Ziggart knows he cannot fail here. He can never forget the day his father coldly turned his brother away, leaving him with that freezing glare. He knows that if he fails to get through this test, he will be cast aside too. So, he forces himself forward. He barely manages to touch Rimmer's leg before collapsing to the ground. Rimmer tells him to stop acting like a tough adult at only 12 years old, advising him to train normally. He sighs with a warm smile afterward. Rimmer then turns to the crowd, announcing it is finally Raon Ziggart's turn, and the hype is real as our hero steps up. Rimmer asks if he is ready, and Raon Ziggart nods. With that, the massive test begins to press down on him. Raon Ziggart stands perfectly firm even as the pressure turns heavier than what the other kids faced, leaking out to shock the entire audience. Sylvia Ziggart shouts her son's name, while Glenn Ziggart wonders what the hell is up with this massive pressure. Raon Ziggart quietly wonders if this is supposed to be his real test. Rimmer replies that his talent is the absolute greatest here, so he must endure it all. Our main character sighs, barely feeling any pressure. After all, the weight of a soul does not reside in the physical body, but in the soul's vessel itself. At this moment, he has his experience as a legendary assassin alongside his current life as Raon Ziggart, so he just keeps casually walking forward, leaving Rimmer in absolute disbelief over how anyone could withstand this level of pressure. Meanwhile, Glenn Ziggart is thrilled by his grandson. Rimmer can only wonder what kind of insane monster he is dealing with. Seeing Raon Ziggart touch him so easily is completely impossible. Everyone watching, including the instructor and Glenn Ziggart, is left totally stunned. Raon Ziggart, wearing a light smile, simply asks if the test is over. Everyone wondered if this was even real. Raon Ziggart actually surpassed the legendary sword. Even Rimmer stood there frozen, shocked that an invalid with zero aura could pull off such an impossible feat. Rimmer called out, asking who Raon Ziggart really was. Raon Ziggart replied that he only watched him train. Rimmer explained that he only asked because Raon Ziggart shattered the 6-month record, pushing through that insane pressure when nobody expected anything from him. Raon Ziggart just nodded calmly. Rimmer tried to make sense of it all until he suddenly realized exactly where they were standing. Clearing his throat, Rimmer admitted he got distracted, naming Raon Ziggart the final challenger. Since the selection was officially over, it was time to reveal the final results. The top apprentice of the 5th training ground was Raon Ziggart, who just stared straight ahead, completely unbothered. Sylvia cheered in tears, shouting that her Raon Ziggart was the best. Everyone gasped in shock that he actually beat out Raon Ziggart. A total lie. Raon Ziggart screamed that he would never accept it, while Rimmer just scoffed and asked what he was blabbering about. Furious, the young lord screamed that Raon Ziggart was inferior to him in every single way, refusing to accept that some trash had used a cheap trick. The surrounding crowd murmured, agreeing it made sense. They questioned how Raon Ziggart could grab the top spot while crippled by an ice curse and unable to use aura. Remembering the shady rumors about Rimmer, some even whispered that the instructor must have taken a massive bribe. Now here is the crazy part: Raon Ziggart demanded a face-to-face duel to settle this. Rimmer just smirked, asking if Raon Ziggart really wanted that top apprentice title that badly. Raon Ziggart tried to stutter a denial. Rimmer pointed out the test was over, but said he wanted to hear Glenn Zigart's thoughts first. Glenn Ziggart stayed quiet, analyzing the situation. He noted that nobody seemed to accept the results, then asked Raon Ziggart if he wanted to duel Raon Ziggart. Raon Ziggart instantly glared at his rival with deep apprehension, but Raon Ziggart casually declined, saying the test was officially over and the results were set, so he had zero reason to fight. Raon Ziggart added that Raon Ziggart always preached about direct lineage and honor, so he never expected him to lose his dignity like this. Raon Ziggart flushed with embarrassment, but Glenn Ziggart stepped in to make a final decision. They would duel for the top spot, and if Raon Ziggart won, he would be awarded a prestigious bronze tablet. Raon Ziggart was genuinely surprised, because those gold, silver, and bronze tablets were only given for legendary achievements. He knew the rewards differed wildly, but even a bronze tablet was a massive deal since it came directly from the Patriarch. Since it was hand-delivered by Glenn Ziggart himself, he knew the reward would be something absolutely legendary. Glenn Ziggart declared the duel would begin immediately to settle once and for all who was truly the best. It would be a single round with no weapons and absolutely no aura allowed. Anyone breaking the rules would be disqualified, leaving them to fight with bare fists. Begin! Grinning widely, Rimmer yelled for the match to start right that second. Raon Ziggart lunged like a beast, throwing a heavy punch that Raon Ziggart barely managed to block in time. Right after, Raon Ziggart whipped a high kick toward Raon Ziggart's head, forcing him to block again with a tense expression. Pressuring him, Raon Ziggart unleashed the vacuum tiger fist, a secret technique his father had personally drilled into him. It was not against the rules since martial techniques were fully allowed in this showdown. The heavy strike slammed directly into Raon Ziggart's chest. The spectators roared in excitement, cheering for their young lord while mocking the useless trash. Raon Ziggart grinned, believing Raon Ziggart was completely outclassed. To him, a mere collateral branch insect dared to covet his rightful throne. He remembered his father's words, telling him never to worry about trash like that. The Ziggart family had zero use for pathetic weaklings, and Raon Ziggart absolutely could not disappoint his father's high expectations. Feeling his father's watchful gaze, Raon Ziggart knew he had to prove his worth. Losing to a talentless failure was not an option. But watch his reaction here. Raon Ziggart dodges every single blow with absolute ease. He could see every tiny detail. The fists, the shifts in weight, all of Raon Ziggart's moves were crystal clear to him. Pressing the attack, Raon Ziggart sneered, telling Raon Ziggart to just surrender before he got broken in half. He leaped in for the finish, but Raon Ziggart just prepared his counter, wondering why he would ever quit. Raon Ziggart mirrored the exact same movement, slamming his fist straight into his rival's guard and shattering it in an instant. Before his rival realized what hit him, Raon Ziggart used his own strike against him, sending him flying. And with that, Raon Ziggart blacked out. The crowd gasps in sheer shock, shouting that it is absolutely impossible for him to use the vacuum tiger fist. It makes zero sense. Raon, still completely dazed, asks how Raon even knows that technique. Raon calmly replies that Raon himself showed him, and he simply copied the punch. The spectators keep whispering, wondering if the secret skill was somehow passed to Raon, since this feels utterly impossible. Watching from afar, Rimmer gets super excited, thinking Raon is truly impressive. Get this, the kid actually nullified the rotation of the vacuum tiger fist with an opposite spin counterstrike. Just reading the flow of an opponent's martial arts is already genius territory. But Raon goes even further, completely stealing that flow and making it his own. A talent of this caliber could easily conquer the entire continent. This is exactly the kind of heavenly genius Ziggart has been searching for. Rimmer then loudly announces that the match is over, and the winner is quite clear. The victory goes to Raon Ziggart, and with that announcement, the training exam officially ends. Right away, Sylvia rushes down from the stands, throwing her arms around her son in a long embrace. Raon smiles, quite happy with her warmth, while the onlookers actually shed tears. As for Runan, she just grumbles that she is pretty hungry and wants to go home. The Solian heads walk over to meet their daughter, while a butler quietly leads Raon away. Looking through the crowd, Raon spots his father staring coldly before turning his back on him. Feeling utterly ashamed and completely overwhelmed by frustration, the boy hangs his head. Later that night, a single candle lights up the room where Karun sits with his back to his son. Raon looks down, deeply saddened, until his father finally calls his name. Karun asks if he remembers his instructions, and Raon repeats that he was supposed to return as the top trainee and never lose to anyone. Karun scoffs, replying that those were basic expectations. He ordered Raon to crush the Solian girl, beat Raon, and return as the absolute best of the class. Yet, Raon lost to a cast-off trash from the main family branch, turning his own father into an absolute laughingstock. Karun demands to know if Raon wants to end up like his third or fourth brother, which the boy quickly denies. Karun coldly adds that Raon has already thrown away his very first chance. He points out that the academy will decide the top of the class during the final graduation grading, so Raon must absolutely surpass Raon. Karun then barks at his son to leave the room, and Raon walks outside in silence. He keeps repeating his father's warning in his mind. Do not blow this final opportunity to remain part of the main Ziggart lineage. The boy slams his fist hard against the wall, muttering that it is all because of that cursed bastard, Raon. He trained way too hard to suffer such a humiliating defeat. Raon continues walking down the corridor, totally lost in thought. By the time he snaps out of it, Raon is standing inside the training hall, totally confused about why he came here. It seems his feet just led him here out of pure, mindless habit. Pushing the door open, he spots the scattered training weights and realizes the place is empty since the exam just wrapped up. He lifts one of the heavy stone weights, but his eyes quickly drift to the wooden lockers belonging to the trainees. Right there is Raon's locker. Raon walks over and rests his hand on the locker door, wondering if he should peek. It isn't like he is planning to steal anything. You won't believe what he finds inside dozens of worn-out training shoes piled together. Just a glance tells him there are over 10 ruined pairs. He wonders if Raon actually wore down all of these in just 6 short months. Raon turns around, suddenly picturing Raon sweating away on the training bench. Staring at the worn shoe, he realizes that Raon was always training, day in and day out. While Raon was busy skipping the basics to practice flashy sword swings, or just relaxing comfortably back in his dorm room. Even when Raon showed off his prestigious bloodline, Raon just quietly kept grinding in the shadows. Suddenly, Raon snaps out of his thoughts. He looks back at the training bench with heavy weights, still scattered messily across the floor. Gently putting the shoes back, Raon shuts the locker door and steps out of the training hall, a brand new fire of determination burning in his eyes. In his room, Wrath yells that as the King of Essence, he simply cannot believe this. He has lived for hundreds of years, yet he has never encountered a freak like Raon. Wrath demands to know what kind of monster he is. Raon just shrugs and asks who knows, but what he really wants to find out is what his new skill actually does. Wrath explains that Raon has unlocked a pretty incredible trait, a unique passive that massively expands his sensory range. Since the trait is only at 1 star, his range increases by 10%. But with Wrath's own senses, Raon can perceive things 10 times farther than any normal human. Raon says that is pretty good then, but he still wants to know why it is named the frozen flower perception. Wrath simply huffs, admitting he just prefers cool-sounding names. Raon Ziggart noted that, no matter how much he thought about it, Ira had absolutely zero creativity for naming things. The ghost Ira barked back that he did not want to hear that from him. The very next day, they announced Glenn Ziggart wanted to see Raon Ziggart. Sylvia Ziggart wondered if he had done something wrong, but the butler quickly told her not to worry, a warm smile spreading across his face. Glenn Ziggart wanted to personally reward Raon Ziggart with the bronze insignia. Raon Ziggart greeted the head of the house in his study. Glenn Ziggart reluctantly admitted he had to keep his promise, and the butler agreed. The butler stepped forward holding the bronze plaque, explaining that just as promised, Raon Ziggart would receive the bronze insignia. In the future, upon returning it, Raon Ziggart could request any item or favor suited to its rank. But Raon Ziggart just looked down, stating he actually had something to ask for right now. Invoking Sylvia Ziggart's name, he demanded to know what it would take for his mother to reclaim her original position. Glenn Ziggart and the butler were completely shocked by the question. Glenn Ziggart asked if he meant the main direct lineage, and Raon Ziggart confirmed it, noticing his grandfather's mood suddenly shift. Glenn Ziggart replied that Raon Ziggart would need a massive achievement recognized by the entire family, but he warned it would not be easy, calling the task of being recognized by others there a complete needle in a haystack almost impossible for a brat like Raon Ziggart. Raon Ziggart simply replied that it was still entirely possible. He handed back the insignia, calmly stating that it was fine and thanking his grandfather for the answer. Raon Ziggart turned to leave, but Glenn Ziggart quickly commanded him to freeze. Raon Ziggart turned back, and Glenn Ziggart noted that he had not claimed his reward, only asking a question that required no insignia to answer. Raon Ziggart never expected the fierce Northern King of Destruction to be so reasonable. Then, Glenn Ziggart ordered him to name his real desire. Raon Ziggart silently smiled, already knowing exactly what he needed at this very moment. He requested a cultivation technique, but Glenn Ziggart replied that basic training would cover those essentials. However, Raon Ziggart shook his head, explaining that he required something far superior to those basic methods, asking Glenn Ziggart for a legendary technique worthy of the bronze insignia. He knew the shadow cultivation method from his dark past life would never cut it here. To reclaim Sylvia Ziggart's rank and slice off Darius's head, watch this, he needed a perfect aura. Glenn Ziggart smiled, snapped his fingers, and a massive hidden door opened right under their feet. High walls lined with ancient books rose up around Raon Ziggart, leaving him entirely speechless as he stood surrounded by an endless sea of knowledge. Raon Ziggart quietly admitted it was deeply impressive. Glenn Ziggart explained this was one of their sacred libraries, where focusing in the center would summon the exact book Raon Ziggart needed most. Raon Ziggart nodded in understanding, hoping this would grant him something far superior to his old shadow style, silently praying for a real breakthrough. As he reached his hand up, a dusty volume floated down from above, opening itself right before Raon Ziggart. Raon Ziggart wondered what this old book was, as Glenn Ziggart and the butler froze. Raon Ziggart was deeply confused, questioning what this manual was and how he even pulled it. You won't believe what happens next. The massive book flies open, revealing the 10,000 Flames cultivation, as a sudden, intense energy completely wraps around him. Raon Ziggart gasped in confusion, as his mind was violently pulled into the text, rapidly absorbing every drop of knowledge. Watching from afar, Glenn Ziggart slipped deep into his own memories. He recalled being asked if Sylvia Ziggart was being abandoned by other family members, and his cold reply had been that personal issues mattered little compared to the growth of the house. When a servant reported that Sylvia Ziggart fell in love and fled, Glenn Ziggart commanded him to never bring up such useless, trivial matters again. Discarding all emotion to focus solely on the family, he gained godlike power, transcending human limits, fueling the unstoppable expansion of their clan. Yet, that absolute power cost him everything else. Spies reported that Sylvia Ziggart's husband and daughter were ambushed by the Ghosts of Eden, a deadly group she had previously hunted down. While Sylvia Ziggart survived, the others perished before reinforcements could arrive. Glenn Ziggart was completely devastated, realizing his colossal mistake, bitterly mocking himself for finding his heart again so late, when he could never reclaim the precious years he threw away. He vowed that even if Sylvia Ziggart and Raon Ziggart despised him, this time, he would protect them with his life. Raon Ziggart came to, deeply confused as some mysterious energy surged wildly through his entire body and mind. Glenn Ziggart stood right in front of his grandson, demanding to know what he had just done. Raon Ziggart admitted he had no idea, only remembering that the cultivation book had vanished right in his hands. Glenn then asks what the book is called. Raon looks at the energy swirling in his hand, naming it the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. The system suddenly chimes in. He has found the legendary Flames of Eternity, and the technique is now fully memorized. His grandfather asks if he remembers the text, and Raon nods. Glenn sighs in relief, saying that is more than enough. He hands Raon a bronze tablet as a reward, and tells him he is dismissed, which our hero completely understands. Raon bows and leaves, but Glenn keeps his eyes glued to the door. The butler quietly asks if that was really the technique the young master chose, and Glenn slowly leans back, confirming it. It was the legendary technique of the first head of the Ziggart family. Nobody in their entire history could ever read or copy it, making it unreal that his grandson just learned the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Worried, the butler warns that if this news gets out, both Raon and his mother will be in grave danger. But Glenn calmly reassures him that absolutely nobody else knows about the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. The butler still wonders what they will do about the missing book, but Glenn insists it is fine since the technique has been passed down. Besides, no one else could ever master it, and without Raon, that ancient text would have just rotted away on the wall. Glenn gets this strong premonition, you just know a storm is brewing. Back in his room, Raon broods over the weird situation, questioning why his grandfather handed him such a technique. Even a golden tablet shouldn't be enough to secure this. He knows this technique is easily as valuable as the legendary Ring of Fire, making it a priceless treasure. Suddenly, a tiny flame flickers inside his subconscious, and he carefully reaches out to touch it. The spark immediately vanishes in his hand, marking another failure for Raon. He knew gathering this massive aura would be brutal, and he certainly didn't expect to master such a legendary, high-level cultivation technique on his very first attempt. Ira mockingly chimes in, enjoying his struggle. The spirit mockingly advises him to stay sharp, warning that if anyone disturbs his cultivation, he will end up permanently paralyzed, and that would be a tragic end. Raon wonders what Ira is up to, knowing the spirit is actually right. After all, the 10,000 Flames technique requires drawing in natural mana to build up aura inside his energy center. Any sudden distraction means instant paralysis. Because of this, Raon warns the spirit to stay out of his way, but Ira just chuckles, wondering what might actually happen. Raon freezes, quickly realizing his sick plan. The demon outright admits he only needs to mess him up once during his training. Raon points out that possessing a paralyzed body ruins Ira's own goals, but the demon simply shrugs it off. He explains that while a human body would shatter, a mighty spirit like him can easily regenerate, even if limbs are torn off and the mana core explodes. The moment Raon loses all hope in a broken body will be the perfect time to strike. Raon challenges him right back, daring the demon to try his worst when the time comes. Ira calls his bluff, promising that Raon will tremble with absolute terror from now on because the King of Essence can invade his mind at any given second. He is definitely a deadly enemy. He is a literal demon from the demon world who will devour his body the moment he lets his guard down. The silence had made him think the demon had given up, but now he knows he has to be incredibly careful. Pushing those dark thoughts aside, Raon decides to focus on a far more immediate threat right outside his door. Ira asks if he is finally going to handle that girl, and Raon confirms her nightly visits are definitely no coincidence as he peers through the window. He vows to end this little game tonight, stepping out to deal with the rat who has been watching him. Meanwhile, a spy maid kneels before her handler, reporting that while the boy usually just talks to himself, she finally has some highly critical secrets to share tonight. Judiel is deep in thought. She never expected him to walk away with such a high-level cultivation manual, using a mere bronze tablet. Plus, the incredible mana flow radiating from him is exactly the kind of intel the Central Martial Palace is hungry for. At first, she was only spying because she was forced to obey her orders. But he is just a child, and she hates wondering how long she must keep sneaking around behind his back. Slipping her written report into the lake, Judiel sighs as it floats away from the palace, while Raon whispers to himself that it is time to work. Suddenly, a cold, sharp blade presses against her throat. Raon warns her that if she makes a single sound, she is dead. The same goes if she tries to move. So right now, her only option is to keep her eyes glued to the lake. Judiel freezes, wondering who could possibly unleash such terrifying, suffocating bloodlust. But the moment she realizes it is Raon, sheer panic sets in. How on earth did this kid follow her? Raon reveals he has felt her eyes on him since his very first day in the annex building, casually asking if she managed to dig up any decent info. Judiel is completely stunned. It is impossible for him to have known. She is a professional who never leaves a single trace of her presence behind. So why on earth was he just pretending not to notice? Raon coldly orders her to open wide, then instantly shoves a mysterious pill inside. Panic-stricken, she is forced to swallow it down. The second Raon lets go, Judiel desperately tries to gag it up, while he calmly retrieves her secret letter from the lake. Staring at the blank paper, he realizes the ink is hidden, likely requiring some specific elemental reaction to make the words show up. He lists the possibilities: water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, and sunlight. Watching Judiel twitch, he instantly knows the key is moonlight. As she panics, wondering how he guessed, Raon calmly starts listing off the leaders of the martial palace. And the moment he mentions Raon Ziggart, her subtle reaction gives the mastermind away. The spy is in absolute denial. This is impossible. She is certain her face showed nothing. She trained for grueling years to master her poker face, so reading her entire plan from one look is simply absurd. Now, check this out. The agonizing pain tearing through her body and his effortless mind-reading make her realize she is completely trapped by whatever he made her swallow. She realizes he must have fed her a fury worm. Karun had ordered her to spy on the annex, collecting secrets on Raon and Sylvia, promising that if she did her job well, her ultimate reward would be that exact parasite. Trembling, Judiel asks if he really just forced her to swallow a fury worm. Raon smiles, quite surprised she even knows what a fury worm is. Sick to her stomach, Judiel gag reflexes hard, desperately trying to force the disgusting creature out of her throat. She knows the terrifying truth: this parasite lets its master track her exact location and read her innermost thoughts. Raon points out that since she was writing to Karun, she is clearly a Martial Palace spy. This covert mission must have started 7 months ago, thoroughly digging into his entire life, along with his mother Helen and all the other maids. Judiel realized how badly she messed up. She thought spying on a crippled mother and a harmless kid like Raon would be an easy walk in the park. But look at her face, now she finally realizes there is a literal monster in the annex, making her desperately promise to write fake reports. But Raon tells her to save her breath. Even if she lies, Karun will eventually uncover his true strength anyway. If she fails, her sheer incompetence will only make Karun realize the truth much faster. So, flashing a chilling, demonic smile, he leans in and tells her she is officially a double agent. Her job is to report obvious things, hide the real secrets, and starting today, feed him valuable intel on Karun instead. Raon nods, warning her that he expects highly valuable intel by her next visit. Once she leaves, Wrath asks when he even summoned that worm. Our hero casually replies that he would never do that because those bugs are absolutely disgusting. Instead, he just fed her a temporary poison that mimics the intense pain. The baffled ghost demands to know how he read her mind without the parasite, but Raon just tells him he can predict things based on basic human behavior. Utterly speechless, Wrath calls him a cold-blooded demon. With that resolved, Raon throws himself right back into his grueling training. Yet, despite his best efforts, he still fails to manifest his aura by the day he must return to camp. Back at the training grounds, all the trainees are gathered. Raon notes that while 42 trainees passed initially, he never expected only a quarter of them to survive Rimmer's incredibly brutal weeding-out process. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Turning around, he finds himself face-to-face with Runan. She steps closer, silently staring intensely at him, while our hero stands there completely baffled. Runan remembers a conversation she had with her mother at the Solian estate a few days back. Her mother had asked if young Master Raon helped her with training, and she had nodded. When asked if she thanked him properly, Runan replied that she only shared her snacks with him, but never actually expressed her gratitude for the training help. Her curious mother asked why, and Runan explained that her father strictly forbade her from ever initiating conversations with boys. Frustrated, her mother explained that when showing proper gratitude, gender is completely irrelevant. She insisted that if Runan receives help from someone, she must always greet and thank them as a matter of basic courtesy, telling her never to forget that lesson. Back in the present, Runan thanks him, leaving a highly puzzled Raon to simply nod. Wrath demands to know why she did that out of nowhere, but Raon whispers that he has absolutely no clue. Suddenly, Dorian runs up, asking if his young master is all right. Even back when Raon Ziggart was a temporary recruit, he expected to lose. So Dorian starts whining about everything, calling it lucky that Raon Ziggart is their head trainer, because if it were young Master Byrne, they would all be dead. Speak of the devil. Dorian runs straight into Byrne mid-sentence. Byrne just steps past the fallen boy and stands right before Raon Ziggart, locking eyes in a tense, heavy silence. Breaking the quiet first, Byrne apologizes for his pathetic behavior last week, when he admitted defeat. But he has not given up. He swears that no matter what, he will face Raon Ziggart again. Suddenly, Ira floats out, right behind Raon Ziggart. Raon Ziggart notes how impressive it is for a 13-year-old to admit defeat like that. Ira rages that the brat still does not know his place. But Raon Ziggart finds his grit respectable, telling Ira to chill out. Right then, Rimmer strolls in, lazily explaining he is late because of a hangover and a long napping session. He asks, "Did you guys get any decent rest?" First, he congratulates them all on officially becoming trainees, announcing that their actual, brutal training starts this very day. The basic schedule stays the same, but with new modules starting with learning the legendary aura cultivation method. Suddenly, the gates are slammed open. She yells that she almost got locked out because the stupid doors would not budge. Dorian immediately recognizes her, and Rimmer smiles. She is a repeating trainee from the previous class who has finally showed up. He tells the group to say hello since they will be training together. This is Martha Ziggart, standing confidently right in the middle. A direct descendant. The girl only sighs at her introduction. Rimmer tries to defend her, saying she is actually a sweet kid, but Martha Ziggart cuts him off, demanding to know who is in charge here. She snaps that she cannot tolerate anyone weaker than her holding a high position, demanding to see which useless trainer is in charge, and telling him to step up for a duel immediately. No more talking. Why are we not fighting right now? You have got to feel for Raon Ziggart here. He always ends up attracting these absolute maniacs. He introduces himself as Raon Ziggart, their top cadet. Martha Ziggart scoffs, admitting she is curious, but says he looks way too weak. But that is fine, they do not need worthless small talk anyway. So let us just fight. Byrne steps in, calling her name and asking why she is acting so disgracefully. She snaps, asking what the hell a junior is doing talking back to a senior as she aggressively approaches him. Keep talking. I will personally end your life if you do not watch your mouth right now. Byrne calmly explains that Raon Ziggart was officially named the best cadet by both the instructor and the family lord. Martha Ziggart sneers, throwing back that Byrne also threw a massive tantrum when it happened. Byrne fires back that is exactly why he is speaking up. He refuses to let her repeat that same disgusting behavior. Raon Ziggart notes that Byrne has truly grown. Suddenly, Runan steps in front, coldly telling Martha Ziggart to get out. Martha Ziggart laughs, saying this is pretty fun and she absolutely loves their little savior act. She mutters that she will look bad if she keeps this up, so she will drop it. But she genuinely hates cowards who hide behind others. They are far worse than any arrogant bastard. With a wild grin, she lunges straight at Raon Ziggart. Runan and Byrne react instantly. Take this. Martha Ziggart winds up a massive punch, but Raon Ziggart easily dodges. Pure shock. Raon Ziggart immediately counters with a lightning strike, blowing them both back on impact. Byrne watches in awe at how evenly matched they are, while Rimmer just stands there with a knowing smile. Martha Ziggart is left breathless and startled. Then, she starts laughing in pure rage, unleashing an oppressive aura while muttering how ridiculous this is. She glares at Raon Ziggart, warning him that he will not be walking away from this once she has finished breaking him. Rimmer intercepts Martha Ziggart's fist, telling her to stop. She blinks in shock, wondering how he got there. The trainer sighs, complaining that his students underestimate him way too much just because he is technically retired. He says it is pretty annoying being treated like a ghost. He points out that Runan and Byrne already know aura, but Raon Ziggart has not learned it yet, making a fight completely unfair. Rimmer promises to let them duel once Raon Ziggart learns aura, and Martha Ziggart scoffs, claiming she was going to stop anyway. Back to your spot. Rimmer orders Raon Ziggart, who quietly obeys. Ira fumes, demanding to know why Raon Ziggart is just letting that crazy girl walk away after trying to kill him. Raon Ziggart mentally replies that he already landed a solid hit, and right now, it is not the time to push further. He figured it was better to fight Martha only when he actually needed something, using his best cadet status to lure her right in. Then Raon told Ira to wait, promising to show her something pretty incredible next time. Later in the training hall, Byrne and his friends kept practicing the stance. He called for a 10-minute break and took a quick sip of water. Byrne silently admitted to himself that this was not easy at all. Sure, the 2-star ascending fist came easy to him, but hitting that 3-star level was a whole different challenge. Then, he glanced over at Raon. Raon had only started a month ago, but he already mastered the 7 forms fist, meaning he could probably learn swordsmanship in that exact same amount of time. Byrne noticed he was not the only one feeling quite pressured by Raon's growth. Sensing that Martha felt the pressure too, he watched the girl complain as she lowered her sword, frustrated by how insanely fast Raon mastered fist techniques on his very first try. It was not like he had prior training like Byrne and Runan. Plus, his cold body should not even be physically capable of this. So she could only wonder how he managed to train like that. Martha muttered that she could not fall behind, while others kept praising her blossoming talents. Even though she was just an adopted child in the Ziggart household, she was always a fierce hunter. Martha looked down on everyone until they despaired, completely confident that she was a genius and the absolute best. However, right now, she was terrified that she could not handle the mounting pressure. Later that night, a butler politely congratulated young Miss Martha on her hard work. Martha just nodded coldly and walked past him, a quiet attitude the butler found pretty strange. He whispered that she had no reason to fear, because even if everyone forgot due to Raon's skills, he would never defeat her. Martha demanded to know why he was so sure that Raon could never defeat her. The butler then revealed that young Master Raon possessed a fatal weakness he could never overcome. Meanwhile, in his room, Raon swung his sword, catching his breath. Right after, a cadet actually approaches Raon for help, which, let's be real, is a massive shift, asking if his own stance is wrong. The other cadets quickly agreed, praising Raon's incredible swordsmanship. Martha clapped her hands, mocking that he was excellent, and it would not be long before he could train right alongside her. She remarked that genius was not enough to describe his learning speed, but there was a catch beyond that. She sneered that with his garbage mana affinity, he was just wasting time as an incomplete talent, though he might make a decent instructor. Rimmer watched it all without saying a single word. Martha saw everyone go quiet, thinking it made sense, since nobody expected Raon to remain unable to use mana after 4 whole months. Her butler had already assured her that young Master Raon's natural talent for aura was the absolute worst. This was proven back during the judgment ceremony, before Martha was even adopted, when his mana affinity was tested as the worst. Young Master Raon was literally the only person in the 5th training ground who had not managed to awaken his aura yet. Even if he had the basic cultivation technique, his failure to learn it meant his natural talent for mana was absolutely horrible. So, even with his high talent for martial arts, with such a trash talent for aura, he would never be able to become a knight. Martha was still shocked that someone like him had managed to counter her, but Raon was not worth her worry. Suddenly, she noticed someone. Runan was standing right in front of her. Martha coldly asked if she had some kind of problem. Runan bluntly told her to leave, and when Martha questioned her, the white-haired girl repeated her order. Martha scoffed, saying she was already going. It was time for high-level training reserved only for the direct bloodline, yet Runan just kept staring her down anyway. Later, in the empty training center, Raon finally stopped for the night, quietly reflecting on how fun it actually was. In his past life, the only things he learned during the wars were how to survive and take human lives, constantly honing his deadly assassination techniques, unable to imagine doing anything else. He never imagined that learning martial arts for personal satisfaction would feel so enjoyable. Ira commented that he finally had some sense since he ignored Martha's provocations, but Raon seemed totally oblivious. The ghost insisted that the black-haired girl kept provoking him, but Raon calmly explained that he did not hear her because he was too focused. Seriously. Ira yelled that he was far too indifferent, claiming that if anyone had dared say that to her, she would have frozen them solid. Raon replied that there was no point in fighting her now, especially since he could easily defeat someone like Martha without even using his 10,000 flames cultivation. Soon after, Raon bumped into Runan at the door, quite surprised to see her standing there. Raon questions why she is here. Runan just pulls a sweet from her box and tells him to eat it. He notices the treat is ice cold, but Runan orders him to eat anyway. His past assassin training warns him not to take it, but Raon knows Runan would never give him anything poisonous. Once he bites in, it tastes amazing, and Ira claims she has never had anything this sweet. Even in the demon realm, nothing compared to this. Runan asks if he likes it, and Raon says it is delicious. She calls the treat pearl ice cream. As Runan turns to leave, Raon stops her while Ira begs for another bite. Raon calls her pretty strange, and asks if she was actually worried about his well-being. He knows Runan loves sweets like any normal kid, and judging by the size of that small box, there were probably only 4 treats inside. Giving him her very last one must have been a painful sacrifice. Raon assures her that he is completely fine and promises to return the favor someday. On the walk back, Ira tells him he should definitely ask her for more sweets the next time they meet. Back at the house, the usual routine unfolds, as Sylvia endlessly showers Raon with loving affection. Later in his private room, Judiel shows him the monthly report she is sending to the Central Palace. Raon asks if the palace sent any other commands, but Judiel says nothing special has come in. Here is the crazy part: they want him investigated because he is learning fast, but think he is useless without aura. Raon asks what their plans are for his mother, and Judiel says they seem to have lost interest in Sylvia too. They might order her to leave soon, which Raon realizes is bad, because he still needs to utilize her. Judiel hesitates, then asks the young master if he is deliberately avoiding learning how to use his aura. Raon just smiles and asks, "What do you think is the real reason?" Judiel quickly apologizes for asking, so Raon thanks her for the hard work and dismisses her. Ira notes that he really is slacking off on purpose, but Raon explains that managing expectations is a survival skill. The ghost grumbles, asking why forming aura is so hard for him, and calling it totally pathetic. Raon admits it is tough, which means it is time to go train outside. Ira complains because she wants to sleep, but Raon says this training will speed things up. Suddenly, he spots someone. Reimer is casually sitting on his balcony, wishing him a cheerful good morning. Raon asks Reimer why he is in his private garden, and the instructor promises a special lesson today. Reimer taps Raon's shoulder and explains that it is time to learn about his elemental attributes. Soon, they climb a mountain. Raon doubts how this helps, but Reimer tells him to stop whining and trust the process because his lessons are elite. Raon still questions how he can learn about aura attributes in a place like this. The instructor smiles, admitting he can never forget the day he perceived Raon's insane cultivation technique. Raon's style is on a completely different level, possessing a blazing aura that burns hot like magma. Honestly, his technique is wild. He is not fighting the cold inside his circuits, but fusing it directly with fire. Reimer stops in a dense, heavily wooded clearing, announcing that this spot should be more than enough. Raon asks why they went all this way into the forest and what they are doing here. Reimer shifts some leaves in his hand, releasing a burst of energy toward Raon. He explains he always wanted a wind blade to defend his master, meaning Raon is feeling Reimer's own chosen element. Raon looks down at his hands in awe. Reimer sighs, saying that even after showing this to a 13-year-old, Raon remains totally unfazed and uncute. He explains that, as an elf, he has been able to feel the wind since birth. But Raon is human, and worse, his mana circuits are almost completely blocked by ancient ice. Reimer continues, explaining that wind can take many forms, being hot, cold, or razor sharp. He wanted a wind blade that could pierce through anything, and he mastered it. Reimer says Raon needs to do the exact same. He needs to envision the fire he wants to master. Raon notes they are up north, so unless they burn a mountain, finding fire is impossible. Reimer just chuckles. He warns that burning a mountain would get them both killed. Rimmer smiles, mentioning a perfect spot where a blacksmith works at a hot forge. Rimmer announces his arrival, but the smith complains the fire is acting strange, losing its flame just because the elf is around. The instructor shrugs it off. One quick look is more than enough to know the kid will fail today. Meanwhile, Raon looks around. Where are they? Rimmer reveals this is the home of the absolute hottest, most passionate heat in the north, the legendary Ziggart blacksmith furnace. The blacksmith demands to know why Rimmer is bothering him. Rimmer gasps, "How dare you speak to the family head's grandson?" The blacksmith snorts. He is retired now. Unless the family head himself shows up, he does not care. Raon stares at the hearth, wondering if that massive, roaring blaze is actually the same kind of fire he knows. He has seen plenty of flames in his past life, from simple campfires to the high-tier fire magic used by grand wizards. But this forge is entirely different, roaring with an unreal, burning essence that demands he picture his own ideal flame. But look at this, the old smith suddenly pulls back his shovel, deliberately cutting down the roaring heat. Introducing himself as Vulcan, the old man warns that if Raon expects polite manners, go somewhere else. Raon recognizes the name instantly. He is a legendary, continental master. This is the man who forged the celestial tremor, the legendary weapon of Glenn Ziggart. Nobody has heard from him in 30 years, yet here he is. Raon introduces himself right away. Vulcan asks Rimmer if he spilled the secret, but Rimmer denies it, calling him Ziggart's blacksmith. The old man quickly snaps back, correcting him that he is retired. He gave up smithing long ago, simply watching over this forge for more than 10 years. Rimmer argues that keeping this fire alive is exactly why this is the perfect spot for the boy to witness a real flame. The elf asks if Raon can stay, but Vulcan grumpily tells them to head to the general training workshop instead. Rimmer counters that those places are too busy. They cannot risk letting anyone see Raon's training until it is fully finished. When the smith demands to know why, the elf drops a bombshell. Raon is Sylvia's child. Vulcan snaps his head toward Raon. The boy quickly promises he will stay out of the way, only needing to observe the flame. Vulcan locks eyes with Raon, flatly explaining that all he does here is make charcoal. He makes unique golden charcoal, which burns far hotter than any normal wood. And he has spent 10 years refining this single craft. He tells the kid to do whatever he likes, provided he keeps quiet. Raon flashes a bright smile and thanks him. Stepping outside, Rimmer chuckles that the old man still has a soft heart, as he never expected him to agree so easily. He promises to bring over some top-tier alcohol later as thanks. But Vulcan shakes his head. That is not why he agreed. The second Raon stepped inside, the furnace flared up so violently that the sudden wave of heat completely ruined the charcoal. Vulcan sensed that a sleeping power is coiled deep inside Raon. Perhaps with this kid, his old dream might actually come true. Over the next 7 months of visiting the forge, Raon spends every day meditating, trying to picture the exact flame he wants to grasp. He finally understands the true nature of fire, which everyone fears as the most destructive element. But master it? The story changes completely. With enough control, fire becomes the safest element of all. Right now, he is slowly waking up the fierce energy of the 10,000 flames. He recalls Rimmer's words about visualizing the specific flame he desires to possess. Raon reminds himself of his ultimate goals, tearing off Darius's head and restoring his mother's rightful place in the family lineage. But focusing so hard on revenge made him realize he had been blind to what was right in front of him. He needs a torch to guide his path, a brilliant fire to act as his sword through any hardship, never flickering out regardless of the storm. This is the spark Raon chooses, and suddenly, a surge of energy far stronger than anything before begins coursing through his veins. The searing heat of the forge floods his veins, demanding absolute focus if he wants to grasp this raw flame. Raon wonders if this intense rush is what they call ecstasy, as the mental image right before him demands his complete concentration. But look at this. A sudden flash of cold blue energy erupts as Ira claims his turn, screaming that he will freeze him solid. Ice. The frost instantly shatters his focus. Raon realizes he let his guard down at the absolute worst time. He had forgotten all about Ira because the demon had been quiet, but that monster was never a friend. He is just a demon waiting for the right moment to claim his life. Even worse, he is a literal king of the demon realm. Now Raon feels like his body is ripping apart, making it almost impossible to breathe. He knows death is certain if he moves even an inch or stops channeling the 10,000 flames technique right now. Raon needs to focus and condense his aura somehow. He wants to live and needs to keep thinking, but his consciousness is rapidly fading away. Music. Ira scoffs, calling Raon's struggle for survival absolutely pathetic and questioning if he honestly believes he can withstand his power. The demon claims that Raon's body and soul will soon be his, and that all of his life's efforts are in vain, no different from that old man burning the furnace every day. Ira adds that Raon doesn't even need to worry, because he'll personally ensure his revenge gets fulfilled. And right here, things take a wild turn. Raon remembers the furnace, the very thing that gave him the answer before. Now, it's all or nothing, because he will die if he doesn't act. Instead of just using the natural mana in the heated air, Raon needs to absorb the energy directly from the furnace itself. That fire is incredibly hot and powerful. It is capable of devouring anything, and he's taking it all for himself. Ira demands to know what's happening, but Raon replies it is a desperate man's last chance. Outside, Vulcan watches the roaring flames. Suddenly, he notices the fire growing rapidly, wondering what's happening as the furnace's temperature spikes drastically. He mutters that he's never seen such an intense flame before, desperately wanting to know what is happening to his furnace. Then, he notices Raon standing in front of another furnace, wondering why the air around the boy is freezing despite the intense heat. Vulcan tries to step closer to check if he's okay, wondering why Raon is trembling so violently. But Rimmer steps forward, warning everyone to leave the boy alone because they absolutely can't touch him right now. The blacksmith worries that Raon will die if this continues, but Rimmer explains the boy is in deep ecstasy, and any interference will be fatal. Vulcan asks if this freezing cold is what Rimmer meant, wondering if there really is nothing they can do to help him. Rimmer says no, reinforcing that any touch will put Raon in grave danger. He then pleads with Raon in his mind to please stay alive, while the boy continues absorbing the blazing flames. Ira screams in disbelief, wondering how this brat can do this when there should be absolutely no hope left. Raon snaps back, "Don't make me laugh. I already died once in my past life because I was powerless, and I'm tired of it." Back then, he died in vain and couldn't even close his eyes at the end. He refuses to let history repeat itself in this life. Vulcan warns that the heat is too intense, and the furnace will break if it keeps up since it can't handle the sudden temperature spike. Rimmer notices the furnace's mana concentrating in one spot, and Raon is directly drawing that massive energy into his own body. Raon pushes onward. He counterattacks with his own blazing flames, making Ira scream in absolute shock as he finally grasps the golden fire. A violent explosion erupts from inside the furnace, blasting outward and completely shattering a section of the wooden cabin. Rimmer quickly asks if Raon is okay, but freezes in shock as the boy emerges, standing tall, completely wrapped in golden fire. The system notifies him that he's officially mastered the 10,000 flames technique. He has reached 2 stars, melting his frozen circuits and unlocking a freezing aura characteristic that also hits 2 stars. Raon looks at the ice flower forming in his hand, noting that things went much better than expected and he'll awaken soon. He never imagined he would reap so many incredible benefits from such a dangerous situation. But then he spots the system rewards floating beside him. Seriously, can you even believe this? In just a single moment, he achieves something that normally takes people years to accomplish. Ira groans in frustration and anger, demanding to know what Raon is, since his mind is always on the edge and shouldn't have been able to endure this. Raon simply replies that it won't work, so there's really no point in even trying. Still, he secretly notes that he almost died just now, meaning he needs to be extremely careful going forward. One thing is certain, no matter how close they seem, Ira is still his enemy, and he can't let him find out his secrets. Vulcan asks if Raon is doing okay. Once Raon nods, the blacksmith eagerly asks if he successfully managed to form an aura. Raon replies that it's all thanks to him, before politely apologizing for accidentally breaking the furnace during his training. Vulcan quickly reassures him that it's totally fine, saying nothing else matters as long as Raon is completely safe and sound. He says he can easily build another furnace, but then spots one kiln that's still burning, prompting Raon to ask what it is. The blacksmith walks over and grabs a nearby shovel, using it to carefully pull out 3 unique pieces of glowing charcoal. Raon notices the charcoal is beautifully golden, unlike standard black or white types. Vulcan quietly remembers people mocking his endless work at this furnace, trying to make golden charcoal, something he's chased for 10 years, even though most people consider it a mere legend. Vulcan tells Raon he is not the only lucky one, because that is legendary gold charcoal. It packs more raw power than white charcoal and lasts way longer than black charcoal. Thanks to Raon, the blacksmith finally created what he spent decades striving for, ignoring the boy's humble denials with a dead serious stare. Check this out, the blacksmith explains that every time Raon trained there, the flames grew stronger. The boy's rhythmic breathing kept those flames burning longer, spreading intense heat through the entire workshop. Vulcan says that even as a simple blacksmith swinging a hammer his whole life, he can easily tell what Raon accomplished, and that it is all thanks to him. Then, Vulcan asks the ultimate question: what kind of swordsman does Raon actually want to become? Raon replies that he wants to be a swordsman who never backs down, no matter the danger or the enemies in his way. Vulcan admits that is a pretty heavy answer for a kid, before asking him once again. He tells Raon to master his sword over the next 3 to 5 years, and once his resolve is truly hardened, he must come back and find him. Vulcan promises to save this gold charcoal for that very day, prompting Raon to ask if the legendary, retired blacksmith is actually offering to forge him a blade. Vulcan chuckles, saying craftsmen always find reasons to return, warning Raon that he better keep himself alive until that day comes. High up on a rock, Rimmer notes he was getting pretty curious about the kid, and now Raon has finally awakened his aura. He jokes that Raon has a crazy talent for causing worry, teasing the patriarch, Glenn, about showing up every single day because of it. Rimmer argues that Glenn should feel quite relieved now since he watched over him daily, but Glenn flatly denies coming here for that. Rimmer suggests maybe it is just the heat of the forge, but Raon's aura is somehow incredibly vast and pure, stabilized instantly by his raw talent. Glenn replies it is actually because the boy effortlessly turns hardships into his greatest advantages. Later, inside the 5th training hall, Runan silently wonders when Raon will finally return. She heard everyone gossiping that he failed to form an aura even after 7 months. Staring at a box, she remembers her parents telling her to repay kindness, wanting desperately to help him. Suddenly, she looks up and locks eyes with Raon as he steps inside. She immediately walks over to him. Raon is busy bickering with his resident ghost, telling him to keep dreaming, until Runan calls his name, catching his full attention as he stares back. She opens a box of ice cream to cheer him up, but suddenly stops, sensing a dramatic change in him. Raon takes a treat and thanks her, while Runan instantly realizes the energy radiating from him is far stronger now. The young swordsman warmly thanks her again. Wrath chimes in about the flavor, declaring it is just as delicious as before and demanding they devour the rest immediately. But Raon mentally scolds the greedy demon, reminding him that Runan is sharing her favorite treat and to grow up, before thanking her again for the delicious snack. Runan asks if he wants another one, but Raon gently declines, saying he has had enough. She quietly asks if he is feeling any better, and a surprised Raon smiles, confirming that he feels great. Runan simply nods happily and walks away, leaving Raon to quietly note to himself how incredibly mysterious she is. Days later, Rimmer casually steps onto the stage, announcing that since basic training is getting boring, he has got something highly special planned for next month. He explains that since they have all mastered basic swordsmanship and stance techniques, it is finally time to focus on their energy cores. The students whisper in intense curiosity. But get this, Rimmer reveals that official duels are starting in a month, and the results will completely decide their final graduation ranks. He warns them to use this month wisely to prepare, but Martha suddenly raises her hand. She asks what happens to those lagging behind who still cannot form an aura, as every single eye shifts to Ron. Rimmer casually grins, replying that he heard a certain someone just succeeded. When a shocked Martha asks when that happened, he claims it was just yesterday. Martha smirks, thrilled that she finally gets a real chance to end her agonizing boredom with this training. She brings up her golden rule of never taking orders from anyone weaker than herself, declaring she has waited long enough, mockingly adding that Raon must be suffering in a rank he does not deserve before promising to teach him a brutal lesson. But a firm hand suddenly stops her. Buren steps forward, telling Martha Ziggart to back off. He argues that it has not even been 24 hours since Raon woke his aura, and she is already demanding a fight. She is showing zero warrior honor, but Martha sneers back, mocking the pampered young master for caring about useless pride. She snaps that true honor is reserved strictly for those who actually deserve it. Byrne caught her attention, but Martha kept going, bragging that those fools mastered aura in just a month, whereas the top rookie took over 6. She insisted that even using the most advanced methods took at least 7 months. To her, this simply meant the idiot had zero talent, and she was absolutely sure he knew it. She added that a swordsman who can't wield aura will never make a name for himself, and even with great blade skills, it is completely worthless without aura. The whole point of these duels, she explained, was to replace the top student. Rimmer, however, just shrugged and claimed he knew absolutely nothing about it. Then, Martha called out Raon's name, declaring he had held the top spot way too long without earning it, and it was finally time for him to go back where he belonged. She repeated her warning. The winner of this upcoming clash would officially become the Academy's best student. But Raon shot her down instantly, asking if she seriously expected to make a bet without putting any money down. If she wanted his top spot, she'd better offer up something of equal value. Martha snapped that he clearly didn't understand his helpless situation with nobody backing him, but Raon just smirked mischievously, asking if she was actually scared of him. Demanding to know what he just said, she suddenly burst into a wild laugh, calling him absolutely unbelievable. She agreed to play along, because honestly, this is where the real fun begins. In exchange, she offered up the Calamity Orb, a legendary miracle medicine from her father that drastically enhances both the body and aura. If he somehow won the fight, the orb was his, which was an insane deal. Raon quietly asked Wrath if he remembered their plan to wait and strike her down when the time was right. This prize was exactly the opportunity he needed. A full month flew by. Martha stared at her calendar, counting down the days until she could finally make that cocky brat pay. No peer had ever dared to strike her before, making that humiliating defeat her absolute first. This duel was her golden ticket to wash away that deep shame. Raon only had a month of aura training, so facing her 3 years of elite experience was completely suicidal. Still, waiting around for a talentless loser felt like a total waste of time, especially since she had to grow stronger fast to save someone. Vowing to crush Raon, her face turned dead serious. Then, Rimmer suddenly called for everyone's attention. The instructor explained that spectating a duel was just as valuable as actually fighting in one, urging everyone to study the other rookies' movements to plan their own counters. He told them to calm their nerves and give it their best. The very first matchup was set between Raon Ziggart and Dorian. But Dorian suddenly called out to the instructor. Both Raon and Rimmer stared in absolute shock, pointing out that the battle hadn't even begun yet. Dorian sheepishly explained that he was feeling pretty sick and had been totally drained since the day before. Ira grumbled that he would have executed such a cowardly subordinate, while Raon just sighed, expecting this. Rimmer urged him to at least try, promising he would still learn a valuable lesson even in defeat. Dorian reluctantly agreed, so the match ended with Dorian immediately forfeiting and conceding to Burn. Rimmer scolded Dorian for letting fear control him, claiming he could have easily won in 5 moves. Dorian mumbled back that the instructor's nagging was seriously annoying. The instructor demanded to know why he kept running away, knowing he was highly capable and could have put up a decent fight. Next up, keep an eye on this, is Raon versus Raon Ziggart. The clash began instantly, as Raon Ziggart lunged forward, launching a rapid opening strike. Raon watched closely, then slammed her sword down to parry Raon, leaving him completely stunned. Rimmer immediately halted the fight, pointing out that Raon was way too tense and needed to relax to wield a sword properly. He added that Raon had an excellent counterattack. Though her aura usage was still a bit lacking, the matches continued until the final event, the highly anticipated showdown between Martha and Raon. Spectators whispered that Martha seemed highly annoyed at waiting all day, immediately pressure-testing Raon with a flurry of strikes before launching a swift vertical blow. But Raon blocked her heavy strike cleanly, deflecting the force. Martha swung again, but this time, he spotted a massive opening. Sensing danger, she leaped backward, retreating as far away as possible to regroup. This reset the pace of the battle. Martha admitted she was surprised he blocked her, conceding he had talent, but only in pure swordsmanship. She sneered that a weakling like him, lacking any real aura, had absolutely no future. With that, Martha unleashed her entire aura against Raon, leaping forward with a manic grin to deliver a devastating upward strike. Raon barely managed to block with his sword, grunting softly under the crushing weight of her aura. Martha mocked him for managing to block her attack, questioning how long he could possibly last. She kept going, claiming that aura depended heavily on raw talent rather than basic swordsmanship, and that someone like him, who could barely manifest aura, had zero chance of defeating her. She warned that if he didn't quit now, she would break his bones. But then down she goes. Blasted backward, she can only listen as Raon mocks her family's obsession with raw talent. Furious, Martha spat back that his talentless whining was getting annoying, which only made her want to show him what real genius looked like. Raon calmly replied that he would show her something far more important than any raw talent. With those words, he unleashed his true aura, catching her completely off guard. Raon unleashed the first of his 10,000 flames. Staring in awe, Martha sensed these frighteningly beautiful flames were incredibly dangerous, carrying some deep, hidden power far beyond normal fire. She swallowed hard, tightening her grip around her sword hilt. She declared that she was playing for keeps now, raising her blade into the Supreme Point Meteor stance. Raon recognized the stance, knowing the Supreme Point condenses all aura into one focus. It was honestly impressive that Martha mastered this so young. One strike to end it. Martha admitted his strength but proudly claimed he would never be able to block her next attack. She lunged forward at blinding speed, charging straight at him. Their massive clash sent devastating shockwaves of aura rippling across the arena. Onlookers watched in horror as the ground cracked, desperately wondering what was happening. And just like that, it's over. Through the smoke, a shattered sword lies on the ground as Raon stands victorious. Shocked cries erupted as everyone realized Martha lost. Looking closer, Raon noticed that even unconscious, her fist remained tightly clenched, showing she had something much greater than raw talent, a genuinely terrifying mental strength. Later, at the Patriarch's mansion, Glenn quietly remarked that Raon had actually defeated Martha. Rimmer added that he completely dominated her, despite her having 4 full years of elite aura training. The Patriarch mused that the kid's flames were beautiful, like a blooming garden. But true strength has nothing to do with scale, which everyone clearly understood. Rimmer nodded in agreement. When Glenn asked about Martha's condition, the instructor replied that her physical wounds were easily treatable. Her real battle was dealing with the psychological defeat, and he sincerely hoped she could bounce back. Out in the yard, Raon carefully planted some flowers. Ira screamed at him to stop before his clumsy hands ruined them. Raon scoffed, telling Ira to stop acting tough when he couldn't actually do a thing. Ira whined that it was only because of his elemental resistance. Following Martha's swift defeat, the miraculous reward medicine Raon consumed drastically boosted all of his personal attributes. In fact, the intense training he put himself through only bore fruit thanks to this incredible medicine. While multiple stats spiked, the most massive upgrade was reaching 4-star water resistance. Because of that resistance, Ira's annoying ice attacks felt like absolutely nothing. He spent his final rest day relaxing out in the quiet garden. Ira kept yelling at Raon to plant them deeper, aggressively critiquing his terrible gardening skills. Raon sighed, wondering why he had to endure gardening lectures from a literal demon, asking how he even knew this stuff. Ira boasted that back in the demon world, he cultivated a breathtaking field of ice flowers that everyone feared, right until Martha suddenly marched up to Raon. She just stood there, staring in dead silence. Raon guessed she wasn't looking for a rematch yet, asking what brought her here. He asked what was going through her head, noting she usually seemed mature but was currently acting like a stubborn kid. Martha demanded a rematch. Raon calmly called her out, saying it was pretty pathetic that she still couldn't accept her clear loss. Martha snapped back that it wasn't about that, admitting she only showed up because she couldn't understand why she actually lost. Raon simply asked what he got out of it, leaving her completely stunned. He explained that etiquette dictated a loser should bring a proper gift when challenging the victor again. Martha argued that made absolutely no sense, but our main character stood his ground, leaving her utterly lost on what to do. Glancing at the nearby roses, Martha considered stomping on them, assuming Raon loved flowers. But to her complete surprise, he admitted he didn't care for flowers at all and found them useless, explaining he was only planting them to make his mother happy. Letting out a heavy sigh, she pulled her foot back, muttering that it didn't matter anyway before turning to leave. Shortly after, Sylvia found her son, warmly teasing that she had been looking all over for him. She asked about the departing girl, wondering if she was a training friend. Meanwhile, Martha instantly recognized her as the famous Sylvia Ziggart, the legendary woman who abandoned her noble clan for love, only to return and save her child. She sees a mother who set aside her own pride for Raon. Sylvia smiles, guessing she must be Martha, and saying it is a pleasure to meet her. Raon tries to stop his mother, but Sylvia keeps talking, asking a quiet Martha if she got hurt during their duel because she was so worried. She heard Daniel brought a talented child, and that Martha is beautiful too. Sylvia wonders what brings her to their home, and Martha simply replies that she just needs to speak with Raon. Sylvia insists Martha stay for dinner, saying she can never let one of Raon's friends leave hungry. She tries to refuse, but she gives in. Sitting there, she leaves Raon wondering why she is acting like this. Sylvia keeps asking motherly questions about Martha's age and how hard her training is. She points out their cooks are great, but because the meat is not from the main house, it might be a bit chewier than usual. Sylvia gently touches Martha's arm, telling her to chew carefully to avoid getting indigestion. That is the exact same thing Martha's mother used to say to her as a kid. Snapping back to the present, she quietly resumes eating. On her way out, she politely thanks them, saying the food was absolutely wonderful. Sylvia is happy. She asks Martha to look after Raon. As for Martha, she is completely lost, wondering if she ate something spoiled on the way. Martha walks away, convinced that Raon must think she is completely crazy. But Sylvia's eyes looked so much like her mother's that she simply could not refuse. The face, the hair, the voice, everything else is different. But in that brief moment, the feeling is real. It is as if she is back with her mother. Ever since her mother was kidnapped by the White Blood cult and Daniel adopted her, Martha vowed she would never lose a single fight until she found her mother again. And yet, she just lost to Raon. The Ziggart family only adopted her for her talent, and a pathetic loss like this could get her expelled. Her adoptive father has always been a calm person, but if that is just a front, all hope is lost. She knows she must never lose. The butler greets her, saying she arrived quite late and that he has been waiting to deliver a letter left by Lord Daniel himself. Martha is surprised her father sent a letter, and the butler says it was written right after the duel. In the letter, Daniel actually congratulates her on her first defeat, reminding her that one loss does not make her a loser. He advises her to reflect on the reason behind her loss to grow even stronger. Daniel adds that he is still actively searching for her mother and has not given up, asking her to wait for him. She tells the butler she is deeply grateful and will remember her father's words. Back in her room, Martha breaks down. It was a pathetic, complete defeat, and not because she let her guard down. She knows she must accept this defeat and move forward to avoid shaming her father. With a sharp breath, she picks up a dagger. Pretending nothing happened means learning nothing, and she would be too ashamed to face him. Martha decides to start anew, leaving her foolish past behind as she resolves to become far stronger. Just watch. The next day, everyone is left wondering if something happened to Martha. Shortly after, she approaches Raon, stating she will make no excuses for her past behavior, but she will keep her word. It is about their deal. The loser obeys the winner. She just wants to make that absolutely crystal clear. Raon finds this unexpected, never imagining Martha would actually be this obedient. Even with their promise, he realizes something deep inside her has changed overnight, displaying an incredible mental strength for someone her age. But then, Martha suddenly whacks Dorian, demanding why he is in her way. Raon notes that her polite change only applies to him. A new year arrives, bringing a wave of small but noticeable changes. Defying everyone's expectations, Martha actually continues to follow Raon's orders into the new year. Burr grows calmer and far more capable as the novice commander, while Renan's swordsmanship improves immensely, despite her expression remaining entirely blank. As for Raon, training with his entire life on the line becomes his regular daily routine. Everyone whispers in awe that he mastered the basic footwork in just half a day. One bystander points out that Raon keeps training with his eyes closed, holding a posture even better than the official instructors. Rimmer calls it completely unbelievable, insisting he is absolutely certain that Raon is pulling this off purely through intense mental imagery. To him, the boy is an absolute monster. Glenn asks Rimmer if he is secretly Raon's personal butler, since literally every time they meet, he only talks about the boy. However, the instructor notices a shift, pointing out that the main house servants seem unusually busy preparing for something big lately. Glenn simply replies that they are not preparing anything special. They were about to host some very important guests. A delegation from the Kingdom of Owen was arriving in just a few days. Sitting right at the center of the continent, Owen was one of the very few kingdoms still friendly with the Ziggart family. Rimmer asked who their official leader would be. Glenn explained that while the third prince was named, Duke Tartan was definitely the real person running the show. The instructor noted that this third prince was still pretty young, probably around the same age as Raon and Buren, though Glenn was not quite sure. Glenn added that Rimmer must ensure his students kept their manners. Since the kingdom's elite young knights were coming along and wanted to watch their training, they needed to put on an absolutely spectacular show. Hearing they were Raon's age, Rimmer grinned and said this was getting interesting, though Glenn immediately suspected he was plotting something crazy. By the next morning, the students were already buzzing with questions about dueling the elite young knights from the Kingdom of Owen. Rimmer smiled, noting that they must have heard the news, and added that it was perfect since the third prince was coming with them. A swordsman must always be ready to strike, even right after waking up. Normally, the guests were supposed to visit the 6th training ground, which leaves everyone wondering why they suddenly decided to change it to Rimmer's 5th ground. Well, get this, Rimmer had actually sneaked over to the prince's room the day before, whispering that, since the 6th training ground looked pretty boring, the prince should check out the 5th ground instead to see something he'd never forget. Rimmer said feeling shocked was normal since this was sudden, but they shouldn't judge yet. First, they needed to meet their guests. With a flourish, he called them in the elite knight trainees who were the absolute pride of the Kingdom of Owen. Prince Greer of Owen stepped forward, politely saying it was a pleasure meeting everyone. Raon locked eyes with the young prince, instantly noticing his incredibly powerful presence. It was clear that this prince had the strongest aura in the entire room, which prompted Rimmer to ask Raon if he was scared to fight. Raon realized this prince was actually the perfect test subject to try out his newly learned footwork combined with the Star Connection sword technique. So, he calmly replied that he had absolutely no objections and would actually love to have a duel himself. Grinning, Rimmer declared that since their top student was on board, everyone was on board, and he needed 20 fighters to step up right now. Oh, and he also forgot to mention one highly important detail. He had bet his entire monthly salary on their victory, so they better win or he would personally end them all. Once everyone gathered for the matches, Raon confirmed they would be the ones fighting. They quickly checked to see which particular knights they would be facing first, but Raon told his classmates to look closely at their opponent's hands, pointing out that those knights were actually shaking with nerves too. They might look confident in their armor, but their situation was exactly the same. These were just young trainees of the same age who simply could not hide their anxiety before a big duel. And honestly, when it comes to hard training, they were not a single step behind the 6 kings or 5 demons, and all their suffering was about to pay off. So instead of shaking, they just needed to do their best and show their true power, eliciting a loud roar of agreement from the entire crowd. Rimmer announced that he would now determine the exact order of the matches. The opening match was absolutely crucial for setting the tone, meaning he had to send out an absolute powerhouse who would guarantee a victory. He called on Martha to take the lead, asking if she was ready, to which she confidently answered that she would end it in a flash. Rimmer instructed both sides to gather in the center once they were fully prepared. One of the trainees muttered about their opponent being their age, shocked by how insanely massive he was, looking like a full-grown knight. Tar of Owen introduced himself as the kingdom's vanguard, politely praising Martha's excellent physical shape and hoping they would both have a very good, honorable duel. The sheer height difference was staggering, making it seem like Martha would really struggle against a giant of that size. But Martha scoffed at the idea of a good duel, telling him to stop talking nonsense and just bring it on because she was winning. Greer was utterly stunned by her fierce attitude. He could see Martha was completely overwhelming her opponent with sheer, terrifying force. Greer realized that while the swordsmen of the 2nd training camp were impressively powerful, fitting the legendary Ziggart name, the 6th training camp was honestly just pathetic. Even if they had some basic training, they looked completely inferior to the warriors from House Robert. But it looks like he found something highly amusing, especially with Martha stepping up to launch another vicious strike. The instructor, Lekros, mentions that Rimmer visited him, inviting him to the 5th training camp, and he wants to know the real reason behind it. Rimmer simply smiles, calling it a safe sparring opportunity with other elite warriors. He believes testing their skills against talents from the 6 kingdoms is the absolute best way for both sides to grow. Lekros scoffed, unable to believe such incredibly soft words were coming from the famous Blade of Light. Rimmer laughs, switching back to his usual playful self, and immediately proposes a little wager. He explains that they will reward the winner after 20 rounds, making the watch way more exciting with some skin in the game. But Lekros argues that the trainee knights of the Owen Kingdom are elite, meaning Rimmer's kids won't stand a single chance. Rimmer just smiles, stating that while he respects Owen's knights, he trusts his own kids completely. Martha relentlessly presses Tarsi, shattering his sword as he reels from her insane strength. Without hesitating, she charges ahead, slamming her hilt right into his stomach. Tarsi takes devastating damage from that brutal impact. He collapses. The second Martha is declared the winner. Raon finds this completely wild, assuming her loss to him would have thrown off her rhythm. Instead, she actually pushed her strength and speed even further to skyrocket her combat power. Martha demands to know why Tarsi didn't go all out from the start. Raon finds the clash pretty intriguing, but Wrath grumbles that watching ants fight is just plain boring. Raon points out that even tiny ants can grow over time. Wrath begins bragging about the demon world, where he'd gather the youngsters and force them into brutal death matches, but Raon tells him to shut up so he can focus. The spars keep flying by, and soon it is Runan's turn to face Adelia. The quiet girl steps up. Adelia demands her name, admitting she seriously hates those vacant, empty eyes, before flaring up a raging, fiery aura. Runan simply murmurs that she hates fire, instantly releasing a freezing wave of ice from her blade. You have to see this, they clash head-on, locking eyes as a massive explosion of smoke erupts between them. Adelia frantically scans the smoke, only to realize Runan is already striking from behind. She spins around to block, but it is a clever illusion. The real Runan already has her cold blade resting against Adelia's neck. Runan is declared the winner of the 18th match. Adelia admits it was a great fight despite her loss, but the expressionless girl completely ignores her. Runan immediately looks at Raon, asking if he watched her. Raon praises her, noting she has finally mastered the footwork technique, and she quietly takes a seat right next to him. Rimmer cheers happily, noting they are sitting at 9 wins and 9 losses, which makes the match incredibly tense. He then calls up Burin and Sedan for the crucial 19th round. Both step forward with maximum respect. Raon observes that Burin is an incredibly powerful knight, easily the strongest on their side besides the third prince himself. The duel begins as Burin charges, both of them instantly clashing their swords. Burin quickly realizes Sedan is his equal, and one careless move will cost him everything. Both fighters yell, pouring everything into one final blow, but their swords shatter completely. As the crowd murmurs in disbelief, the 19th round between Burin and Sedan is officially declared a draw. Raon tells Burin he did a fantastic job, acknowledging him as the absolute strongest among them, but Burin shakes his head, muttering that he should have won to uphold the proud Ziggart name. Raon tells him not to sweat it, promising he will take the final match and protect their family's honor. Greer wonders if this is actually the opponent he has to face. Sensing that Raon's mana is incredibly weak, he asks if the boy is from the direct Ziggart line, but Raon calmly denies it. Greer sighs, disappointed by what seems like a totally boring matchup, wishing he could fight one of the other three. He then offers a small suggestion, prompting Rimmer to ask what he means. Greer explains that those two strong girls do not look tired at all, so he wants to take them both on after crushing Raon. Rimmer agrees, but only if Greer actually wins. You have to love the confidence as Greer tells the girls to get ready. He decides he won't even use his aura against Raon, planning to conserve his energy instead. Lekros is left sweating, wondering what kind of monster Greer is to hide his immense presence so flawlessly. He asks why no one warned the prince, who clearly underestimates Raon. But the lead instructor replies that while Greer is the future of the Owen kingdom, he has never tasted defeat before, making this safe training ground the perfect place to teach him a lesson. But the prince is incredibly strong, and even against another genius, he won't be brought down easily. Rimmer, though, doesn't think that will happen, suggesting a much simpler wager involving drinks instead. The instructor agrees. Rimmer holds up 5 fingers, boldly declaring that Raon will win in under 5 moves. Unleashing his aura, Raon charges right in. This completely blindsides Greer, along with the instructor, who is still totally confused by the wager. Raon already lands a devastating blow to the prince's abdomen, making him spit blood from the sheer pain. Raon coldly declares that it seems to be over already. Rimmer happily notes it didn't even take 5 moves. Greer silently realizes he completely misjudged him, knowing there is definitely a very good reason why Raon is the last one standing. He is easily the strongest in the 5th training ground. The instructor even wonders if Raon is really just a trainee, since his footwork and swordsmanship are already fully complete. Rimmer chuckles, saying that is exactly why he is winning, and boasts about booking a table at a very fancy place. Greer desperately begs Raon to stop, shouting that it is not over yet. He claims he still needs to show his true abilities, arguing that things would be different if he had gone all out from the beginning. Martha, though, scoffs that she hears a dog barking nearby. She wonders why a supposed prince cannot just admit defeat when it is nothing but pure stubbornness, just like someone she knows. Greer is stunned when Martha bluntly states she is actually being nice for now, but he really needs to get lost because he lost. Adelia quickly steps in, begging Martha to watch her mouth since she is speaking to a prince. But Martha fires back that she is also of direct lineage and has no use for useless formalities. Rimmer finally calls a halt, stating they should hear Raon's opinion first, since the ultimate decision belongs to him anyway. Raon calmly points out that there was a wager on this match. Since the duel is already over, there is really no reason to keep fighting. Greer then screams out, openly admitting his defeat. He confesses that he failed to judge Raon's strength properly, completely underestimating him before they even started. Deeply ashamed of his attitude, he begs them for just one more round because he will regret it for the rest of his life if things end like this. Bowing to Raon, he begs. Raon certainly did not expect Greer to apologize and lower his sword, as he had written him off as just another arrogant prince. Nodding, Raon tells him it is fine but making it clear this is the final clash. With that, they both prepare to fight. Clutching a necklace bearing his kingdom's crest, Greer admits to himself how foolishly arrogant he was to ignore Raon's incredible skills. That is exactly why he lost. Tearing the necklace off, he declares he is going all out this time, drawing his electric sword. Both Raon and Martha are caught off guard by his sudden shift. The instructor even shouts, trying to warn the prince about using that technique, but Greer snaps back that this is no time to hide. We are about to see him throw everything at Raon. Fury quietly mocks Greer as a total idiot, since he has no idea that Raon is also holding back his real power. Raon, on the other hand, is completely confident he will win this again. The ghost remarks that Greer has way more aura and strength, placing his bet on the idiot prince while Raon prepares for the clash. If he wins, he will gain 4 points to all his attributes. Greer declares he is starting and leaps straight at Raon. Raon parries with his blade, sending a massive cloud of smoke rising across the arena. Greer drives his sword forward with everything he has got, but Raon simply refuses to take a single step back. He wonders if genius is even the right word, because Raon feels way more like a monster. Panting, he accepts this reality and resolves to fight with every ounce of his power. Raon realizes this has to be the secret sword style passed down solely to the royal successors of the Owen kingdom. Judging by the intense energy Greer is exuding, he is definitely planning to go completely all out. Raon suddenly unleashes his own golden flames, challenging Greer to bring it on. Greer barks back that this is his final, ultimate move. Tightening his grip, Raon prepares his sword. He has already memorized every single sword technique the prince is using. That is the 100 Flames style, starting with the Cyclo twist. Greer is absolutely stunned by that golden flame aura, but he pushes all doubts aside. No time to hesitate now, guys. Unleashing his technique anyway, Greer attacks, but Raon counters in perfect sync, causing their powerful auras to violently explode as steel meets steel. This wild sequence of blows completely shifts the entire atmosphere in the arena. Greer desperately believes that even though his aura is running dry, he still holds the upper hand. But Raon keeps putting absolute power into every single cut, striking the prince's sword one final time until it completely shatters. Greer realizes his aura is being reflected right as Raon delivers a piercing final blow. Shaken and beaten, the prince drops heavily to his knees. And just like that, the announcer declares Raon Ziggart as the official winner of the match. Greer realizes Raon is on another level in terms of speed and strength, especially when he uses that step technique to counter his aura. He can't help but admit the world is truly vast. Bowing in respect, the prince thanks Raon for the valuable lessons he learned from the match, and formally admits defeat. Raon smiles warmly and shakes his hand, replying that he learned quite a bit too. Apologizing for his obvious lack of foresight, Greer admits he totally underestimated him, then curiously asks how old Raon is. When Raon answers that he is only 14, the stunned prince realizes he is completely lost to a much younger kid. Handing over a special token, Greer tells him it proves the third Prince of Owen owes him a favor, no matter how grand. Surprised, Raon asks if giving away something so priceless is really okay. Greer simply smiles and says that even though he lost, Raon has opened a brand new path for his swordsmanship. He feels enlightened, calling the defeat a blessing in disguise. He knows they will cross paths again, and hopes Raon will stay far ahead of him until that day arrives. After all, chasing him will make things much more exciting. Greer then sighs, realizing they lost and Rimmer has won their bet, while the elf cheers wildly. Turning to Duke Tartan, the prince announces they need to head back right away because of urgent business. In his past life, Raon was just glad to survive a mission without getting stiffed on pay. Now, he wonders if getting loaded with gifts like this is actually normal. Honestly, it is a pretty strange feeling. But this new life keeps surprising him in the most unexpected ways. Inside the Patriarch's chamber, Glenn calmly notes that Greer has just learned a very valuable lesson. The prince agrees, admitting he thought he was unbeatable, but Raon has made him reflect by fighting like an absolute veteran. He has been through countless duels across the 6 kingdoms, but it is seriously the very first time he has actually been schooled by a younger student like Raon. Glenn nods in understanding, and Greer adds that he intends to head back immediately to push his body and master the mindset he saw in Raon. The Patriarch then asks him to pass along his thanks to the king for the letter, and the prince agrees. After they set off for their kingdom, Tartan calls out to the prince, prompting Greer to ask if something is on his mind. The Duke points out that showing off his secret skills and using Perez's sword technique against Raon was going a bit too far. Tartan lectures him on the importance of hiding his true strength, but Greer admits he just got a little carried away. The Duke adds that giving away his personal plaque is overkill, but the prince strongly disagrees. Greer explains that Raon Ziggart showed nothing but respect, keeping his manners perfect even when he had every right to be offended, always with class. Plus, Raon has also pulled off a technique that is clearly a hidden secret, and Tartan can't deny it. Greer then admits the plaque is actually a calculated investment, leaving the Duke completely confused. The prince explains that combining that level of skill and personality at such a young age guarantees Raon will grow into an absolute legend, even if his path gets a bit messy. I mean, wouldn't you want to be close to a future monster like him? But Tartan feels the prince is thinking way too far ahead. Greer scoffs that growing up in the royal family means if you don't think 10 steps ahead, you'd already be dead. Staring up at the open sky, he wonders just how insanely strong Raon Ziggart will become by the time they cross swords again. Back home, Butler Lowen notes that Glenn should be thrilled his grandson is so highly praised by a foreign prince. But Glenn just grumbles, asking what he means. Smiling, the butler replies that it has been ages since he saw his master look this happy. Glenn denies smiling, but Lowen points out his grin has been there since the prince first mentioned young Master Raon's name. Shrugging it off, the Patriarch mutters that Lowen must be getting senile to imagine such things. Changing the subject, Lowen expresses his deep concern over the Duke's secret message and asks what Glenn plans to do. Glenn falls silent. Tartan has hinted that they have much bigger things to discuss than just some letter from a prince. It carries a private message sent straight from the King of Owen, Lacrosse Alberton Owen, and Glenn wants the details immediately. Tartan then drops a massive bombshell. The 5 shadows have officially started to move again. Back at the field, Rimmer congratulates all the trainees for their stellar performance against Owen's elite students. He announces that since they are ready, special training will kick off next week, leaving everyone wondering what lies in store. When Dorian eagerly asks what they'll be doing, Rimmer smiles coldly, saying training is the wrong word. He warns them it is a real, brutal battle, and they'd better prepare to see some blood. Rimmer continues, explaining that just south of their borders lives a vicious band of bandits calling themselves the Snowy Tiger's Claw. These outlaws are secretly tied to the Northern and Southern Alliance, getting filthy rich by shaking down anyone crossing the mountains, but apparently they'd become extremely violent. They were robbing merchant caravans and killing innocent people. One trainee asked if the goal was to eliminate them. Rimmer confirmed it, prompting them to ask why. Rimmer explained they couldn't let them slide. They'd ambushed a mountain village, slaughtered everyone, set it ablaze, and fled. Hearing that made everyone tremble with fear. Rimmer concluded that was exactly why they had to track and eliminate them. They might be mere bandits, but they use aura, so no one can let their guard down. They set off tomorrow. Meanwhile, a falling leaf gets sliced clean in midair. Runan kept practicing her swordsmanship. She wanted to polish her posture a bit more before they left tomorrow, but her body just wouldn't cooperate. Raon's movements were always so flexible and smooth, yet she couldn't figure out her own issue. She figured Raon was probably training right now, so maybe she should just go ask him. Glancing at his house and then back at her sword, she hesitated. She couldn't interrupt him, so she decided to keep practicing alone. Morning arrived as a puddle on the ground reflected the grand palace. Runan realized that even if she felt a bit weaker, her sword swings were much smoother, which was enough for today. She figured Raon was still training nearby, thinking of visiting before heading home. But then, a sudden thought stopped her. Her mother promised to buy ice cream, meaning she had to get back home early this weekend. So, she decided to ask Raon about her training tomorrow, planning to share some of that ice cream with him. As Runan walked through the city, someone shadowed her. A sudden voice called her name, and she turned to see a very familiar face. It was Syria, from her own Slyan vassal family. Noting that it had been quite a while, he asked why she looked so incredibly miserable to see her own brother. Expressing his deep disappointment, he reminded her that he had explicitly warned her never to make that face. Kneeling down, he remarked that Rimmer's training must be excellent, seeing how strong she'd gotten, and claimed he was proud of his sister. Even so, he questioned if she was really planning to throw her life away in dangerous wars or duels. Runan backed away, screaming in terror as he drew closer. Syria sighed, saying she had forgotten his painful lessons far too quickly and desperately needed to remember them. Holding up a small, struggling creature, he casually asked if her pet squirrel was named Ruby. He softly murmured that she surely remembered how Ruby died, and what happens when she dares to disobey him. Runan screamed her brother's name in desperation, but Syria simply clenched his fist, instantly crushing the poor creature. Panic seized her, completely shattering her sanity as horrific memories flooded back. Endless dead animals littered across their home, while her brother stared down at her with those dead, freezing eyes. Right then, Runan snapped, shrieking at the top of her lungs, utterly consumed by a paralyzing wave of sheer panic. Syria whispered that she was his toy, and until the time came, she mustn't do anything reckless. Her only job was to stay alive and wait for his commands. Suddenly, a powerful strike lunges at them, shattering the brick building right beside them. Syria quickly leaps back to dodge, while Runan looks up to find a very familiar sword protecting her. Raon confronts the older brother, demanding to know who he is to act this way. Syria retorts that before asking for a name, Raon should offer his own. Syria mutters about every random pest bothering him, but Raon snaps back that a creep blocking a dark alleyway shouldn't talk so big. Raon openly asks if Syria is just some cheap, low-life mugger. Syria chuckles, explaining that despite appearances, he isn't a mugger at all, but actually Runan's older brother. Raon looks back at Runan, who is shaking violently from a severe panic attack. Seeing her raw terror, he asks if this monster is truly her brother. Syria smilingly confirms it, excusing her reaction by claiming she's just overwhelmed with joy to see him, and admitting he joked a bit too hard. Raon asks if crushing a live squirrel is a joke. Syria insists it was just a fake toy, opening his empty palm to prove it. He asks with a straight face if they really thought he would harm a real animal, but Raon instantly realizes the truth. Syria used his terrifying aura to completely incinerate the squirrel's body. Syria casually mentions he won't be returning for quite a while due to a long-term mission, claiming he only stopped by to drop off a snack for Runan. He notes that Runan has found a wonderful friend and should get along with him. He apologizes for his rough prank, telling her to stay safe until next time. Raon suddenly recognizes the terrifying man before him, the genius swordsman of the Slyan family, and one of the 12 monsters of the next generation destined to rule the continent, the Asura sword, Syria. Before his rebirth, Raon had only ever heard his name. This was his first time seeing him in person. He immediately concluded that Syria was a total madman pretending to be a benevolent hero, feeling the exact same sickening stench of hypocrisy he once smelt on Darius. Raon held out his hand to Runan. It was time to leave. She quietly agreed and walked to the carriage. She thanked him for the escort. Raon urged her to sleep early as they had to depart the very next day. He stood there quietly, staring at the carriage as it slowly pulled away, while Runan sat inside in complete silence, staring down at her box. Back home, she did the same in bed with her box of ice cream, realizing Syria was back and had not changed at all. In her past, she remembered claiming she only had a scratch on her hand. She explained that Ruby was just sensitive because of her pup and that everything was fine. But on the ground, a dead squirrel lay still. Syria told her she belonged to him. No one could hurt her. Her only job was to simply breathe. He warned her. If she ever spoke a word to her parents, he would slaughter them. He would burn everything to ashes, sparing only her because he did not need a family. She grew up believing that speaking up only brought pain. So, she chose to live her life in absolute silence. She truly believed keeping her mouth shut was the only way to keep everyone safe. She thought she was entirely alone in her suffering. But then she met Raon Ziggart. Seeing his relentless struggle, his incredible hard work, and the painful path he walked made her realize she was not alone. Watching him change minds through sheer effort gave her hope. She decided she could change, too, and she tried. But it was simply too hard. She told herself that she would be fine as long as she just endured. Meanwhile, south of the Ziggart estate lay Zartan village. Rimmer announced they would spend the night resting there. They had rushed through dimensional portals to get here. Because of that, everyone was completely exhausted. This night would be their very last chance to rest properly before the mission. Seeing the elite Ziggart swordsman, a kind villager offered to guide them to their lodgings. Sitting by the warm fireplace in his room, Raon thanked Wrath. The ghost scoffed, demanding to know why. Raon explained it was because of his warning from the day before. Without that hint, he never would have noticed Wrath hiding his energy. Wrath grumbled he did it for the ice cream girl. Raon reflected that he was going away on a long-term mission and would be gone for a while. Still, as long as that monster was her older brother, Runan would continue to suffer. Wrath casually made a wild offer. Hand over your body. He would execute the trash and return it. Shocking the young protagonist. The ghost declared that he repaid kindness twofold, but repaid enmity tenfold. Since that quiet girl gave him the greatest sweet in existence, he gladly offered to handle this chore. But Raon flatly refused. He pointed out that the monster had severely traumatized Runan, and taking his life now would never actually fix her situation. Raon added that across both his lives, Runan was the very first person to show him any genuine kindness. So if anyone ever hurt her again, he would personally take that man's life. 2 days after leaving the Ziggart estate, they finally arrived at the bloody path of the Snow Tiger bandits. Wait till you see this. The absolute and utter horror of this devastating scene left the entire group of cadets completely frozen in silent shock. Buron gagged at the sight of a corpse. Raon saw how brutal it was. Their necks were snapped before being incinerated. Surprisingly, Martha did not look even slightly bothered by the gruesome sight. She acted as if she had seen plenty of death before. She stopped the group, asking where Runan had gone. Staring at a dead body inside a nearby house, Runan completely panicked. Rimmer solemnly explained that this horrific slaughter was the brutal work of the Snow Tiger bandits. He ordered them to engrave this terrible scene into their minds, staying alert for when they face them. Rimmer then produced a silent whistle. It made absolutely no sound when blown. Only those with special training could ever hope to detect its high frequency. If they faced mortal danger, they were to blow it immediately to alert the nearby monitoring devices. He sternly warned them that their swords must remain ruthless, but instead of relying on the whistle right away, they should face the enemy head-on and test their own limits. He emphasized that they must never hesitate to take a life, sending a cold wave of fear straight through Runan. Rimmer then ordered them to split into small groups of 3 to 4 under the top cadets, with Martha commanding Group A and Buron leading Group B. At that moment, Runan remembered her brother Sela, saying she was his. Sela had told her never to do anything dangerous that could get her hurt, saying she only needed to keep breathing until the day he needed her, promising to slaughter anyone who harmed her. Raon caught his friend's attention, asking her to follow him. Runan hesitated for a few seconds before quietly agreeing, and they both made their way toward a mountain. Raon figured they were heading for the summit of Mount Rutan, thinking the high ground would let them watch the area below and easily hide or make a quick escape. But he wanted to see what the perfect hideout looked like, since they were avoiding that mountain. Raon concluded their targets would not choose such an obvious hiding spot, knowing there were too many searchers who would immediately check that location first. This meant the hill was their actual destination, and though it looked completely exposed from the outside, Raon suspected a secret zone lay hidden within. He called out to Runan, saying they were going. They would investigate the hill while leaving the forest to the other teams, and as Runan nodded, Raon noticed her acting a bit strange. Fury pointed out that Raon was clearly worried, asking why he did not say something to comfort Runan. Raon replied that he had no idea what to say, especially since it was a private family matter. Since he did not even understand his own complicated feelings about Sylvia, he had no right giving anyone else family advice. Even so, he knew what Sela had done to Runan and wanted to help her settle that score when the time came. Sure enough, a quite deep forest sat hidden inside the hill, completely invisible from the outside, with all human footprints carefully concealed to keep searchers from finding them. But this clumsy trick only worked against amateurs, and it would never work on a professional like him. He had not become the ultimate assassin just by killing, as tracking, scouting, and gathering info were skills he had mastered long ago. Clumsy camouflage like this might fool average hunters, but it was completely useless against his eyes. So, Raon whispered that the Snow Tiger bandits were close, telling Runan to follow his lead without making a sound. Even her breathing had to be silent, and with a quiet nod, they both advanced, hands ready on their swords. Spotting wolf traps on the ground, Raon figured they had nothing clever prepared past these basic defenses at the entrance. The bandits likely assumed no one would track them through all these chaotic footprints, proving they had severely underestimated his skills. Seeing a boy inside, Raon wondered if he was the hostage, noting the guards looked fairly built but possessed no aura, meaning they were just weak, low-ranking warriors. But the giant man resting near the captive was clearly skilled enough to fight for a living, and the rest of the gang had to be gathered deep inside, as they would never leave a hostage poorly guarded. There were likely more than a dozen outlaws waiting inside. He debated blowing his whistle to call for backup, since they could easily fall back and coordinate with the main force. But the captive was in terrible shape and might freeze to death long before the main rescue team could even arrive. With the bandits still completely unaware, the smartest move was rescuing the hostage, but things are about to go south, and then quietly take out the enemy. So Raon parted the thick bushes, which seemed to startle a tense Runan. Raon told her to focus on him and stay calm, promising he would save the kid but absolutely needed her assistance. The moment he gave the signal, she had to suppress the sound while he handled the rest, asking if she was ready. Runan doubted her own abilities for a moment, but promised she would try. The board sentries complained about being tired, muttering about how much longer they had to wait, when Runan suddenly appeared, releasing her freezing aura to choke out the sound. The panicked bandits realized their voices were being muffled by an expert's aura. Terrified and wondering why a powerful master would be lurking in a dump like this, Raon dashed forward, knowing this was his opening. Before taking on the sleeping giant, he had to quickly execute these two guards and clear his path. A severed head flew right past Runan, leaving the girl completely frozen in absolute horror. Flashbacks of Sela brutally slaughtering her pet squirrel Ruby and its babies flooded Runan's mind, making her scream and collapse as Raon cursed, realizing their barrier had just shattered. The blood had triggered her deep-seated trauma, and now their entire stealth mission was completely blown. The massive bandit chief lunged straight for Raon, who instantly tensed, preparing to intercept the strike before it could harm Runan. Swiftly pinning him down, Raon ordered him to shut up. Raon warned that another whisper would cost him his life, commanding him to answer every question or else he would face an agonizing death. He would rip his bones out, forcing the brute to grunt in compliance while Runan kept shaking on the frozen ground. Raon realizes Runan managed to raise a mana barrier even while shaking with terror. They only survived because of her, and she did amazingly well despite the panic. Next, Raon interrogates the captured bandit, demanding to know how many snow tigers are out there. The trembling bandit confesses there are 39 of them hiding in the forest, along with one more hostage trapped inside. Frantic with fear, the rescued boy explains that the remaining hostage is his little sister, begging them to run. Runan promises the boy she will save his sister, but Raon warns her not to make reckless promises. Still, she firmly insists they can do it. He can kill them. Raon explains he can wipe them out, but they need backup if they want to rescue the helpless hostages without getting anyone killed. Fighting 36 thugs and their leader is just too risky. Runan asks if she should blow her emergency whistle, and Raon agrees it is their best shot. She blows it immediately. Standing right next to her, Raon hears absolutely nothing, realizing why their instructor Rimmer gave them such a bizarre tool. But the bandit leader immediately roars out it is a silent alarm. Everyone wake up and attack. Now watch this. Raon realizes there is someone in the woods with senses sharp enough to hear what he cannot. He takes the lead. Runan stays back to protect the boy. The bandit leader sneers that a mere brat like Raon has caused them plenty of trouble, demanding to know exactly who he summoned with that silent signal. Raon coolly tells him to back off and proposes a simple hostage swap. As the boss hesitates, Raon explains the terms very clearly. Hand over the helpless little girl, and he will return their captured comrade back to them safely. But the leader scoffs, saying he does not care if his useless lackey dies because he has zero value compared to the kid. He demands Raon drop his weapon, threatening to roll heads, and Raon calmly agrees. Whispering to Runan, he tells her to look away and wait for his signal. Without warning, Raon slashes the throat of the bandit in his grip. The bandits gasp in absolute shock, calling him a bastard and screaming in rage. Instantly, Raon hurls his sword directly at the thug holding the little girl. The blade impales his chest, allowing her to break free. Raon yells for Runan to unleash her freezing mist aura, and she immediately obeys. A thick, icy fog instantly blankets the area, leaving the panicked bandits complaining that they cannot see a single thing in the mist. Moving fast, Raon saves the girl. He cradles her safely. The bandits panic, shouting that the brat escaped with their prize. Their leader orders everyone to hunt him down and kill him without showing any mercy. Finding a safe spot, Raon realizes the children have fainted from the extreme cold, making it impossible to carry them any further. With the bandits threatening the nearby village, Raon instructs Runan to hide and protect the unconscious children. He is bleeding. Runan notices the heavy wound on his arm. Raon assures her he is fine, promising to wipe out the bandits and return quickly. But Runan tightly grabs his shirt, begging him not to go and fight while injured. She frantically suggests they should just hide and wait for their academy instructors to arrive and save them. Raon stops. He crouches down to look her in the eyes. He admits that the battlefield is a terrifying place, whether you are a raw apprentice or a seasoned warrior. But he warns her that the truly terrifying thing is freezing up because of fear. These ruthless bandits have committed unforgivable atrocities, and he knows that the brave villagers who died surely gave their lives trying to protect their home. They cannot turn a blind eye to this, because they are proud, Ziggart swordsmen. Fulfilling their duty means carrying on the sacred will of the fallen. Protecting the survivors is their duty. He knows she is scared of her brother, but warns that letting fear rule her will only make his shadow grow larger. He refuses to let that happen, reminding her that Raon Ziggart is the only one who can protect herself and those she cherishes. Raon reaches out. He pulls a small carving from his coat. He tells her that whatever she chooses to do next is entirely her decision, and she no longer has to hide in the dark. And honestly, you can feel her pain here. Raon tears up, desperately wanting to escape her dark past and finally change for good. Staring closely at the wooden squirrel Raon carved for her, she resolves to step out of the dark shadows and protect what matters to him. Charging into the bandit base, Raon tears through their ranks, slaying everyone in sight. The remaining thugs scream and curse, desperately ordering everyone to charge and stop Raon before he massacres them all. The leader panics. He screams, demanding they stop him right now. A bandit leaps at him from behind with a wild strike, but Raon effortlessly dodges the blow. The bandit leader charges forward, thinking he has his opening, and strikes with everything he's got. But the thug screams in panic, wondering where Raon disappeared to after completely vanishing from sight. Raon materializes right behind him, mocking his cowardly hesitation as he waits for an open shot. With a swift slice, Raon takes his head clean off. The remaining thugs freeze in absolute horror, calling him a monster, and wondering how a mere kid can be this insanely strong. Raon immediately orders them to drop their weapons, since their boss is already dead. Suddenly, an elite bandit parries his incoming blade with a cold grin, calling it a joke. Losing to a little kid makes zero sense. He spits, especially when it would bring absolute shame to their reputation before joining the powerful South-North Union. Looking Raon up and down, he laughs that the boy looks like a pampered noble, which only makes this setup even sweeter. He feared his cheap offerings surely wouldn't be enough, but the heavens hadn't abandoned him. Lunging forward, he aims to take Raon as a hostage. Raon realizes this man is the true boss of the Snow Tigers. He looks like a clumsy beginner, but his actual swordsmanship is surprisingly sharp. Nearby, more bandits shout that they found the hostages, forcing Raon to raise her weapon and block a sudden strike. Raon worries she might not be prepared for a real life and death battle yet and tries to back her up, but his opponent swings again, snarling at him for daring to look away during their fight. Now they can finally start having some real fun, the maniac laughs. Raon deflects the strike, knowing things are turning ugly fast. Just outside, another thug shouts that the girl has weird skills but clearly lacks the stomach to take a life. He barks at her to drop the hostage and stop playing silly games. Raon reminds herself that she must protect these children at all costs, and to do that, she has to end the life of the enemy standing right in front of her. Luckily, this guy doesn't look too tough. She can pull this off if she just concentrates on making the kill. But despite keeping Raon's words close, Sela's terrifying image flashes in her mind, locking her in place as the cruel illusion returns. Panic sets in as she whispers that she can see him again. She tries desperately to block out the phantom, but the paralyzing trauma of her past still grips her, making her doubt if she can ever protect anyone like Raon does. She cannot even swing her sword properly, utterly paralyzed by her absolute failure to protect anyone in her entire life. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through her despair. Raon yells out her name. He tells her that everything is fine, and she can absolutely do this. Her trembling heart clings to those reassuring words. She envisions her younger, terrified self meeting Raon as he gently tells her not to worry, offering to guide her out of the shadows. Regaining her focus, Raon decides she wants to repay his faith. She draws her sword, finding a new surge of courage even while staring down the phantom of her brother. She charges straight at her attacker. She strikes, determined to walk alongside Raon since he placed his trust in her. Meanwhile, the bandit leader curses, shouting that his men are useless for losing to mere children. Raon retorts that they are not just normal kids. He declares that Raon fought through her dark trauma entirely on her own, possessing a heart far kinder and stronger than anyone else. Now, fully in control, the young swordswoman unleashes her strike, utilizing her own variant of the fiery technique. Slicing decisively with her falling flower technique, she takes the bandit's life. Moments later, Raon searches the camp chests for any leftover traps. But look at this, he stumbles on a mythical, two-toned flower. It is an incredibly rare, miraculous herb, making him wonder if a whole village was slaughtered just to harvest it. An unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out from the trees, wondering if the battle is already over, and if everyone died for Vulcan's legendary flower. Raon demands to know what's going on, but the stranger simply praises his audacity and sharp instincts in reading the battlefield. The young swordsman directly asks if this newcomer belongs to the notorious South-North Union. Raptor gives a nod and introduces himself. Raon immediately recognizes the name. Raptor is a legendary genius who joined the South-North Union with nothing but a single blade, rising to lead a massive bandit crew within 10 years as a highly skilled martial artist. Raptor notes that Raon is a famous kid from the direct Ziggart bloodline, guessing they are only cadets since their blades bear no clan engravings. He casually muses if he should just kill them right here. Raptor unleashes his crushing pressure onto Raon. Raon easily senses the thick, suffocating bloodlust. But to someone who spent his entire previous life as a professional assassin, this force feels like absolutely nothing. Raptor is impressed that Raon easily resists, admitting the boy is definitely no ordinary kid. Raon calculates that he could easily assassinate Raptor from behind, but a direct head-on battle with this monster is something he cannot survive right now. Even so, a strange burning desire keeps him from backing down. Grinning, Raon dares Raptor to draw his weapon and make a move. Rector warned Raon that taking this path would cost him his life, but Raon simply shrugged, saying it was only natural for the weak to die by the hands of the strong. The assassin muttered that those weren't words you'd expect to hear from a child. Rector admitted that after seeing what kind of person Raon truly was, he had absolutely no desire to fight him anymore, calling it a real waste of talent. Raon countered that a true warrior never gets to choose where they fall. Hearing this, Rector called him a total lunatic who must have a notebook full of famous quotes. Rector then revealed there was actually another reason he didn't want to kill Raon, since a certain vicious wind had been watching them this entire time. He mentioned it would be fun if Raon joined the South-North Union, then asked for his real name. Raon calmly introduced himself to the dangerous assassin, stating his full name. Rector nodded in respect, hoping to hear Raon's name echo far beyond Mount Terukan and the Rabel River someday. Seeing that Rector had vanished, Raon turned to Runan and suggested they head back. The quiet girl simply nodded in agreement. Runan softly called out to Raon, looking up to ask if she did a good job. Taken aback at first, he smiled warmly and assured her she was absolutely amazing. So, his first mission, short yet somehow incredibly long, finally comes to an end. Returning home with the Snow Tiger bandit leader's head, both Burin and Martha are completely furious that they lost to him once again. Rimmer tries to comfort the trainees who struggled, offering some friendly advice that immediately devolves into a massive brag about how legendary his own first mission was. Even Wrath doesn't miss the chance to brag, and listening to these two chatterboxes almost makes Raon's ears bleed. The rescued orphans are taken in by the Sion family, and they already seem to love their new home, especially since they've bonded with Runan. Back at the estate, Raon and Runan are summoned by the Patriarch to be rewarded. Getting direct praise from the head of the clan catches Raon completely off guard, but he is even more shocked when the Patriarch hands back the rare bicolor flower, telling him to keep his hard-earned loot, even though it is a highly rare, miracle medicine. Confused, Raon wonders what happened and why Dorian is suddenly standing there. Helen explains that the young master is finally back, but their lady insisted that Dorian drop by and report every single detail the moment their mission ended. Raon realizes Dorian must have spilled every single detail, and Dorian happily confirms, boasting about his own dramatic tale. Just then, Sylvia bursts in calling for her beloved son, while Helen smiles at the young master's return. Raon worries that Sylvia will be absolutely furious if she finds out he fought the bandits, so he quickly prepares an excuse to defend himself. However, his mother simply hugs him tight, warmly praising him for doing such a wonderful job, leaving Raon utterly frozen in shock. Sylvia laughs, asking why she'd ever be mad, while Raon mutters that she always tells him to be careful. She gently explains that the first patriarch only drew his blade to shield the defenseless. She tells him that their ancestor always protected those in need, and the Ziegharts exist to carry on that noble legacy of protection. It was always her dream to be a grand warrior just like that, so there's no way she'd ever scold him for saving hostages, adding that she is incredibly proud of him. Helen chimes in, saying how proud they all are, and insists they visit the main mansion tomorrow just to show off his amazing achievements. Raon realizes he doesn't really understand his mother, since her feelings are always so complex, but right now, he just wants to find out where that coward Dorian ran off to. Wrath grumbles that the cowardly bastard took off ages ago, not wanting to stick around for the fallout. Raon smiles, thinking that tonight isn't half bad. Meanwhile, at her own home, Runan sets her pet squirrel under the table and gazes out with a soft smile. She recalls Raon telling her that she no longer needs to hide in the shadows. Because of that, she resolves to look him in the eyes next time and give him a proper thank you, no matter what. Elsewhere, Rimmer rests in his hammock, remembering how Raon refused to back down against the deadly Rector. He grins, whispering that it's been ages since he's witnessed that kind of terrifying spark, the exact same one he saw in the Patriarch. It seems the seed of a future king has finally begun to sprout. At the main Robert family estate, Darus writes in his notebook, maintaining his usual eerie calm. Suddenly, he stops, as his right hand starts dripping blood. It seems the old wound he received 17 years ago still refuses to heal. Ever since that fateful day, Darus has tried legendary miracle elixirs, renowned doctors, and even high priests. Yet absolutely no one could heal the injury. The cut never heals and never gets worse, remaining exactly as it was on that bloody day, serving as a constant reminder of that moment. He wonders if some lingering ghost is forcing him to remember, cursing the fact that he can't turn back time to fix it. Closing the book, Darus mutters that only a little time remains before his ultimate lifelong goal is finally realized. Back at the training grounds, the system alerts Raon that he has fully mastered the 3-star 10,000 Flames technique, maximizing his frost aura and boosting all his other stats. The system chimes in, letting him know he finally made it to the expert level. Even if it is just the starting tier, Raon has worked incredibly hard to reach this point. Wrath scoffs, calling it pathetic since even a swordmaster is just a bug to him, asking if Raon is seriously proud of this. Raon just smiles, saying it is pretty rare for a 15-year-old to reach the expert tier anywhere on the continent. You will not find anyone his age at this level. Wrath snaps back that only idiots think about age when lives are on the line. Weakness is weakness. Raon nods, agreeing that no enemy will ever show him mercy on the battlefield just because he is young. Wrath scoffs that as things stand, Raon cannot even scratch his fingernail. The young swordsman simply agrees, making Wrath demand to know why he is still smiling. Raon explains that he is just happy because in his past life, he never got anywhere near this level of strength. Wrath gets furious, snapping that he will never praise a mere human. Raon teases that he hears Wrath's voice shake, proving he is right. After all, they have spent enough time together to read each other's minds. Wrath growls that a human who dares to understand him deserves to die a painful death. As the demon roars, Raon jokes that such tantrums are nothing, warning Wrath that he will devour him if he does not calm down. Wrath mutters that hearing this nonsense brings back the good old days, making the young swordsman instantly tense up at the mention of his past. Then Wrath casually announces he is going to stretch and completely ignores him. Back in the training hall, Rimmer calls a halt to the session, announcing training is done for the day and praising their hard work. Byrne grumbles that since the instructor arrived 20 minutes late, they should extend their training by another 20 minutes. But the lazy elf dashes away, shouting that they can make it up tomorrow because today was already more than enough. Raon sighs and calls it a day, telling the designated cleaning crew to get to work. Dorian quickly grabs the brooms from the locker, but Martha is already standing right next to him with a terrifying glare. Dorian shrieks in absolute terror, making Martha snap, asking if cleaning with her is really that awful. Dorian frantically shakes his head while Martha complains about being exhausted from training, demanding to know why everyone is taking so long. Raon notes she is only ever calm with him. Nearby, Rimmer mutters that she is totally unpredictable except when Raon is around. Raon then turns around, calling out to the sneaky instructor. He teases that he thought Rimmer had already bolted, making the elf stammer in panic. Rimmer quickly makes up an excuse, claiming he came back for something. Then he gathers everyone around, announcing he has some incredibly important news. The trainees immediately wonder what kind of trouble is coming now. You can feel the tension skyrocket as Rimmer drops their second official mission, instantly freezing the room in dead silence. The instructor simply laughs and apologizes, leaving everyone shocked that he forgot something so critical. Raon realizes it has already been 6 months since their first task. This second mission took much longer than expected, making him wonder if the Ziggart family is just lazy. Rimmer explains that a horde of aggressive orcs has recently invaded the southern part of their territory. Their job is to hunt down these monsters and protect the innocent villagers from the threat. Simply put, they have to defend the town and wipe out every last beast. And get this, instead of being absolutely terrified, these trainees actually start cheering, completely hyped to test their sword skills in a real battle. Rimmer smiles, noting how incredibly excited they are despite being nothing but a bunch of rookies. He warns them that no instructors will be tagging along on this trip. They will be entirely on their own, meaning teamwork is their absolute key to survival. Byrne speaks up, asking what will happen if they face a deadly crisis beyond their strength. Rimmer casually answers that it is up to them, and they can always retreat if things get too crazy. This is exactly why a leader's judgment is so critical, since they need to make the right call under extreme pressure. Dorian nervously asks if running away will hurt their reputation. Rimmer laughs, saying normally yes, but if they manage to escape one of the 5 legendary demons, they will be praised. The chubby coward immediately celebrates the fact that running away is an acceptable option, which only irritates Byrne. To top it off, the instructor announces their departure is set for dawn the day after tomorrow. Everyone panics at the incredibly short notice. Martha yells, demanding to know why they are being rushed with only 2 days to prepare. Rimmer calmly explains that defending against a monster raid requires far more preparation than a simple guard duty or dungeon crawl. They really need to be careful, because if they don't prepare well in advance, the entire village could take serious damage. Raon Ziggart muttered that they could have prepared much better if they had just been warned sooner. Raon Ziggart cut him off, telling everyone that was enough. Now isn't the time to panic, they need to focus on preparing. Every single second they waste complaining is a second they lose to get ready. The others agreed, knowing it was true. After all, there was no guarantee they would only get missions when they felt ready, so they decided to move out right away. Rimmer warned them that these orcs were brutally aggressive and far stronger than expected. Plus, this was nothing like the small fights they had faced before, and they were severely outnumbered. Going head-on right now would be suicide. It makes way more sense to focus on dodging their attacks instead of blocking them directly, keeping their injuries to an absolute minimum, and that was pretty much all he had to say. Raon Ziggart then went back to his room, setting his heavy backpack aside. He knew she was using a light spell, making it incredibly clear she had zero intention of helping them out. Raon Ziggart figured she wanted them to handle everything on their own, which was perfectly fine by him. Wrath called him arrogant. Wrath warned that Raon Ziggart expected everything to go perfectly, but wild, unpredictable things can happen anytime. Raon Ziggart agreed, and immediately began allocating his remaining stat points. But wait, right then, Raon Ziggart heard someone approaching his room late at night. Opening the door, he was shocked to find his mother, Sylvia Ziggart, standing there with her arms crossed. She immediately demanded that he notify her whenever he got a new mission. Raon Ziggart asked how she knew, wondering if Dorian had snitched on him again, but Sylvia Ziggart revealed that Rimmer was the real snitch, making Raon Ziggart curse his instructor in his head. He apologized, prompting her to sigh at his stubborn attitude. But then, she gently took his hands, explaining that being a leader meant far more than just carrying a title. She emphasized that his job was to guide the other trainees toward a much better path. He shouldn't try to solo these missions. Instead, he must place his allies in the right spots to minimize casualties and guarantee success. Instead of the scolding we all expected, she was actually offering warm advice. Sylvia Ziggart continued, warning him that monster incursions might look easy, but they were actually incredibly dangerous. He had to wipe them out completely to keep the villagers safe. She also reminded him that out on a mission, he was no longer just a trainee. He was a true Ziggart swordsman now, and she expected him to live up to the ancient ideals of their legendary family. Raon Ziggart admitted he thought she would yell. Sylvia Ziggart confessed she was angry, terrified, and frustrated, but then she pulled him into a warm hug. She told him that now was not the time for scolding, but he had better prepare for a massive lecture once he got back. She was happy to see him so spirited after all his grueling training, but as a mother, she could never stop worrying about her son. Raon Ziggart hugged her back tightly. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Rimmer finally spoke up, warning the squad that absolutely anything could happen out there, so they must remain incredibly cautious. He ordered them to retreat immediately if the situation ever got too dangerous, and the young trainees shouted back in agreement. Rimmer sat back down, casually telling them they were cleared to go. He explained that the trip would normally take a whole month, but since a direct path had been cleared, it should only take 2 weeks. He wished them all good luck, and the trainees nodded in agreement. Next, Raon Ziggart ordered everyone into a strict 4-line formation, moving strictly according to the buddy system they had set up. Watching them leave that morning, Rimmer felt entirely confident they would succeed. He reflected that Raon Ziggart was not just a genius in combat and aura, but possessed incredible tactical intelligence as well. Rimmer was absolutely sure that Raon Ziggart would crush this mission and return safely, even though he was only 15. His expectations for the boy grew higher and higher every single day. Another instructor asked if they should follow them now, since the kids were far enough not to notice. Rimmer quietly replied not yet, because one of those kids has insanely sharp senses. With that, he announced he was going to take a quick nap first. The others wondered if they should really delay leaving, but Rimmer lazily told them they should be worrying about the orcs instead. Deep inside a dark cave littered with human skulls, a hooded figure questioned if their intel was actually true. Another cultist confirmed, explaining they had solid reports showing this exact village was their next target. Their orders were simple: infiltrate the village and slaughter absolutely anyone who crossed their path. It was time to move. Arriving near the beautifully flowered village, Raon Ziggart and Raon Ziggart, the top student from the 6th training hall, were totally stunned by what lay ahead. Raon Ziggart demanded to know why they were there, and Raon Ziggart snapped back that he had the exact same question. Raon remembers hearing that Kane joined the 6th training hall pretty late because of some injuries. But now Kane seems perfectly fine and shows serious sword mastery, explaining they are on an orc hunt before asking what Raon is doing there. Raon replies they are actually on the exact same mission. But Kane, his relative, says he was never told about this. The night before they left, some instructors gathered at a local bar, with one praising his students for doing an amazing job, while another quickly agreed. Suddenly, Rimmer agreed, claiming that while he deserved all the credit, he was still impressed and wanted to send his students so they could clear the orc mission instantly. He even hoped the patriarch would praise him, but another instructor cut in, explaining the 6th training hall was already assigned to that exact task. He argued that tight teamwork was absolutely crucial for subjugation and invasion missions. Unlike the 5th training hall with its individual focus, the 6th hall was a much better fit. Besides, everyone in the 6th hall had survived a brutal, hellish training week, so they deserved to keep the mission. Rimmer mocked him, asking if he was just bitter because his students were getting way too much attention. He insisted they needed to wipe out the orc threat as fast as humanly possible. So, he suggested sending both groups to speed things up, and a hyped-up Methan volunteered to ask the Patriarch for permission. Now, back to the present. Byrne claims there must have been a major mix-up and suggests they go back, since his squad can easily handle this alone. Kane snaps back that he cannot ignore those words, mocking Byrne for growing way too arrogant during his time in the 5th training hall. He argues the 6th hall is vastly superior at teamwork, and warns that this mission would be far too tedious for Byrne's squad to handle. But Byrne fires back. He says he knows exactly how strong Kane is, but warns him not to look down on the 5th hall. Raon realizes Rimmer definitely knew both groups would end up here, wondering why the lazy elf did not warn them. Closing his eyes, Raon reflects on how Rimmer always prioritizes real, hands-on battlefield experience over anything else. This mission is clearly no joke, and teamwork is absolutely vital for a massive monster subjugation like this. And yet, cooperation is definitely not their strong suit. But if the actual goal is competition, then things make perfect sense, prompting Raon to curse that sly, venomous elf. Either way, Raon figured this would be a golden opportunity for the other trainees to learn. Besides, his mother's warm, parting words had been echoing in his mind ever since he left. He steps in, telling them to calm down as they are just wasting time. Realizing they will never agree, Raon casually suggests they make a simple bet. Byrne demands to know what he means, arguing they shouldn't waste energy when they don't even know what threats lie ahead. Raon explains that neither squad wants to back down from this mission. He is sure they will face a massive horde of orcs, which likely means dealing with a pretty strong superior leader. So, Raon proposes a bet to determine who gets to act as the overall commander for this mission. The plan is simple: hunt down the orc leader first to trigger total chaos, then clean up the rest. If the leading group struggles, it will be the perfect opportunity for the other squad to step in. Raon asks if Kane is on board with this, and Kane agrees, saying they can proceed that way. Now watch this. The game begins as the 5th hall advances up the mountain. Martha thinks the rules are incredibly simple. All they have to do is completely crush the opposing squad or steal their flag, which is far easier than talking. Raon tells them to start, but Martha scoffs, asking why they need plans against total losers. She boasts she will wipe them out alone, telling everyone else to wait. Spotting her targets, she laughs. No tactics are needed against trash. She brutally slams her sword right against one of theirs. Raon activates his legendary senses, allowing him to visualize the entire chaotic battlefield without even looking directly at it. As the fierce clash begins, Runan quietly asks if it is really okay to let them fight without any plan. Raon replies they are way too overconfident to listen to him anyway. The girl asks if they can actually win, and Raon flatly says no, expecting them to lose pretty pathetically. Martha is stunned. Why can she not break through these weaklings, and how on earth is their defense this solid? A bald defender blocks her, roaring that she isn't the center of the universe as Martha suddenly finds herself under crushing pressure. The day flies by, leaving the 5th squad completely crushed. Both Martha Ziggart and Raon Ziggart are left drowning in deep shame. Rimmer asks if the challenge was actually as easy as they thought, since they look like the ones who got totally destroyed. Their instructor warns them that the world will not wait around for them to get better. They got cocky just because the Owen Kingdom ignored those swordsmen. That is what happens when you fight with no tactics and zero teamwork, completely blind to the enemy because of pure arrogance. You just wasted your energy, aura, and best moves. Those guys train hard every single day. Just because you have better talent does not mean you can underestimate their relentless grind. Runan Sulian asks if they lost. Raon Ziggart tells her no, because they still have a fighting chance. Raon Ziggart asks if he is actually serious, while Martha Ziggart snaps that she will do whatever it takes to crush them. Raon Ziggart appreciates that they are at least willing to try, and he is right. He begins explaining how they can easily dismantle their arrogant enemies. Over on the other side, the 6th squad students laugh about how easy that victory was, though they warn each other not to get sloppy since their opponents are pretty accomplished. They know they won't back down easily. One of them spots Martha Ziggart, calling out that their little run is already completely over, but Martha Ziggart calls him a total idiot, warning him that he will regret talking trash. She charges straight at him at full speed. The bald opponent immediately deploys his offensive charge using the 4th formation, channeling his aura to the front line and bracing his foot firmly on the ground as Martha Ziggart swings a heavy horizontal strike. The bald guy panics, wondering what the hell is going on as they suddenly strike from the sides instead. Deep in the forest, Raon Ziggart prepares to strike. His opponents smirk, easily recognizing his stance and aiming to neutralize him exactly as they planned. but Raon Ziggart easily evades their charge, yelling that they are the ones fooled this time. With only a few swift swings, he wipes them all out. The stunned opponents realize he changed his movements way too fast, completely tossing out his old style. They are left wondering what on earth happened to make them change so drastically. Meanwhile, Martha Ziggart dominates all three opponents, realizing Raon Ziggart was absolutely right about their weakness. Back at the camp, Raon Ziggart had asked why they lost when they were individually far stronger than their enemies. Raon Ziggart guessed it was due to information and tactics, which Raon Ziggart immediately confirmed. The 6th training hall already memorized their fighting styles and habits, planning their counter tactics perfectly. And here is the kicker: they planned absolutely nothing, thinking they had already won, leading to a humiliating defeat in a battle they should have won. When Dorian asks why, Martha Ziggart snaps to not tempt fate, and he quickly apologizes. Raon Ziggart explains that while it was not a complete wipeout, they still burned too much energy and aura in that bad position. But he adds that they are not the only ones who have information and tactics. When Raon Ziggart asks if he has a plan, Raon Ziggart explains that Raon Ziggart, the top student there, has incredibly sharp vision and intuition. Because of this, Raon Ziggart easily sensed their rapid approach and deployed the exact students best suited to counter them. Since Martha Ziggart relies on raw power and endurance with simple attacks, Raon Ziggart sent defense specialists to block her hits. Raon Ziggart is incredibly fast but highly direct, so Raon Ziggart put his most perceptive swordsman on him. Raon Ziggart asks what they can do to win, noting the easiest way is just switching up their fighters, but he knows they would hate that. Martha Ziggart yells that she refuses and must win, while Raon Ziggart firmly agrees with her. Raon Ziggart tells them they just need to change how they fight. Their opponents are tough, but they lack smooth aura control, which leaves massive openings. They just need to exploit those gaps and strike hard. Raon Ziggart usually struggles against fighters who rely heavily on their natural combat instincts. But these students are vulnerable to tricky plays, so he needs to start using clever feints. Martha Ziggart demands to know why he was just standing there, while Raon Ziggart notes he sounds like he watched their entire battle. Raon Ziggart replies that while Raon Ziggart has sharp senses, his own are on an entirely different, superior level. He knows they will be fine, and there is no way Runan Sulian is going to lose either. Raon Ziggart turns around, announcing it is finally his turn to fight as he calls to Raon Ziggart, standing right behind him. Raon Ziggart notes the tables have completely turned, leaving Raon Ziggart with no option but to worry about their flag. Raon Ziggart admits he was wondering why his squad suddenly started losing, realizing their opponents must have changed up their battle tactics. Looks like the rumors about Raon being a nobody were totally wrong. Raon steps up, declaring this fight ends right here, and mentions he heard Raon uses fire-type aura. Raon unleashes his massive aura, and Raon instantly realizes they share the exact same type. Raon brags that unfortunately for Raon, he has the ultimate fire aura and way more energy than an official swordsman, meaning Raon basically has zero chance of winning. Raon just sighs. Why does everyone in this place talk so much before actually fighting? This is where it gets crazy. Raon unleashes his blazing golden flames, ready to prove his fire completely outclasses Raon's. Raon explodes forward like a raging cyclone at top speed. Raon is shocked by the sheer speed and burning heat, remembering the rumors that Raon took down both Martha and the Prince of Owen. Even if Raon's raw power seems a bit smaller, Raon knows this guy is seriously tough. But Raon moves. He braces for a tough opponent, as their swords crash. Fire erupts, but Raon's flames completely swallow Raon's. A sharp cut slices Raon's cheek, leaving him completely baffled. How could his own flames be weaker when this should be mathematically impossible? Suddenly, he is totally overwhelmed. Raon roars, throwing everything into one desperate strike, triggering a colossal explosion that rocks the entire arena. Only Raon's blade remains standing, with his opponent collapsed flat on the dirt. Raon mockingly asks whose fire was stronger, since the answer is pretty obvious. Just then, his allies arrive, stunned by his victory and wondering why Raon Ziggart is even here. Raon explains that when losing, the simplest shortcut to victory is taking out their leader. Everyone asks if he knew this would happen, and Buron admits Raon was totally spot on. They got tricked so easily, and without Raon's brilliant strategy, the entire 5th Battalion would have suffered a humiliating loss to the 6th. Martha grumbles. She hates admitting he was right, but facts are facts. She points out that if his strategy failed, she would have taken back her pledge to follow him, but they won because of him. With this, they finally recognize him as the rightful student leader of the 5th Training Hall, swearing to follow his every command without a single complaint from now on. Raon smiles. Seeing them grow from this experience is honestly pretty nice to see. Yes, this is the 5th training ground he actually knows. Raon praises their hard work, telling them he hopes they finally learned how dangerous it is to be blinded by your own arrogance, and what happens when you rush into things without any real planning. Think about it. If this was a real war instead of a simple bet, they would have lost their lives, so never forget what you learned today. Listening to him speak, Kane realizes Raon is far beyond what he ever expected, both in his mental strength and raw combat skill. Kane used to think the 5th training hall was just full of cocky kids, but now admits he was the truly arrogant one. Kane walks over, admitting he learned something extremely important. Raon taught him to never drop his guard early, and to always keep a solid backup plan ready in case the first one fails. Kane initially assumed his squad would crush them easily since they already knew their limits, but they got totally wiped out, and he got utterly crushed in his own duel. Fighting Raon made him see his confidence was just stupid pride. He completely underestimated his opponent, but at least he walks away with a major wake-up call. Kane genuinely thanks Raon, calling him his savior, while Raon smirked, noting Kane is actually way more decent than the other arrogant direct lineage relatives. Then, he shakes Kane's hand, admitting that he also learned a great deal from their fierce duel. Kane promises they will back them up on the upcoming mission just as agreed. Fast forward 2 weeks, and the heavy winter snow finally starts to fall. Raon and his squad march up to a cliffside, looking down at the small village they are assigned to protect. He explains it is just a quiet farming town with no big exports or visitors, and they are only here because local monsters have been causing trouble lately. But Raon cannot shake this eerie feeling that they are constantly being watched. With absolutely no instructor around, you can feel how sinister and dangerous this hidden observer is. It feels like an enemy is studying their movements to plan a deadly ambush, so Raon decides they need to play dumb and stay on high alert. So, Raon asks Buron a quick favor, take the lead on this one. The confused warrior blinks, asking what Raon is suddenly talking about. Raon explains that on their very first mission, only he and Runan truly fought against the Snow Tiger bandits, so it would be much better if Buron took the lead this time around. He adds that if Buron is not joking about catching up, then it is time to show his progress. Buron eagerly agrees, stating that he will prove how much he has changed, and that he is fully ready to lead this mission. Raon turns to the group, making sure everyone understands they are following Burn's orders now. He promises to explain everything to Martha later, but for now, she needs to fall in line. Martha snaps back that she doesn't need a private chat for this, and she'll do exactly what is asked. Raon stays deep in thought for a moment before asking Wrath if he feels eyes on them. The ghost asks if Raon picked up on it too, which makes sense given his newly unlocked abilities. Raon immediately presses for details, where are they, and how many. Wrath refuses to spoon-feed him, telling Raon to locate them himself, but our hero already knows it's just a single person. This catches the ghost off guard, and Raon smugly points out that Wrath used a singular pronoun. Raon mockingly thanks him, driving the ghost crazy, though deep down, he knows they might still be facing multiple spies. If there's only one spy actively watching right now, another squad is likely hiding nearby, meaning he can't relax. Let's be real, this entire mission is shaping up to be an absolute nightmare. The cultist asks who's coming, and his minion confirms it's the Ziggart family. He scoffingly notes that for a legendary Imperial bloodline, these kids don't look like much. The spy adds that they're just green students with no instructors around, probably on only their second real gig. He boasts that he stayed completely hidden, even when sneaking right up close to them. Their commander laughs it off, claiming mere apprentices could never see through his advanced tactics. But the subaltern is still confused about why the family would only send rookies against controlled orcs. The priest figures the locals just begged for help. Meanwhile, the spy admits the target item is still missing, probably hidden inside the village, and asks if they should strike. But his boss shuts him down, they need to wait. The spy tries to argue it's the perfect chance to wipe out the rookies, but the boss warns him that killing kids is easy, but rushing in might expose their precious mana stone, ruining their entire operation. Instead, they'll let the apprentices slay some random beasts and leave, thinking they've successfully wrapped up their job. With that, the cultist slowly slips on a menacing warrior mask. Instantly, the orcs begin to rise. Possessed by dark power, he vows to butcher the village and take his bloody revenge the second the kids leave. Back at the cozy cabin, the tired apprentices enjoy a peaceful dinner together. Raon watches Raon Ziggart closely. Honestly, he had some serious doubts about the guy at first, but the squad leader is stepping up beautifully. Raon isn't letting his prestigious family name turn him arrogant. Instead, he's focusing entirely on the mission, reassuring the terrified villagers, and clearly giving this task his absolute all. But Raon soon realizes that Raon is actually the least of his concerns right now, because the team can handle standard monsters on their own. No, the real issue is the shadowy stalker watching them from the edge of town. Raon can't be certain, but he senses that mysterious watcher has vanished up into the mountains. Is the Ziggart family just putting them to the test, or is some mysterious enemy waiting to strike? The following morning, Raon inspects the fresh tracks, noting that beasts are definitely active nearby. As the chief explains, monsters always show up during this season, but this time, the horde is 3 times larger than usual. They've spotted over 100, meaning there could easily be over 200 monsters. And raw numbers? Not the only issue. Since the young fighters don't know these dense woods, the chief offers to provide them a guide. Their guide, Kanbar, figured trouble was brewing when the village chief came to visit him yesterday, but he never expected to lead legendary Ziggart apprentices, though Raon promises to keep him completely safe and bring him back alive. Gather around, Burn commands, reminding them that orcs possess far greater raw combat strength than typical beasts. Meanwhile, sneaky goblins and kobolds fight dirty using poisons and traps. One minor scratch could prove fatal, so stay alert. He orders the 6th Hall to lock down the perimeter and make sure absolutely nothing slips past. And with that, the operation to cleanse this infested territory officially begins. Burn commands them to charge and unleash the family's legendary sword style, throwing himself directly at 3 massive orcs. Wrath complains that these loud fools just ruined a perfect ambush, shouting like idiots and giving away their positions after preparing all day. Raon shrugs, noting they're just using battle cries to scream away their fear. Honestly, a mistake like that was pretty understandable. It was their very first mission of this type, after all. Wrath realized that even though this was Raon's first offensive mission, he was staying completely calm and seeing the bigger picture. He honestly looked like an experienced veteran. The Ziggart apprentices were slicing through the orcs easily, while Martha screamed out that she'd completely destroy them all. Burren quickly warned them to clear out the goblins and kobolds before they went after the bigger orcs. Suddenly, a student reported that their formation had broken, and 2 orcs were slipping away, making Kanbar panic and ask if they were coming right for them. He kept thinking he shouldn't have tagged along, but Raon quietly drew his sword and readied himself for combat. Raon swiftly severed an orc's head clean off its neck. Right after, another orc lunged with a massive strike, but Raon dodged effortlessly and decapitated it too, sheathing his sword as if it was nothing. Blood sprayed into the air as both of the dead orcs collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. Kanbar stared, wondering when they had even died. Meanwhile, Burren asked if Raon was okay and he quietly nodded. Then Raon spoke up, asking about that local mountain legend that rumored either a massive treasure or some terrifying monster. Kanbar explained that according to the legend, a brutal battle took place between the Goblin King and some elite knights hundreds of years ago, and they say the Goblin King's ring is still buried nearby. Now we finally get some answers. Those creepy eyes watching him actually belong to Eden. Eden was one of the 5 demon groups, basically a bunch of pure lunatics infamous for their madness. Their goal was to restore the age when monsters ruled the world, hoping to bring back those dark times and worship beasts as gods. If they were just crazy, they'd be wiped out by now, but they actually have the power to tame and control monsters. On top of that, they can use monster abilities as humans, making them just as deadly as the Zyggarts. This power remained a secret, hidden from even the continent's most legendary noble families. But Raon knew all about this secret thanks to Darius Robert, his former boss and betrayer. They were on a mission for Darius when they ran into Eden, and their entire shadow squad was wiped out, leaving only Raon. He didn't realize it back then. But it was super weird. Darius knew all along that Eden used mana stones. Raon wanted to know how Darius, one of the 6 emperors, knew this and why he kept it completely hidden from the world. Wrath demanded to know what Raon was thinking, as he could feel a massive, dark rage boiling inside the boy. Raon realized that just thinking about Darius was clouding his judgment, so he forced himself to calm down. Since the main focus right now had to be Eden, he figured Eden's goal was to locate the Goblin King's mana stone. Since centuries had passed since the king fell, Raon was certain that an incredibly powerful mana stone was buried right here. Their actual plan, Raon figured, was to make everyone think the mission was over so they could dig it up later. Just then, Burren charged at the enemy leader, shouting that he'd unleash an ultimate strike. But smoke suddenly billowed up, stopping the fight and catching Burren off guard. Martha snapped that the leader was her prey. Burren sighed, calling it a dirty move, but then yelled that the chief was down and they just needed to clear the rest. Raon then asked if anyone had actually found any treasure or gems on the mountain since that day. As for the Goblin King's tale, Kanbar replied that when he was a kid, the village chief climbed the mountain and returned with a glowing red jewel from the summit. Almost nobody knew about it, but that jewel was still kept buried right under the chief's house. Think about how insane this is. If Eden doesn't find that stone on the mountain, they'll burn this entire village down. Once the battle wrapped up, the squad chased the fleeing orcs but lost their trail, eventually calling off the pursuit. The chief thanked them for saving them, praising Burren for being as strong as the rumors said. While Burren smiled and said he was glad to help, Raon silently watched the whole scene from afar. Martha asked if things had gone the way he planned, admitting she was totally lost. As she kept munching on her apple, Raon quietly called out to her. He muttered that he wasn't completely sure yet either, but promised to explain everything to her when the moment was right. Don't worry. She said she'd follow his orders to the very end of this mission, no matter what. Runan came over and asked what Raon was doing out here, wondering if he was troubled since he seemed to be in a pretty bad mood. Raon muttered that everything was fine, just as the chief came out to announce that he was throwing them a huge celebratory feast. Raon knew that Eden wouldn't make a move until they left the area, meaning whatever happened tomorrow would decide everything. The next day, near Sabu Mountain, Buran proudly commented that everything had gone absolutely perfect. Crane agreed, noting they cleared every last monster on Sabu Mountain with barely any apprentice getting injured. Despite being their very first mission, they crushed it. Buran figured this was why Raon wasn't trying to take back the lead. He still didn't get why Raon handed him the reins when there weren't any actual leadership blunders, but he hoped Raon finally realized their skills were on the same level. Soon, dusk fell as the squad departed. Suddenly, Raon halted right on the path and ordered everyone to stop. Confused, the apprentices wondered what was wrong, since they couldn't proceed yet it was too early to camp. But watch this, Raon suddenly declares their real mission is just starting. Crane asked what he meant, and Raon bluntly explained that their task wasn't finished yet. Buran argued they had already wiped out the orcs and even cleaned up the battlefield, demanding to know what Raon was talking about. Raon replied that their actual mission was protecting the village. He explained that someone had been watching them from the shadows until just now. The mysterious stalker watched until an hour ago, then suddenly vanished. It might seem like a supervising instructor, but Raon felt such intense hostility that he knew it was an enemy. He felt that chilling gaze even before they reached the village, and the watcher only fled toward the mountains when the group left. Martha asked if they were being stalked the entire time, and Raon confirmed that was exactly the case, starting from the moment they hit the hill near town. Martha then realized he handed leadership to Buran just to hide his own presence and study their foe. Crane recalled feeling something similar during their bet, but admitted his tactical instincts, just like everyone else's, were far sharper than any average trainees, yet even he hadn't sensed a thing. Buran asked if that was the real reason Raon made him leader, and Raon explained that it freed him up to protect the trainees. He added that Buran did a fantastic job, making the enemy believe he was the absolute strongest, which completely hid their actual plan. Raon even called Buran a true Ziggart, promising to recommend him as the second-best trainee the second they got back. Buran proudly believed he had finally proven himself as Raon's equal, but in reality, Raon was simply scouting their enemies without raising any suspicion. The young prodigy explained that, normally, monsters are wild beasts that never work with other species. Yet during this raid, orcs and goblins were working together. He continued, stating that their duty to safeguard the village wasn't over, since a massive threat still loomed right over them. He ordered everyone to sneak back to Sabu Mountain using absolute stealth so nobody would spot their return. Going stealth would be easier with proper gear, which they lacked. But right then, Dorian chimed in, asking if his stash of stealth equipment would do the trick. Stunned, Raon asked when he even acquired all those items, but Dorian casually said he brought them just in case. Dumbfounded, our main character asked if he seriously carried 40 pieces of gear as a backup, before quickly praising his incredible preparedness. Raon then instructed them to execute the stealth tactics they had trained for. He ordered Crane, the absolute fastest among them, to immediately slip away and report the critical situation to the nearest Ziggart branch. Finally, Raon demanded absolute obedience from this moment on, warning them that he wouldn't tolerate a single act of defiance. 5 hours later, over at Eden's temporary hideout near Sabu Mountain, a scout reported that the Ziggart trainees had definitely left, confirming the surrounding borders were entirely clear. The spy leader declared it was time to unleash their main plan. Activating a restoration spell, he assumed his true form, laughing as his aura exploded. With that, he marched forward alongside a brutal army of orcs, barking orders to slaughter everyone and leave 0 survivors. Now get ready for this. Buran mutters that they should just charge in and finish them once and for all. Raon immediately held him back, reminding him they were still being closely watched. He explained their watcher wasn't some mindless beast but a human mastermind whose true identity remained a complete mystery. Buran, however, desperately argued that the defenseless villagers wouldn't stand a single chance alone. Raon warned that if they jumped the gun, they would lose everything and drag everyone straight to hell, because the perfect moment hadn't arrived. Buran insisted they had to act now to save the innocent lives, but Raon snapped back that they must be extremely cautious because their enemies were from Eden. Martha asked if he meant the terrifying Eden of the 5 demons. Raon explained that only Eden or a legendary Lord-class monster could control beasts like this. Understanding the danger, Buran admitted he knew how deadly Eden was, agreeing Raon was right. But Buran argues that if they do not move right now, half the village is going to die. He demands to know if they should just hide here while innocent people die. He thought Raon was worthy of the Ziggart name, but this cowardly attitude is completely wrong. Buran declares they have to fight right now, because that is exactly what a true Ziggart swordsman does. With that, Buran leaps forward. He shouts that he does not care if they follow, but anyone who calls themselves a proud Ziggart swordsman needs to step up and join him. While Round complains about his reckless attitude, Runan declares she is going too, and leaps right after him. The other recruits agree that Buran is right. As proud Ziggarts, running away from one of the 5 demons would be an absolute disgrace. So, they all charge in together to protect the village and its people. Cain wonders if the 6th training ground will be fine, since they are leaving to help the 5th and attack Eden's ghosts. You see, Raon knows everything is going exactly as he predicted. Knowing Buron and the other recruits, there was no way they would stand by. They had to rush out and fight Eden's monsters. That is why he secretly sent Runan a message beforehand to follow them. With Buron, Runan, and Cain on the move, even Eden cannot stop them if things go well. But Raon wonders why Martha is still standing here, since he expected her to charge first. She simply replies that she promised to follow his orders right to the very end. Raon sighs. If that is the case, they will head to the village too, but they must hide their presence completely because Eden has reinforcements lurking in the shadows. He can clearly feel a heavy, murderous intent radiating from deep within the mountains. The 5th and 6th training grounds are more than capable of handling the regular enemies, but an ambush is a whole different story. Charging in head-on could easily walk them right into a trap. While the students slice through the orcs, Raon instructs them to avoid taking any direct hits, telling them to step back and find an opening to counterattack. He warns them to team up if fighting alone gets too tough, because if these beasts break through, the village is doomed. Buron quickly notices these orcs are far wilder than yesterday. If their only goal is protecting the village, they can handle this easily. But the real danger is Eden. If those killers show up, the recruits stand absolutely zero chance. Realizing Raon was right, Buron immediately warns everyone to watch the trees for hidden threats, just as a terrified student screams out that it is completely impossible. Buron spots them Eden's green ghosts, wearing goblin masks and heavy helmets. He knew they were coming, but he never imagined there would be this many. A quick glance reveals easily over 40 of them, and Buron knows they must make the perfect tactical decisions to survive this onslaught. He orders Cain to hold the orcs back with the others, keeping them away from the village. Meanwhile, Runan needs to unleash her freezing aura to lock down the feet of both the orcs and the ghosts. The girl nods in understanding, immediately releasing a massive surge of her chilling aura to blanket the battlefield in thick ice. Massive pillars of ice erupt from the frozen ground, leaving the confused orcs grunting as they get trapped in place. Buron charges in, using his continuous sword flow technique to slice through 2 goblins with his autumn wind sword. But a sneaky ghost behind him suddenly fires a deadly blowgun. Buron barely dodges the projectile by a hair. Nas shouts a warning about poisonous needles raining down from above, telling everyone to deploy their aura to deflect the attacks. Another student screams out that the enemies have just tossed a massive bag of poisonous gas. Buron immediately realizes this poison is far deadlier than standard monster venom and orders everyone to cover their mouths. Apprentices collapse left and right, groaning that they cannot even lift their swords. In that split second, even Buron gets exposed to the toxic mist, leaving his limbs heavy and unresponsive. Runan's inner curse begins to flare up, yet Eden's green ghosts remain completely unaffected. Just when we think they are about to be wiped out entirely, a massive cloud of smoke suddenly erupts. Buron instantly recognizes that overwhelming destructive energy and gasps out Martha's name as she prepares to unleash absolute havoc. The exhausted students cheer as reinforcements finally arrive. If she had been even a few seconds later, they all would have succumbed to the lethal poison. Buron realizes he still cannot spot Raon anywhere, but with Martha leading the charge, they actually stand a real fighting chance. Eden's ghosts begin to retreat, terrified of how a mere recruit could possess such monster-like strength, realizing they must flee immediately. But their chief demands to know if they are fleeing. An intense, crushing pressure suffocates the battlefield, forcing Buron to gasp in disbelief that this is actually happening. A terrifying aura, far stronger than any normal ghost appears, sporting a champion helmet and speaking human tongue. This is the monstrous green battle ghost. Buron demands to know what an Eden officer, even a low-ranking one, is doing in this place. The officer calmly responds, saying he thought they retreated, but they must have come back after figuring things out. He points out that while they are mere recruits, the black-haired girl seems to have unlocked some kind of hidden power. The officer sneers if she barely survived, she should have crawled away quietly. Now, they are all going to die here today simply because they did not know their own place. He slashes violently at Buron, unleashing another massive explosion of thick smoke. Buron collapses to the dirt, completely defeated alongside Runan and Martha. Onlookers are horrified that one strike crushed all 3, wondering where Cain is, since he is still holding the wooden barricade. The monster gloats that Raon would never dare show his face after seeing this, but is shocked that Martha is somehow still standing. He mockingly calls her the best of the trash, simply because she managed to react to his overwhelming presence. Yet to him, she is just another weakling to stomp on a pathetic insect lacking strength, effort, or discipline, whose luck has finally run dry. Every single soul here will die today. But then, a roaring, fiery aura explodes. Raon materializes right behind the champion. You can feel the hype rising as he warns the beast its life is officially forfeit. The champion immediately spins around, trying to strike. But the beast is too slow. Raon's first flame of the cyclic rotation completely severs his arm. The severed limb thuds onto the dirt as Raon stands cold behind him. The battle ghost grunts, admitting it was a solid ambush. Still, he never expected Raon to press forward just to dodge a fatal neck blow. Raon calmly remarks that his enemy sacrificed an arm for that evasion, and now it is time to end this slaughter. The champion chuckles, even for a surprise assault. Raon was incredibly skilled to take his arm, but boasts that was his final trick. Looking closely at Raon, his body is trembling. He poured everything into that strike, and inwardly, Raon admits the monster is right about his drained state. He wasted far too much aura trying to finish things in one hit. And now, his muscles are screaming, and he can barely move. He asks if this champion is the boss around here. The beast just scoffs, asking if Raon seriously expects any higher-ups to visit this tiny village. He sneers that Raon talks tough for a pretty boy, charging forward to see just how long he can keep that smart mouth running. Though not fully recovered, Raon still manages to move with extreme speed. Their weapons clash violently, and the sheer strain of this deadly duel starts taking a heavy toll. The ghost is stunned that Raon withstood the impact, admitting the kid is far stronger than he anticipated. Raon shoots back. If he couldn't even survive a blow like that, he might as well quit being a swordsman entirely. The champion hammers down with another heavy strike, mocking him for having a cute ideology before they plunge into an intense, even exchange of blows. Buron watches the clash, wondering what on earth is happening. The terrifying monster who easily crushed everyone in one shot is now struggling on equal ground against Raon, who uses the exact same sword style. Buron foolishly thought he was finally catching up, but now realizes Raon is in a completely different dimension from any cadet. Martha mutters that this is his real strength, and they have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Still, she knows it is not enough, because despite looking evenly matched, Raon has had no time to recover the massive energy spent on his opening ambush. She doubts he can beat this green battle ghost with his remaining fumes. Runan insists they absolutely have to step in and help Raon. Martha snaps back, asking if Runan is blind to how much Raon is holding back, and pointing out she is still too weak to make a difference. She warns that even a single mistake in this fight will get them all instantly killed. Runan replies that it does not matter. Martha realizes that although she should be terrified, she feels remarkably calm. She is no longer just mindlessly following behind Raon's shadow. Buron admits he is deeply ashamed of his hesitation and agrees they must save Raon. Martha sharply asks if he already forgot how easily they were crushed. Buron argues that even so, he cannot just turn a blind eye and leave his comrades to fight all alone. Martha scoffs that they will have to face the consequences themselves, meaning they are fully prepared to risk their lives on the front line. The combat ghost chuckles, surprised that a mere cadet has survived this long, boasting that Raon is so talented he wants to recruit him into Eden. The monster demands to know his name, and Raon calmly introduces himself. The ghost then asks if he is a direct descendant. Noticing his striking hair and those eyes made the ghost pretty curious. It seemed the blood of the Northern King of Annihilation ran in Raon's veins. But the ghost immediately withdrew his recruitment offer, saying things had changed. He would use absolutely everything to kill Raon, regardless of the cost. Then, with a sigh, he unleashed his terrifying aura. Moving with blinding speed, the monster thrusts his sword right at Raon. Raon thinks this guy is totally insane, but he somehow manages to evade the slash. The ghost is burning his own life force to unleash raw power. Raon can barely keep up. His ring of fire is still not fully healed. Meanwhile, Martha sneaks up from behind, and Raon is shocked when she lands a solid hit. The monster asks how an ant like her dares, but notices his sword freezing. Runan leaps in front of Raon, shielding him with her freezing ice aura and the breath of winter. Buron charges with an overhead attack, using his continuous flow sword technique, and intertwined starlight glow, but the champion catches him. The champion sneers, did Buron really think a trick like that could defeat him? It seems he completely underestimated his power. He sneers that unless Buron is on that golden-haired brat's level, he will never land a blow. Buron replies that while tricks are hard, they buy some time. Right then, Martha unleashes her blazing meteoric energy. She yells to see if he can withstand this, as she lunges with a strike that pierces clean through the beast. The monster spins around, cursing them, and flings his arm, sending Buron hurtling straight into Martha. Both slam hard against the wall. The champion barks that filthy insects need to learn their place, and that resistance is completely futile. Raon flares his own aura, shouting that their effort was never useless. He thanks everyone, saying he had enough time to recover because of them, and vows he won't let this opening they risked their lives to create go to waste. The champion is stunned. How does Raon still have this much strength? And who on earth is he? Raon readies his ultimate stance, telling the green battle ghost he should feel proud to be the very first target of this technique. He honestly thought he wouldn't be able to use it. With the breakthroughs made during this battle, he successfully applies the Thousand Flames technique mixed with winds of the blazing empire. This is wild. The ghost panics over this flame, his very instincts screaming that he's in deep trouble. He has to kill Raon right now. He charges straight ahead, screaming at Raon to just die already. But Raon is already letting his strike fly. With a massive downward slash, Raon cleaves the monster clean in half. He keeps a cold, serious face as the champion's severed head crashes lifelessly to the dirt, before letting out an exhausted sigh. Runan, Martha, and Buren stare in absolute awe at the dead green battle ghost. But Raon barks that the battle isn't over yet. Eden's demons are likely still lurking close, and they must hunt them down to keep this village safe. Everyone nods, completely ready to follow his orders and fight to the very end. Buren stops Raon, admitting he was totally right. If it weren't for Raon and the second group showing up, they would have been wiped out the moment the battle started, while the very villagers they came to protect met a grim fate. He thanks Raon for saving them and apologizes for ignoring his orders, but he explains he would still make the same choice, because turning a blind eye to injustice just because you lack strength goes against his entire path as a Zyhart swordsman. Raon simply tells him he did well, which completely catches Buren off guard. The protagonist explains that because Buren fought with everything he had, they managed to catch the green battle ghost off guard, which honestly secured their entire victory. He adds that if any of them had been missing, this fight could have ended in a total disaster, which is why he is genuinely grateful to every single one of them. Buren grumbles that he doesn't get what Raon is trying to gain by being so nice, but he promises to get way stronger so he can handle things on his own next time. Then he turns to Martha. He praises her for playing her part, thanking her for distracting the green battle ghost when he needed it most, and for actually following his direct commands. Martha just smiles. She tells him she would be completely pathetic if she couldn't handle that much, adding that she will head to the village to help with repairs so he can finally rest. And here is the heartbreaking part. As Raon crouches, hoping it is over, his strength completely vanishes, sending him collapsing straight into Runan's waiting arms. She softly asks if he is okay, and Raon, surprised she is even still holding him, he wonders if she already knew he was going to collapse. Runan agrees, saying Raon looks just as exhausted as he did back on the training ground. Raon replies that he understands, realizing he is not the only one watching people, they are watching him too. So, he simply thanks them for everything. Soon after, a sudden alert flashes in Raon's vision. The system notifies him that performing past his limits in that brutal battle has boosted all his attributes by 1. Plus, he unlocks the backstab trait and the unbeatable title. Raon smiles, thinking these rewards are actually quite generous for this fight. He wants to check the details, so he tells Runan to head back to the village first, promising he is fine and will make sure the area is completely safe. Wait until you see the stats on this thing, it is way better than he expected. A 3% strength boost might seem small, but these stats will scale up over time, making this permanent buff massive. Meanwhile, that backstab trait looks perfect for assassination, and Raon figures if he had this earlier, he could have easily ended that green ghost with a single surprise attack. Annoyed, Fury demands to know why Raon gets so much for beating a total weakling, grumbling that even his own system makes zero sense. Raon just replies that he is getting stronger every day thanks to him, giving a sarcastic thanks. But Fury snaps back he won't go down quietly and swears to crush him for all eternity. Raon bids him farewell, muttering that is only going to happen if he actually succeeds. The ghost rages as he fades. Back in the village, the students are already busy rebuilding what was destroyed. Eventually, Raon wakes up, realizing he slept way longer than planned when he only wanted a quick rest. Stepping outside his room, he sees the villagers and fences have already been fully repaired while he slept. Runan asks if he is feeling any better, and Raon smiles, saying he feels incredibly refreshed after that nap. She then tells him they need to go somewhere, as everyone is currently waiting for him. The gathered villagers immediately crowd around them, expressing their deepest gratitude to the Ziggart swordsmen, the true saviors who rescued their home. They tell them how much risking their lives to protect this place means, since the village would have been wiped out without them, swearing they will never forget that noble battle. Raon turns to his companions, feeling the fiery passion of his allies alongside the genuine, deep respect of these grateful villagers. It is a sensation he has never felt before, not even during his past life as a cold-blooded assassin. Back then, nobody ever thanked him. Life was just a brutal game of survival. Everything he had belonged to Darius Robert. No matter how many targets he killed or dirty jobs he did, Darius took all the credit. But now, for the first time in his entire life, he is actually being recognized. He wonders if he has ever felt so alive, and suddenly craves even more of this admiration and genuine respect from others. He vows to live on as a true swordsman, leaving the assassin life behind, wanting to see this warm sight countless more times. Staring up at the glowing moon, he promises himself that this is only just the beginning for him. Later that night, Raon asks the village chief if he has a quick minute to discuss something important. Once they are in private, the chief asks what it is Raon wants to know. Raon asks if the chief knows who was pulling the strings behind those attacking orcs, and he reveals it was one of Eden's 5 demons. The chief admits he has no idea why they would target such a small, peaceful village. Raon brings up hearing from Kanban about a mysterious red jewel the chief brought home long ago. Shocked, the chief admits finding it in his youth, but gasps in disbelief. Raon explains that Eden is actively hunting for that exact jewel, and the horrified village chief realizes his old discovery almost brought total ruin to his people. But here is the catch: as long as that cursed red stone stays here, those monsters will keep coming. The chief notes that after burying it, their lands flourished, and the village quickly grew quite prosperous, but he never imagined it was actually a mana stone. Desperate, he asks Raon if he can take it and destroy it. Raon declines, stating he will actually be taking it with him. He explains that Eden believes this treasure can resurrect the dead, meaning they will relentlessly track it down anywhere, which is exactly why he must carry it. The chief worries that this makes Raon's family a target, but the young man replies that it is fine because this is his chosen path. Though hesitant, the village chief tearfully says the Ziggart family is giving them a massive gift they can never fully repay. Intrigued, Raon asks about this, and the old man reveals that back when he was Raon's age, Glenn Ziggart saved his home too. Raon asked for more details, and the old man nodded, clearly remembering how Glenn had saved their village from a monster attack. Raon stared back with a forced smile, wondering how anyone could describe Glenn as gentle. He seriously doubted they were talking about the same terrifying old man. The village chief apologized for rambling, then gestured for Raon to follow him so he could show him the hidden jewel. Leading him to a quiet corner, the chief explained he had buried the stone there. He never imagined that this supposed protective ward would actually bring ruin. Raon then pointedly asked about a specific cloth. The chief explained it was an old family heirloom used to wrap the stone and suppress its ominous red glow. Raon instantly recognized it as the Goblin King's magic stone, and if Eden got their hands on it, they could easily create another monster of that level. He urged the chief to wrap it back up, but then a cold voice echoed, saying it finally understood. The voice chuckled, explaining that the fabric had been masking the stone's energy, which is why they could never trace it. Despite combing the entire mountain, they had found nothing. Raon spun around, demanding to know who this was and how he had approached undetected. The man snapped his fingers, tossing a severed head to the ground, asking Raon who he thought he was. Now here is the crazy part. Look at that ogre helmet, this is the infamous blood-raving demon. The intruder laughed, impressed that a mere Ziggart recruit could recognize his helmet so quickly. He mused that since he couldn't sense Raon's full strength, the kid must be the one who killed the Green War Demon. Raon narrowed his eyes, asking if he was the veteran operative who supposedly refused to join this mission. The demon sneered, saying he had pawned that job off. But since Raon killed his subordinate, he had to show up. He blamed Raon entirely as he unleashed a crushing wave of bloodlust. Raon's body trembled just from sensing the weight of this monster's presence. Fighting him was out of the question. Even if every single recruit teamed up, they would still be slaughtered. Wrath called out to Raon, warning him that there was zero hope of winning, leaving only two options. He could either throw his life away in an impossible fight, or hand over control of his body right now. The blood demon stomped his foot, shattering the earth as Wrath repeated his warning. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, the trainees were busy cleaning up. Burren glared at Martha, asking what she wanted this time. Martha smirked, saying she only came to check if he was actually fixing the barricades correctly. She mockingly suggested he might have a future in carpentry. Burren snapped, telling her to shut her mouth and leave. Martha told him to respect his seniors, adding that only one person could command her. Just then, Runan quietly approached them. Martha asked what she wanted, and Runan softly replied that she had gathered some fresh fruit for Raon. Martha teased her about her extreme loyalty, saying they looked like a couple, but Runan simply turned to leave. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area behind them. Runan whipped around, screaming Raon's name in pure panic. She bolted forward at maximum speed, filled with absolute terror. The trainees yelled that the blast came from where Raon and the chief had gone, shouting for everyone to grab their weapons immediately. Martha demanded to know what was going on, while Burren screamed out for Raon to respond. And just like that, another blast hits. Look at Raon getting slammed against the wall by that insane pressure. Martha cried out his name, finally realizing just how desperate the situation was. Gasping for breath, Raon threw the village chief toward them, yelling to catch him and get the hell out of there right now. He ordered them to take the chief to safety and evacuate the entire area without wasting a single second. Martha started to protest, but a crushing wave of gravity-like pressure suddenly slammed down on them. Burren choked out that he couldn't breathe, while Runan felt her lungs imploding. Then, the demon slowly strolled forward. He smirked, amused to find even more kids to play with. They all stared in horror at his massive ogre armor, an officer of Eden. The demon scoffed at how easily they collapsed, calling them a pathetic excuse for members of the Ziggart clan. Raon roared at his comrades, asking if they wanted to die right here, telling them to wake up immediately. He warned that standing there like paralyzed idiots would get them killed, commanding them to focus their auras to fight the pressure and stand. Raon ordered Burin to sprint back to the village and evacuate every last resident. He told Martha and Runan to stay behind him and prepare a distraction. They couldn't fight him head-on, they had to survive and adapt. Raon recalled Rimmer's words about the necessity of shattering their own limits, and this was exactly that moment. They had to break through both mind and body. The demon admits he likes Raon's grit, but wonders if simply breaking his limits will ever be enough. Raon knows the apprentices and villagers are counting on him one step back, and everyone dies. He has to find an opening to strike. He keeps telling himself he has to win, yet his own mind is screaming that it's impossible. It feels like staring right into a bottomless abyss, a deadly fight even for his past assassin self. The massive ogre asks if Raon is just going to stand there, since he looks ready to charge straight ahead. Remaining completely unfazed, the monster takes his stance and leaps forward. "If you won't come to me," he warns, "I will bring the fight to you." Raon realizes the beast is moving even faster now. Instantly, he unleashes the 10,000 Flames cultivation 10th form, Revolving Sky. Yet, the giant rushes straight into the blazing slash, shouting that he actually likes this heat. He casually shatters the fire with a single punch. Raon quickly realizes his 10,000 Flames cultivation is being ripped apart, requiring a deflection. He desperately shifts his blade, and the insane impact completely pulverizes the massive stone wall behind them. Raon barely manages to redirect that brutal fist. He would have died instantly if his ring of fire had not predicted the flow of the punch. Every instinct screams to run, but he cannot back away. The others are watching closely, needing to memorize every single move of his battle. Just a tiny 1% chance, but watch how Raon charges forward anyway, earning the beast's respect. Tensing his massive legs, the monster grins, saying it is no fun if those pretty flames get snuffed out so quickly. He brings down a crushing overhead blow, yelling for Raon to keep entertaining him a little bit longer. Raon barely dodges the massive attack, as the colossal fist slams down, absolutely obliterating everything in the path of the shockwave. The beast admits those flames are on a whole different level from normal aura. He grins, noting how weird it feels to actually risk dying. Yet he knows this heat cannot harm him, making this whole legendary clash a bit of a disappointment. Raon calmly points out the obvious, that helmet the demon wears holds the true, defensive essence of an ogre. Those beasts can shrug off raging forest fires without a scratch, and can easily crush whole castles while riddled with dozens of arrows. The blood demon chuckles at the trivia, realizing something as the intense beat drops. In other words, no matter how much raw aura Raon unleashes, it is completely and utterly useless. Raon agrees that fire is pointless here, so he has to switch it up. Instantly, he floods his sword with freezing ice aura. Feeling the sudden chill, the ogre laughs first that surprising fire, and now he is pulling out a freezing water attribute. He is genuinely blown away by how flawlessly such a young kid can wield and control these highly advanced attributes. Demanding to know the kid's true identity, Raon just coldly replies, "Why bother asking when you are about to die by my hands anyway?" The monster roars with laughter, mocking his arrogance and telling the brat that they will soon see how long that attitude lasts. Nearby, the other trainees are rushing to the scene. Burin spots them and points out that the battle is incredibly even. He notices that Raon has swapped his fire aura for freezing ice, proving he can wield two attributes. Looking at the sheer pressure radiating from the blade, Burin can only wonder when the heck Raon became such a master. Chills. On this continent, warriors are ranked in strict tiers based on their strength, with classifications directly tied to the level of their aura. Those who are just starting out are known as beginners. Once a warrior can channel their aura outside the body and coat their weapon, they become known as users. When a user refines their skills and can fully project their aura into an actual solid blade, they rise to specialist rank. This means Raon has somehow reached this elite tier, projecting a physical aura blade at an age where it should be impossible. But the nightmare he is facing is a peak specialist, the blood demon himself, at the height of his power. Right now, Raon is merely surviving the onslaught, unable to land any real, life-threatening damage on his foe. Honestly, the massive gap in their raw power is just too big to ignore. Catching Raon's quick glance, Burin realizes exactly what the genius is planning to create an opening for a combined strike. Just one look is enough to understand everything. All three brace themselves for battle. Runan and Martha exchange quick nods, while Burin resolves that as Ziggharts, they must protect this village alongside Raon, no matter the cost. Raon lunges forward, driving his blade into the blood demon's arm as freezing ice instantly begins to creep up. "Now is the absolute time," he screams at the top of his lungs. "Hit him with everything you have got." Launching a triple aerial assault, Raon was totally convinced they had the raw power to win this. But the ogre smirked, saying he was waiting for these insects, and unleashed a massive aura. As the crushing pressure slammed into everyone, Burin realized it was astral energy exploding throughout the demon's body. He instantly knew this monster had surpassed the expert level and reached the master tier. The ogre laughed, mocking how sweet it was to watch hopeful eyes fill with despair. He sneered, asking if they honestly believed they stood a chance against him. He warned that they would all die today for not knowing their place. With a brutal grin, he brought his massive fist right up to Raon. Raon spat back that he wasn't the only one waiting. Channeling the absolute bloodlust of his past life as an assassin, he fused it with icy coldness and his legendary 10,000 flames cultivation. Reaching the absolute peak of his technique, Raon drove his blade straight through the ogre's chest. The attack exploded right out of the demon's back, tearing him apart and forcing him down onto his knees. Gasping heavily for air, Raon muttered that this really sucked. The ogre admitted it was impressive how Raon pooled his aura to strike the second his defenses slipped. If he had let his guard down, he might actually have died. But, with a sudden swing, the monster slammed Raon against the wall, declaring he was too weak to close the gap. Raon realized he only thought he could strike when the monster's aura was temporarily weakened, yet his blade couldn't cut through those dense muscles. Is this really the overwhelming power of an aura master? Calling it off, Raon declared the plan a failure and ordered all trainees to run. He screamed that they stood zero chance right now. They had to run and evacuate the innocent villagers. No time left. He had to get them out to minimize casualties. Dying for nothing wasn't the Ziggart way, so he absolutely had to do his duty. Burn roared for the squad to fall back and outrun the demon, yelling that escaping was their only way to save lives. Runan cried that Raon couldn't die here, and with a soft smile, he quietly agreed with her. The ogre mocked Raon, asking if he really thought those insects could escape, or if he could actually hold him back. Turning inward, Raon called out to Wrath with a dangerous proposal. Wrath laughed that it was finally his turn, but noted that Raon was literally about to die, asking what he even had left to wager. This wager was about who would die, and since the monster obviously wasn't going to, all Wrath had to do was heal his broken body, and Raon would gladly accept his dark rage. Wrath grumbled that Raon was going to die anyway, which would only waste a perfectly good vessel. Instead, he agreed to restore him, telling the boy to experience the fury of the Essence King. Instantly, a wave of agonizing pain ripped through Raon's entire body. The ogre stared in absolute disbelief, demanding to know how Raon was healing so fast. It was as if he had drunk troll or ogre blood, which made zero sense to the monster. With a cold smirk, Raon told him he didn't need to know, challenging the beast to fight him until sunrise. Meanwhile, Burn screamed at the trainees to move it, telling them to help the wounded and run faster because they were completely out of time. The terrified apprentices demanded to know what was happening. Martha snapped from behind, reminding them that Raon was fighting that monster all by himself, even with broken ribs and shattered arms. She asked what their excuse was when they hadn't done a single thing, wondering if they wanted to die like useless cowards. Burn backed her up, shouting that they had no time to cry. He ordered them to push forward, explaining that word had reached the nearest branch, and family reinforcements were already rushing over. They had to move fast, but then, something approached. Panic erupted as everyone wondered if the monster had caught up to them, with Burn thinking the exact same thing. Suddenly, a female student screamed for them to stop, pointing out another massive ogre, and just like that, they are completely surrounded by ogres. You can literally feel the sheer dread as Martha freezes. She realizes those Eden bastards are controlling these monsters. That was why the demon stayed behind to fight Raon. He had already sent these other beasts to hunt them down. The students immediately lost all hope, crying that they were completely finished and would die without even putting up a fight. But Burn screamed for them to not give up because Raon was still fighting. He vowed that if they died here, he could never face Raon again. Hearing this, Martha smirked, saying Burn had finally spoken some actual sense. Runan replied that they had to get everyone out first, then go back for Raon. Everyone agreed they had to survive. It was the absolute least they could do for Raon, who was risking everything to fight that monster alone. With that, they charged the beast. But sudden, violent winds whipped against them. Burr recognized that dark aura immediately. On the battlefield, the ogre mocked Raon for holding on, and told him to give up already. Just look at this as Raon lies broken on the ground. He notices his shattered arm is just dead weight. He wondered if slicing his own arm off would buy him more time. But why was he even fighting so hard? His entire body screamed in agony. Why was he enduring torture worse than anything in his past life just to face this demon? In his past life, he would have run away instantly. But then, Raon pictured Sylvia, remembering how she wished for him to become a legendary Ziggart swordsman. Her words echoed in his mind. Those memories, along with the bonds he had forged with his companions, kept his feet glued to the ground. Runan always acted so distant, but she was actually kinder than anyone else. Burr started off rough, but he was working toward a truly respectable goal. Martha was incredibly harsh, yet she possessed an iron conviction and was someone he could completely trust. He would be lying if he said he did not care about them. He wanted to save these allies who were slowly proving worthy of the Ziggart name. Fury scoffed that Raon had only bought time for his friends to escape while absorbing all of his divine wrath. Raon weakly replied that he was well aware of that. The ghost called Raon bold, but warned him not to underestimate a god. Did he honestly think he could reclaim his body while slaying this beast? He asked how the boy expected to pull that off when he could barely even stand. As Raon began to writhe in absolute agony, Fury laughed. He had failed the moment he took on that wrath, and though he might resist possession, he would never return. The massive ogre smirked, noting that Raon had hit his absolute limit. Suddenly, the beast had a brilliant idea. He would save Raon for the very end and slaughter his friends first. That sounded way more entertaining. The monster urged Raon to picture the look on their faces as he snapped their necks one by one. Raon knew those young apprentices stood absolutely zero chance against a masterclass killer like this bloodthirsty demon. He had to keep the ogre distracted so the others could escape. Standing tall, he proudly introduced himself as Raon Ziggart. He declared himself the descendant of Glenn Ziggart, the destructive king of the North, promising that one day he would become the strongest swordsman on the continent. He swore that until his heart stopped beating, this ogre would not take a single step past him. The ogre admitted that was an impressive conviction for a kid his age. Calling Raon incredible was a massive understatement. Showing him the respect of a true warrior, the beast promised to remember his name. Realizing he did not have an ounce of strength left to dodge the fatal blow, Raon simply closed his eyes. But get this, the fallen leaves start to swirl, and suddenly his quirky instructor, Rimmer, is right there blocking the blow. Raon wheezed that he was incredibly late, but Rimmer just grinned, blaming it on oversleeping before telling the boy to rest. The ogre recognized him as the radiant blade of the Ziggart clan, and Rimmer casually remarked that it had been a while. The monster demanded to know why he was here. Rimmer simply stated he could not let trash bruise his precious apprentices. The ogre scoffed, asking if the family was so soft they had to send an elite, like Rimmer, to watch over a simple field trip. With a roar, the monster threw a devastating full-power punch. He sneered that dodging such an attack was tough enough, and Rimmer's stance was already completely off balance. So the rumors that he was a cripple with no mana core were actually true. Rimmer shrugged it off as baseless gossip, telling the beast to find better sources since his intel was horribly outdated. He pointed out that he had retired ages ago, and casually commented that the beast's relentless aggression was far too primitive. Raon watched in awe as his teacher flowed between offense and defense with the weightless grace of a leaf. What is more, his counterattacks were flawless. If he were actually using mana, this battle would have been over instantly. But Raon wondered why Rimmer was stalling the fight. He suspected Rimmer was showing off his swordsmanship on purpose to teach him a lesson, which was completely insane given the stakes. Rimmer taunted the monster, laughing that despite all his grand boasting, he still could not touch a weakened elf. He warned that the beast might lose his helmet next. Furious, the ogre roared at him to shut up, but Rimmer dodged with ease. Enraged, the beast roared at the radiant blade to stop holding back. Rimmer realizes it's getting too hard to hold back, deciding they need to finish this fight right now. He tells Raon to watch carefully. This is how a Ziggart fights, the exact level Raon needs to reach. Rimmer conjures a massive sword field, forming a raging eye of the storm right next to him. The ogre feels the tempest closing in. Look at the sheer scale of this. Rimmer's crushing aura dominates the battlefield, shattering the ground and blocking all escape. He charges straight ahead, screaming that the radiant blade of the Ziggarts must be destroyed. A blinding explosion rips through the area. A second later, Rimmer suddenly appears right behind the monster. The ogre realizes Rimmer poured all his raw physical power, dense aura, and every breeze in the area straight into his blade. How could someone who isn't a direct descendant manage to create an actual sword field? He wonders. Rimmer smiles to be exact. He just copied the technique by using the pure power of nature. The monster mutters that even if the elf is sick and old, a tiger is still a tiger. His only regret? Not killing Raon. He should have ended him right there, because at this rate, Raon will completely ruin their entire mission. Rimmer cuts him off. That's enough, he won't let anyone touch a single hair on his little king. The ogre respects his strength but warns the elf not to get cocky just yet. There are monsters out there far more terrifying than him. And with that, the ogre finally falls, sliced down by the radiant blade. Rimmer turns to Raon and asks if he saw that. That technique right there is the ultimate Ziggart art, the sword field. See, it's not some cheap barrier made of magic. This field is born from the absolute karma of your soul and spirit. You build it by pouring in everything you are, your pain, your victories, your aura, and even your future. But since Raon is a direct bloodline heir, he will definitely pull it off one day. Rimmer then yells out to ask if his other students saw that. Raon is shocked, wondering what they're even doing here. Runan and Martha rush right over, screaming that the idiot actually survived. They are incredibly relieved he's breathing but demand to know how badly he's hurt. Secretly, Rimmer smiles, thinking the kid is putting up a pretty brave front right now. Honestly, activating a sword field without having the legendary Ziggart bloodline comes with some incredibly heavy conditions. It takes talent, experience, and the ultimate price, your very lifespan. His energy core was already shattered, making this technique so agonizingly painful he can barely stand. But he doesn't regret it for a second. What he witnessed in Raon today was undeniably the rise of a new king. Right then and there, Rimmer decided to serve him as his true lord. Ever since his core was destroyed, Rimmer honestly thought it might be better to just fade away. But those crazy kids slowly gave him a brand new reason to keep going, becoming his true purpose. He flashes a massive grin. Thanks to them, throwing away something as small as his lifespan doesn't bother him at all. Before his time is up, Rimmer wants to watch Raon take the throne. Back at the castle, Glenn demands a recap, asking if Raon really fought a bloodthirsty demon from Eden. Rimmer laughs. You can just see how much he wanted to tease Glenn here, but Glenn cuts him off and tells him to get straight to the point. The elf quickly swears that every single word is absolutely true, no exceptions. Even if he couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own two eyes. And it's not just his word either. Every other student on the mission and the villagers of Sabu saw Raon stand up to that bloodthirsty demon entirely on his own. Glenn asks if Rimmer is telling the truth. If that demon really had the power of a swordmaster, how badly was Raon hurt? Rimmer confirms he was gravely injured, but somehow held on until he arrived. Glenn asks if he's seriously expected to believe that. Rimmer replies that while it sounds impossible, they have to face facts. Raon is officially an expert. He reasons that since Raon survived a direct clash with a master-level demon, giving him the sap of Elin is definitely worth it. Glenn quickly fires back, reminding him that the sap of the Second World Tree is a priceless, legendary treasure. Rimmer insists that after everything Raon accomplished, he absolutely deserves that sap. Glenn notices Rimmer is showing heavy favoritism toward the kid. Rimmer just sighs deeply, explaining that he only wants to help Raon and the others grow. Glenn nods, instructing Lowen to call a meeting of all division leaders the moment the apprentices get back. The butler quickly agrees. Glenn actually praises Rimmer, telling him he did a good job. He tries to remember his last compliment. It's been 20 years. He adds that he would have praised him more if Rimmer hadn't started all that nonsense, then asks when the kids are coming home. Rimmer replied. They were already about to arrive in the city. Raon thought about how the mission succeeded, even if Eden's interference made it take much longer. Since the bloodthirsty demon heavily trashed the village, they stayed a bit longer to help rebuild. He was badly hurt. Raon stayed at the chief's house to recover his strength. The moment he woke up, Raon immediately checked his rewards for defeating Wrath in their bet. Wrath kept crying that the bet was void because Rimmer actually finished the demon. Still, Raon got some seriously amazing attributes. But Fury hated that he got this exact trait Iron Will, which drops strength but boosts mental and physical willpower. Raon never actually expected to score a rare trait like that. But with it, he could hold his ground against Wrath's overwhelming presence. Fury couldn't believe a brat like him ended up with it. Realizing the system was designed way too well and was becoming a massive problem, the system was custom-made. It prioritized the exact skills the user needed. Without that protection, Fury would have already taken complete control of Raon's body. Still, Fury forced himself to stay cool since he had all the time in the world. The speed of the Essence King's recovery was ticking up, and he had even managed to plant Ira's raw emotions inside him. Raon was growing incredibly fast for a mortal, but the Essence King would win. Fury just had to wait until his entire body and soul belonged to him. He would win. And that pathetic wretch would be locked beneath the glacier for all eternity. Back at the Ziggart mansion, the trainees gathered while Eilun, the external commander, stepped out to welcome them. Dorian complained about wanting to rest. Runon immediately demanded some ice cream, while Martha and Burr just sighed that they made it back alive. No resting yet. Eilun warned them they couldn't rest, leaving Ryan to demand why. The instructor ordered them straight to the Lord's mansion, where Raon knelt down to offer his formal greetings. You can hear the crowd whispering about Raon Ziggart. Nobody can believe a kid actually faced a blood demon. Raon felt pretty uneasy when they were first summoned, but with every high official gathered here, this was a massive, unexpected opportunity. He learned quite a lot on this mission, knowing that at this rate, surviving the upcoming battles would be almost impossible. He had to grow stronger, and he had to do it fast. Right here, every single squad leader, division captain, and direct lineage palace master was present, meaning Glenn was watching extremely closely. Since Glenn never mixed personal feelings with clan business, he was sure to reward any real contribution. One thing remained. Raon had to prove his massive achievements, secure a new martial art, and push his power to the absolute peak. Glenn spoke, saying he heard Raon Ziggart was the leader on this mission. He ordered Raon to share the details, and Raon agreed, explaining how it all started when he caught someone watching them the second they arrived. That keen observation let him ambush the green demon while hunting for magic stones around the outskirts. Almost done. But then the vicious blood demon suddenly struck the village. Knowing the casualties would be worse otherwise, Raon volunteered to act as bait. Karun roared, calling him a shameless wretch for telling so many obvious lies. He demanded to know if the patriarch actually believed this, since a green demon alone could easily crush a 15-year-old boy, making the blood demon fight an absolute lie. Raon nodded. Dorian quickly complied, slamming the two severed demon heads straight onto the floor. The crowd gasped, recognizing the fearsome battle helmets of both the blood demon and the green demon. Raon then asked permission to draw his blade, and Glenn nodded. "Watch this," he draws his sword, releasing a blazing aura that lights up the entire room. Shocked cries echoed through the hall as they stared at his aura blade, questioning if this was really the same boy who had 0 mana 10 years ago. Raon asked, "Was this proof finally enough?" Karun cursed that wretched half-breed in his mind. The expert-level aura and physical helmets made the achievements completely irrefutable. Glenn raised his hand, ordering everyone from Raon to all the other trainees of the 5th and 6th grounds to listen up. He declared they had done an absolutely excellent job, leaving every single person in the Grand Mansion completely speechless at such unexpected praise. Only a good job. That was their best praise, but today Glenn called them excellent. A few trainees even held their breath, quietly wiping away tears of relief upon hearing that high praise. Wrapping up his detailed report, Raon triumphantly presented the captured Mana Stone that held critical, highly confidential details about Eden's secret objectives. Ultimately, while the rest got bronze plaques, Raon walked away with a silver one, though he wondered if he was hoping for slightly more. Raon expects a massive bonus for uncovering what Eden is up to, almost ready to ditch learning any new martial arts. Wrath mocks him, laughing that Raon got absolutely nothing for his trouble and looks incredibly foolish. Raon realizes he made a mistake. He actually started trusting Glenn after getting that 10,000 Flames cultivation technique. Right then, Lowen contacts Raon, asking him to meet the Patriarch at midnight. Raon immediately wonders what is going on. Lowen explains the Patriarch is finally ready to hand over his second reward. Back at his own place, Helen loudly announces his return, and Sylvia rushes out to greet her beloved son. She heard all about his battle with Eden, and frantically checks if his arm is all right. Raon reassures her he is completely fine. Sobbing, Sylvia apologizes, saying she never should have pressured him to act like a true Ziggart. She is terrified that her high expectations forced him into fighting those Eden demons completely alone. Raon comfortingly tells her he is actually grateful. He admits that when he faced that bloodthirsty demon, his very first instinct was to run away, having zero confidence in winning, and even planning to use others as bait. But then, he hears his mother's voice, urging him to live a life worthy of a proud Ziggart. Her words gave him the courage to stand his ground and fight like a real swordsman, making him deeply thankful to her. Hearing this, Sylvia breaks down in tears, collapsing to the floor, while young Ran asks why they are all crying. Later, Raon asks if anything went wrong while he was away. Judiel reveals that the Martial Palace ordered her back, likely planning to permanently silence her. Raon realizes they want to punish her for failing to report his rapid growth, venting their rage over the recent audience room disaster. He coldly tells Judiel to follow his orders if she wants to stay alive. Rather than going back, she must send a message claiming she is now Raon Ziggart's personal maid. If she claims his mother appointed her because of worries over his fragile health, the Martial Palace will not suspect a thing and might actually prefer it. If they still seem suspicious, she can feed them news that Raon is recovering rapidly, but only the family head and instructor Rimmer know the full details, which should keep them satisfied. He asks her understood? Judiel nods, promising to send the message to the central Martial Palace while keeping her expressions completely blank so she is never found out. Wrath sneers that Judiel is incredibly pathetic, demanding to know why Raon is even keeping such a useless spy around. Raon quietly replies that she will serve as the perfect trap to stab Karun in the back. Deep down, he simply refuses to let her be discarded after being used, reminding him too much of his own past. Finally, at midnight, Raon heads to the main palace and reports that he has arrived just as Glenn requested. Glenn cuts off his greetings and gets straight to business, demanding to know which movement technique Raon relied on most during his mission. Though slightly confused, Raon explains that since mastery determines everything, he stuck to what he knew best. That is why he constantly used the river movement technique. Glenn agrees it is a decent technique even for strong fighters, but warns that its extreme simplicity creates clear limitations when facing truly monstrous opponents. Because of this, his reward is set. Glenn will personally teach him a movement technique suited for his level. Raon can barely believe his own ears learning directly from the legendary Patriarch. Glenn tells him to lock his eyes on him because he only gets one shot, channeling his massive aura directly into his foot. Raon realizes this is a technique from the absolute strongest man alive, a golden opportunity he must seize no matter what. The steps Glenn takes are unlike anything Raon has ever witnessed, somehow slow yet lightning fast, heavy yet soft. It feels absolutely massive and free, giving off the vibe that he could travel anywhere on the continent. Though it only lasts a brief second, the footwork is so mesmerizingly flawless that even with his Ring of Fire active, he cannot analyze it. Glenn quietly reveals that this technique is called the Supreme Harmony Steps. Watching the Supreme Harmony Steps in their peak form, the Ring of Fire instantly memorizes the very first step. Glenn asks if he managed to follow it. Raon honestly admits his level is too low to understand it all, but he did catch that first step. His grandfather simply nods, telling him he is dismissed, and that this concludes his reward for bringing back information on Eden. Mastering it is entirely up to him now. Raon deeply bows in gratitude and slowly steps out of the room. The moment the heavy doors shut, a visibly worried Loan admits he never expected Glenn to pass on those supreme harmony steps. He highly doubts if Raon can actually grasp such a brutally difficult technique. After all, the supreme harmony steps are Glenn's own personal creation. Yet Glenn points out that even though the demonstration was incredibly brief, Raon still managed to keep pace, and that very first step alone already makes up half of the entire technique. Glenn realizes that Raon instinctively grasped the truth that single first step is the entire foundation of the supreme harmony steps. Even if Raon did not fully understand its massive importance yet, Glenn is confident the boy will figure out exactly what to build into that first move, knowing that one day, Raon will absolutely master the supreme harmony steps. A few days pass after Glenn's lesson. Raon keeps pushing his training with the system upgrades, but the steps still elude him, until suddenly, Sylvia calls out to her son, demanding to know what he is doing when he is supposed to be resting. Raon wonders if she even realizes his energy core is shattered. She reminds him of his solemn promise to skip cultivating entirely until he recovers. Raon tells her he understands, though he privately wonders if his mother is somehow even more terrifying than the Demon Lord himself. And just like that, his footwork training is put on hold thanks to his mother's nagging. But of course, Raon just starts practicing in secret. But then Helen and the maids start keeping a close eye on him, making it pretty much impossible to practice. Honestly, they look like they are just having fun watching him. He figures taking a break isn't the worst thing until a maid frantically runs in, warning him of a massive crisis. Raon Ziggart has suddenly arrived at their place. Raon points out that Raiden has absolutely no business visiting their annex, but the panicked maid admits they have no idea why he is here. And worse, the second Raiden showed up, he started getting violent with the maids and Lady Sylvia. Out in the garden, Raiden loudly complains about the messy place, demandingly asking Sylvia if she never received his letter of visit, but she tells him she received nothing. He immediately fires back, asking if she is calling his butler a liar or claiming he made a mistake. Sylvia quickly denies it and begs him to wait just a moment while they clean up the garden. With that, the maids hurriedly begin cleaning up the area. Raiden is absolutely seething because he expects the entire household to treat him like a hero after he successfully wiped out a branch of the white blood religion. That is how it should be. But get this, nobody is talking about his victory. They only care about Raon. Furious that some insignificant bastard is overshadowing his triumph, he demands to know how much longer he has to wait and spits right onto Sylvia's hand. Helen speaks up, declaring that he is crossing the line, direct descendant or not. But Raiden immediately slaps her hard across the face, snarling about who she thinks she is screaming at. He reminds her that he is her true master, boasting that even if he killed her right now, he would only get 2 days of house arrest. And yet she dared raise her voice. Sylvia begs him to stop, while Judiel silently resolves to keep Lady Sylvia safe no matter what. Right then, Raiden spots Raon approaching, sneering that the kid arrived at the perfect time because he wanted a word. He asks what Raon is carrying, mockingly wondering if the kid actually intends to swing that dangerous weapon around a direct descendant. Raiden tells him to drop the sword before things get worse, proudly introducing himself as Raon Ziggart, son of the Martial Palace Master, Balder. Raon presses his blade right against his neck, asking who cares. Watch how his butler barely blocks it. Raiden shrieks that he is a complete lunatic, but Raon instantly smashes the hilt of his sword directly into his face. Hearing this, Raiden furiously asks if he even knows who he is striking, and Raon coldly confirms it. Raon makes his reason clear: he is just a thief trespassing on his territory. Raiden spits back, demanding to know what he means, claiming he is the rightful master of this annex. But Raon kicks him down, telling him he is dead wrong. Kneeling on the ground, Raiden fiercely threatens that Raon is going to pay. Raon fires back that Raiden is nowhere near being their master, because this annex belongs to his own family, not him. Then Raon slowly draws his blade closer to Raiden's face. Suddenly, a cold voice commands young Lord Raon to step back. Raon recognizes the speaker as Rakael, an elite swordsman from the Heavenly Blade Division who answers directly to the family head. Raiden recognizes the division and immediately orders Rakael to execute the brat, screaming that an insignificant bastard just dared to assault a direct descendant. Rakael calmly replies that they only obey the family head, flatly telling Raiden that he needs to leave as well. The butler steps in, urging his master to retreat immediately, knowing things will get much worse if they provoke an elite from the Heavenly Blade Division. Raiden fumes in absolute rage, snarling that he will never forget this, and warning Raon to prepare for the heavy consequences of drawing a weapon on a direct descendant. He promises that the price will be a humiliation far worse than death. Afterwards, Helen deeply apologizes, admitting she acted completely on impulse despite her age. Sylvia denies it completely. She says Helen only gave her the courage to stand up, and she did nothing wrong. Sylvia tells Helen not to worry, promising she will deal with the patriarch herself. But before she can, Raon steps in and says he will fix this. He explains that since he fell for the provocation, he is the one who should solve it. He tells them to stay calm and trust him. Glenn coldly orders the two of them to get up off the ground. He mentions hearing about yesterday's trouble, and Raiden eagerly steps forward to confirm it. Raiden claims he sent a letter to the Annex beforehand, just wanting to speak with Raon. But the Annex staff treated him like dirt, and did not even prepare for his arrival. He even adds that Raon and his butler ambushed him before he could speak, crying that if things got any worse, he could have easily lost his life in that terrifying attack. Raon silently notes that Raiden seems far better at acting than swordsmanship, and his current attitude is nothing like what Judel described. Then Raon immediately interrupts him. He declares that everything out of Raiden's mouth is a lie. He vividly remembers how flushed Raiden's face got as he screamed like a coward. Naturally, Raiden is furious. He calls Raon a bastard and grabs his collar, but Rowan quickly steps in to stop him, reminding him who is watching. Since their stories do not match, Glenn decides to call the one witness who saw the entire clash. Raphael steps forward, bows deeply, and introduces himself to his lord. He reports that while young Master Raiden claims to have sent a letter, the Annex never received anything. He adds that Lady Sylvia was simply tending to her garden with her maids when Raiden suddenly barged in. Ron finds Raphael's statement surprising, expecting him to side with Raiden since they are both direct descendants. But Raphael is just speaking the truth. Glenn calls out Raiden, growling that this is completely different from his story, and demands to know why he dared lie in his presence. Raiden desperately argues that the real issue is a mere bastard attacking a direct descendant, insisting this is a massive crime. Glenn agrees that it is indeed problematic, but since both sides are clearly at fault here, he announces they will both be punished. Raiden protests that a light punishment is not enough, warning that if they spare Raon, he will only cause greater trouble later. But watch Raon here, he accepts any punishment, but insists there is something major to settle first. Glenn asks what needs to be done, and Raon firmly responds. He explains that Raon Ziggart humiliated his mother publicly and used senseless violence against their maids, and he has yet to pay the price for that. Glenn repeats that both of them are at fault, and frankly, they have been far too loud from the start. With that, he unleashes his crushing aura, demanding to know if they forgot their places. Raon feels his lungs screaming under the immense pressure. Raon gasps out that this pressure is exactly why, reminding everyone of the rule he mentioned earlier. This family belongs to swordsmen, and their worth is only proven by the blade. Because of that, he requests a formal duel. Glenn admits this could actually be quite entertaining, so he grants permission for them to duel. The duel is set for the main training ground in a week. At his estate, Baldur comments that a duel is happening after all, and Raon confirms it. Can you believe he demanded this duel right in front of the Patriarch? If Ron wins, Raiden loses his energy core. But if Ron loses, he and his mother must apologize to the entire family. Baldur scoffs that no matter how talented Raon is, he is just Sylvia's child with some unknown father. Raiden needs to show him the absolute power of the direct bloodline. Raiden tells Baldur not to worry, claiming he was just unarmed and caught off guard before. He promises that Raon stands zero chance against him now that he has reached the intermediate level. Baldur chuckles, calling Raiden his boy. But as a precaution, he warns him not to get too carried away and take Raon's life, since a death in the arena would look bad. Instead, Raiden should simply leave him crippled, completely crushing his future. Raiden happily agrees to the plan. Outside the mansion, Raon relentlessly trains his swordsmanship. Watching him, Helen asks Sylvia if they should really just stand by while he prepares to fight Raiden. She reminds her mistress that Raiden is an intermediate expert, whereas young Master Raon only recently reached the beginner level. She suggests that perhaps it isn't too late to stop him. Sylvia silently agrees. The duel is incredibly dangerous, and Raon would never have gotten into this mess with Raiden if he had not lost his temper. She knows Baldur's swordsmanship is deceptively flexible and packed with tricky variations to exploit openings, and Raiden is likely trained the exact same way. But remembering that intense look in Raon's eyes, Sylvia chose to trust him. Helen doubted if they should really let this happen. Sylvia admitted she was pretty nervous and worried about Raon too, but she knew her son had a solid reason for asking for their trust, so for now, they decided to simply trust their son. Just then, Judiel walked in with some snacks, making Raon turn around. She brought some simple sandwiches, telling him that since he had been training so hard, he should eat slowly to avoid an upset stomach. Raon noticed a notebook and asked about it. Judiel explained it held all the secrets to the flexible sword style Raiden trained in. In fact, it was incredibly clear and easy to read. She had somehow gathered all that information and bound it into a book in just one day. Raon realized Judiel had defended his mother earlier and was now helping him with Raiden's info without even being asked, so he thanked her warmly. Days flew by as both sides prepped in their own ways. Soon, the duel arrived. drawing the attention of everyone in the entire estate. Raiden had been waiting for this exact day, burning with a massive urge to crush Raon ever since their last encounter. He swore he would shatter Raon's bones, making sure the kid could never hold a sword again. The judge called out for both fighters to step forward. Raiden sneered that he couldn't wait to see Raon's face after this, but Raon coldly replied that Raiden wouldn't even be awake to see it, and the duel began. Charging forward, Raiden yelled that Raon's bluffs wouldn't work, but get ready for this. He dodged the strike like flickering fire, leaving Raiden staring at empty air, as if Raon vanished. Raon suddenly materialized right behind Raiden with his sword resting on his opponent's shoulder. Raiden gasped in shock, but Raon simply told him this was only the first time. He coolly added that Raiden was going to lose his life 8 times today. Raon slammed a heavy punch straight into Raiden's face, sending him flying back as he struggled to understand what hit him. Raiden couldn't even track Raon's movements, furiously demanding to know what he did, while Raon just told him to get up and stop wasting time. Raon reminded him that he was losing his life 8 times today, with the first one being for lying about the letter. A furious Raiden charged back, calling him an arrogant bastard and swearing to make him regret letting him survive. But Raon casually dodges the attack once more, leaving Raiden completely terrified. Raiden noticed Raon had vanished again, even though he was certain his blade had sliced him that time. Raon reappeared behind him and slammed his sword hilt into Raiden's chin, declaring that was the price for spitting on his mother's flowers. Then Raon struck him once more, sending him crashing to the ground as payback for hitting Helen. Raiden realized something was wrong since Raon was only using basic star connection and river footwork. Besides, Raiden was certain Raon was just a beginner expert, a whole level below him. He couldn't understand why he was getting totally overwhelmed, while Helen called out to her young master. Sylvia realized her son could have ended this instantly. He was prolonging the fight just to give his opponent a false sense of hope before dragging him down. This was Raon's way of taking revenge for all the abuse they had suffered, especially for making Helen cry. Even though they were just servants in a house where bloodline ruled, Raon was fighting a direct heir and absolutely dominating him. Sylvia called out to her son, lost in her own thoughts. Her father only cared about power, making their home colder by the day until she felt completely out of place. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and ran away, trying to escape from her grim reality. But she realized she should have stood her ground and trusted her own strength to fight back against this cruel family. And that was exactly the lesson Raon was showing them right now. No matter how weak you are, with enough determination and a strong heart, you have to fight to the end. Whoever stands in your way, you can never let them cross that line. Just keep moving forward and never run. And just like that, Raiden is totally done. The winner is Raon Ziggart, who took absolutely 0 hits this entire fight. Balder was left completely stunned, while Rimmer celebrated because he knew his student would pull it off. Dorian cheered wildly, celebrating alongside Runan, Martha, and Byrne for their young master. Lowen noted that in all his long years of serving the family, he had never seen everyone cheer like this for a member of the branch line. Even Glenn was impressed by how Raon's friends supported him, regardless of their status. But what shocked him the most was what happened during the duel itself. Raon actually pulls off the steps of Supreme Harmony, an insane movement technique Glenn created only after conquering his inner demons and transcending, making it incredibly hard to master. And yet, Raon does it, in just 2 weeks. Plus, the massive popularity he already has at such a young age is seriously impressive. Since Glenn only chased power back then, the family now values nothing but raw strength, a cold reality he can no longer change. But Raon was born a direct heir, and he actually cares about the unfair treatment of the branch family. Maybe he actually changes things. Someday.